in a bustling underground market illuminated by neon signs. The glowing storefront of an organ trafficking shop comes into view, displaying a gruesome price list for kidneys and corneas. Inside, a phantom blade named Jiro questions Alex's resolve, noting that the young man has already sold multiple organs in the past. Alex insists he's fine, claiming it's all worth it as long as he can save his sister. But as the heavy cleaver is raised above him, he's told to hold completely still, a command quickly followed by his agonizing scream. Shortly after, Alex staggers out of the back room, clutching the fresh wounds, where his vital organs were just carved out. Checking his surroundings, he realizes that no one is watching or following him. Suddenly, his horrific injuries begin to seal themselves as his flesh rapidly regenerates. Looking down at the thick stack of cash he just earned, Alex smiles, noting that this should finally be enough to cover the class transfer ritual fee. Sprinting through a dim, narrow alley, he secretly confesses that the whole story was a lie. He doesn't actually have a sick sister, and he's just an ordinary orphan, in a brutal world overrun by deadly monsters and dungeons. Survival is next to impossible for someone at the bottom like him. But everything changed the day he discovered his own unique anomaly. Alex possesses the ability to instantly regenerate from even the most fatal wounds, allowing his entire body to completely heal itself within a matter of minutes. Clutching his hard-earned money tightly, he recalls the vow he made to become unstoppable and protect his own destiny. The day of the class transfer ritual finally arrives. Alex is filled with anticipation, but Teacher Wong is shocked to see him there, knowing full well that the boy could never afford the exorbitant fee. Alex quickly spins a lie, claiming he had to take out a massive loan just to stand chance. Nearby, his classmates whisper mockingly, joking that his future is completely dead if he ends up awakening some useless, bottom-tier profession. The teacher urges Alex to hurry up and take his place, as the high-stakes class transfer ritual is officially about to begin. A massive, glowing orb ascends into the air, kicking off the ceremony, in front of a massive crowd of anxious students. Principal Gosh calls up the next candidate, and as the process gets underway, he summons Diyu to the stage. A visibly impoverished student from Class 5, Diyu nervously steps forward to take his turn. Diyu places his trembling hand onto the radiant orb, while Principal Gosh instructs him to relax his body and focus. The artifact violently reacts, sending a massive pillar of light surging toward the sky, revealing his new path, a support-type class known as Poultry Breeder. Hoping to keep the boy from falling into despair, Principal Gosh reassures him that support classes still hold great value, while telling the rowdy crowd to settle down. Next up is Nini, the school's highly popular fire mage prodigy. As her name is called, the crowd of students erupts into cheers, treating her like a literal goddess. Principal Gosh wishes her luck as she steps up, and she politely thanks him. A moment later, violent torrents of flame erupt into the air, igniting the sky as her awakening reveals an incredibly destructive fire mage affinity. Gosh proudly barks out her staggering result, an SSS rank fire mage, instantly drawing the gaze of the entire crowd. The surrounding students erupt in awe, praising her god-tier talent, and calling her absolute genius impressive. Watching from the sidelines, Alex realizes how lucky she is, knowing her power can easily rival an entire army. Gosh informs Nini that her class transfer is complete, and promises to discuss her specialized training plan later. Alex is called up next, fiercely determined not to become just another side character in Nini's story. He steps up and places his hand on the orb, having waited a long time for this exact moment. His gaze sharpens with intense focus, as the raw energy begins transferring from the orb straight into his body. Suddenly, a surge of icy energy erupts from the orb as Alex's class awakens, instantly filling the entire area with thick frost. The hidden power continues to rise, sending violent waves of cold outward. As the magical manifestation takes its final shape, Alex stands at the dead center of the blinding light as the awakening stabilizes. Nearby students gasp in utter shock, desperately questioning what kind of class could possibly cause this. Gosh watches closely, preparing to announce the final result, while Alex waits in tense anticipation for the verdict. With a stunned expression, the principal reveals that he has awakened a forbidden curse masterclass. The bombshell announcement leaves everyone completely paralyzed, as nearby students stare in pure disbelief. Hysterical whispers rapidly spread through the crowd, as they question how such an ominous class could even appear here. Nini watches closely, commenting on how bizarre and unusual his result is. Alex stands quietly, listening to the chaotic chatter of his classmates, as they mutter in sheer fear and disbelief about his dark class. Gosh tells Alex not to lose hope or think negatively, reminding him that curse masters are exceptionally rare. Alex thanks him respectfully, showing absolutely no concern over his new curse class, since his secret regeneration ability already makes him practically immortal. He then wonders aloud what this dark class will do when paired with his immortality, leaving those standing around him completely surprised by his calm demeanor. As students walk down the academy steps, Alex decides to head home for the day to test his new powers. However, he is suddenly stopped when a familiar voice calls out his name. Nini steps forward and unexpectedly suggests that they team up, explaining that the more curse masters fight, the faster they die from their own backfires. Alex listens calmly, but raises his hand and politely declines the offer, simply thanking her for the unexpected concern. As she turns and walks away, she remarks that his stubbornness is a direct ticket to an early grave. While Alex remains completely silent, Alex walks away, muttering to himself that the brief encounter felt incredibly strange. Suddenly, a group of classmates blocks his path, led by Luke, a wealthy student notoriously known for bullying anyone weaker than him. Alex stays perfectly calm, looking them dead in the eye and telling them to move aside. Luke bursts out laughing and continues to taunt him, mockingly claiming that Alex is destined to become a low-life security guard, just to scrape together pennies for his pathetic orphanage family. Luke doubles down on the insults, sneering that an orphan like him doesn't even deserve to have a family, before demanding that Alex get down on his knees. Suddenly, the atmosphere heavy with tension shifts as an ominous, unseen force surges forward, causing the surrounding lackeys to instantly stiffen in fear. Alex's gaze sharpens with lethal intent as a dark power awakens within his soul. He raises his hand, and a mass of crackling curse energy violently gathers above him, leaving the bullies staring in absolute horror. When a panicked Luke demands to know what he thinks he's doing, Alex snaps back with a chilling glare, warning them never to speak about his deceased family again. With a deafening blast, a shockwave of curse energy slams downward, brutally crushing Luke and his thugs directly into the pavement. They lie there, battered and trembling, as the reality of Alex's terrifying power sinks in. Alex calmly extends his open hand toward them, daring the group to come at him again if they truly have a death wish. Pure panic erupts as the bullies scramble to their feet and flee for their lives, screaming for help while Alex adjusts his backpack and dismisses them as utter trash, noting with a smirk that it only took a single move to break them. Suddenly, Alex groans in agony, as the violent backlash of casting his curse magic violently rips through his own body. Watching from a safe distance, Nini takes in the scene, concluding that even for a specialized curse master, Alex's methods are far too extreme. The scene then shifts to the rundown apartment building where Alex resides. As darkness falls, Alex finally arrives home, tossing his bag aside, with a deep sigh of relief to be back in his own space. Sitting alone in the quiet room, he reflects on the mechanics of his curse abilities, realizing that sacrificing minor parts of his body merely generates standard, low-level lightning magic. This realization leaves him wondering, what kind of catastrophic power would unleash if he sacrificed a vital organ instead? Alex collapses onto his bed, groaning in discomfort as the grueling side effects of his rapid physical recovery kick in, making his head spin violently. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he mutters to himself that he is completely exhausted. Meanwhile, in a luxurious estate, Luke angrily confronts his wealthy father, Mr. Jean, furiously demanding bloody revenge for the humiliation he suffered. Jean listens calmly, entirely unbothered, and dismisses his son's emotional outburst, warning that targeting a triple S-rank curse user carries massive risk, for absolutely zero financial benefit. He reminds Luke that Alex is nothing but a dirt-poor orphan, advising him to weaponize his greatest available advantage, using money to strike directly at the boy's weakest point instead. The next morning, Alex yawns heavily, admitting to himself that he is still incredibly groggy. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, and to his surprise, it's Luke, briskly walking up to him. Luke casually asks if Alex has eaten breakfast yet and forces a smile, handing him a bag of food. In a desperate attempt to act friendly, Alex eyes the food with deep suspicion, bluntly asking if Luke is trying to poison him. But Luke just laughs it off, insisting it was specially prepared just for him. Luke awkwardly thanks Alex, claiming that yesterday's beating actually forced him to reflect on his actions. Trying way too hard to act close, he even asks Alex to start calling him Big Brother, Alex looks completely bewildered, clearly not buying this pathetic act for a single second. Luke keeps rambling on about wanting to change his ways and become a better person. Then, he smoothly brings up finances, offering to help out. Since he knows Alex is desperately short on cash, Luke casually talks about covering Alex's entire academy tuition, treating the massive sum of money like it's nothing but pocket change. Meanwhile, a massive testing venue comes into view, as a loud announcement echoes that the official notice board is now open, and the high-stakes exam is about to begin. A massive, glowing vortex forms on the field, marking the designated portal where candidates from each academy will enter the trial. Raucous cheers break out across the stadium as a group celebrates and shouts slogans of victory. Watching from the VIP lounge, the principals from various schools observe the crowd, commenting that the elite students, who awakened the top-tier professions this year, look exceptionally impressive. Principal Gosh reacts with surprise when the other administrators begin questioning Alex's arrogant attitude. Another principal quickly cuts the discussion short, stating that he prefers raw action over empty talk. Suddenly, the automated announcement commands all examinees to enter the battlefield. Just as Alex prepares to make his move, Nini approaches him once again, offering to team up for the trial. Alex rejects her without a moment's hesitation, prompting Nini to walk away in a huff, muttering about how arrogant he is. Suddenly, Alex is pulled violently into the testing zone, as a pillar of golden light wraps around him and drops him in the middle of a dense forest. Scanning his surroundings, he realizes he has been spawned entirely alone, wondering if this isolated placement was just the result of a random teleport. Suddenly, a fierce beast emerges from the shadows, letting out a deafening roar the moment it spots him. Yet, Alex remains completely unbothered, casually remarking that the monster is nothing but a low-level creature. Dark, ominous curse energy begins to swirl violently around his arm, as he decides to use this opportunity to test out a forbidden spell. With a single, devastating curse attack, Alex completely obliterates the creature. Walking away from the ashes, he realizes the experience reward is shockingly small, concluding that the physical backlash makes hunting like this far too slow. Suddenly, a much larger beast roars and charges directly at Alex, and he instantly realizes that this high-tier monster should yield a decent amount of experience points. Alex crashes onto the terrain as a massive surge of dark curse energy erupts, quickly steadying his footing. He then prepares to unleash his newly learned forbidden curse directly onto the charging monster. An astronomical amount of energy activates all at once, as unstable power surges violently around Alex's body. The forbidden spell detonates, completely tearing through the landscape. With absolute, overwhelming force, violent waves of curse energy slice forward, instantly ripping the massive monster to shreds. Alex dashes straight through the chaos and delivers the definitive final blow, causing the entire battlefield to collapse inward as the devastating attack finishes in a single sweep. Instantly, the severe backlash hits Alex, as his arm rapidly ages and withers from the immense strain of channeling the curse. He quickly realizes he absolutely cannot let anyone witness his undying body, and decides to stop relying on the burning reincarnation curse for now. Instead, he activates vitality preservation to stabilize his failing condition. Alex makes another sacrifice as ominous power begins to gather around him once more, sending glowing, intricate symbols spreading across the ground beneath his feet. Just as another massive surge of energy erupts, a column of colossal energy descends directly from the heavens, as the deadly curse continues to fully activate. System notifications flood his vision, showing multiple monsters being completely wiped out, and his earned rewards stacking up at a rapid pace. Alex stands perfectly still as he triggers a massive level up, realizing the actual output of this skill is far more potent than he ever anticipated. The dense forest falls completely silent under the dark night sky, as the widespread destruction finally begins to settle. Standing at a distance, Nini is left utterly paralyzed with shock when she realizes an entire horde of monsters was turned to ash. Nini senses a strange, lingering glow ahead, wondering if it could be the legendary Hellfire. She carefully analyzes the magical fluctuations in the air, concluding that there shouldn't be any other high-tier fire element user capable of this nearby, her gaze sharpening as she senses something highly unusual. Surveying the absolute devastation, she deduces that this was undeniably caused by a human, noting that the sheer firepower easily rivals her own peak abilities. Charred, smoking remains litter the entire zone, confirming that countless powerful monsters were simultaneously reduced to cinder. Meanwhile, Alex casually sits on the dirt, munching on roasted monster meat while remarking that it tastes surprisingly delicious. Feeling completely full and satisfied, he decides it's time to relocate to a new sector to continue his monster hunting spree. Suddenly, he senses a presence lurking nearby, turning around just as a familiar voice calls out his name. Nini steps out from the shadows and demands to know what Alex is doing in a place like this. Alex groans inwardly with pure annoyance, realizing he has somehow managed to run into her yet again. Alex nonchalantly explains that he's just casually roasting a quick snack, while dryly reminding her that his weak class isn't exactly built for solo grinding. Nini scoffs, telling him it is far too late to chicken out now, and adamantly insists on tagging along with him. Despite his clear refusal, Alex stares at her in utter disbelief, openly questioning her bizarre logic. Quickly changing the subject, she asks him if he happened to see anyone else passing through this sector recently. Alex points out a random direction to throw her off, but reacts inwardly when she mentions the Hellfire user again, while Nini immediately blames Alex for ruining her search, thinking she would have caught the mysterious Hellfire user by now if he hadn't gotten in her way. Suddenly, she senses a spike of danger and looks up in sheer confusion. A massive, powerful beast violently leaps out from the canopy above, revealing itself to be a terrifying level 8 dragon blood behemoth. Nini is sent flying through the air as the monstrous creature crashes down, with absolute, overwhelming force, leaving her struggling just to stand. As she realizes there is absolutely no way she can defeat this thing alone, Nini frantically looks around and wonders where Alex could have gone, assuming he must have already run far away to save his own skin. Stealing her resolve, she launches a torrential fireball storm directly at the beast, in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. The monster takes the hits head-on as a series of massive explosions burst across its thick hide. But even after absorbing the full brunt of the assault, the beast remains completely unfazed and locks its glowing, murderous eyes right onto her. It leaps from above, slamming down toward Nini with world-crushing power. Nini gathers every single ounce of her remaining magical strength, declaring that she will fight this beast until her very last breath. With that, she unleashes a relentless barrage of fire, sending a volley of blazing attacks streaking forward in rapid succession. The torrent of flames slams squarely into the monster, causing a chain of violent explosions to erupt across its entire body. Suddenly, her eyes widen in absolute horror when she realizes her ultimate attack didn't even leave a scratch on the creature. Instead, a severe magical backlash hits her hard, causing wild flames to detonate around her. As she cries out in pure agony, the dragon blood behemoth stands completely unscathed, with the residual flames still burning harmlessly beneath its massive feet. Nini drops to her knees in agonizing pain, bitterly admitting that she was far too arrogant, finally realizing a level 8 monster is a death sentence for a solo student. Suddenly, a forbidden curse known as Hellfire begins to manifest in the air, forming an ominous, deep red flame that distorts the surrounding space. The catastrophic Hellfire surges forward, crashing violently across the terrain. The blazing curse rapidly spreads outward as the forbidden spell fully detonates. Nini stares in absolute, paralyzed shock as she witnesses the level 8 dragon blood behemoth get instantly incinerated by the Hellfire. She looks up through the smoke and is stunned to see that Alex was the one who just saved her life. Catching her breath, she weakly thanks him and asks for his name. Alex steps out of the shadows with complete composure, introducing himself with a reverse version of his actual name to keep his identity a secret. Nini exhales a sharp breath of pain, still struggling to recover from her severe injuries. She eagerly asks Alex which academy he belongs to, insisting that she needs to know so she can properly repay him for saving her life. Alex bluntly dismisses her gratitude, casually stating that lifting a finger to help her was no big deal. As she desperately tries to stop him from leaving, he warns her not to follow him because far stronger monsters are waiting just ahead. He tells her straight up that this zone is way too dangerous for someone in her condition, before casually adding that she should probably fix her torn clothes. Blushing furiously, Nini loses her balance and tumbles straight to the ground. After letting out a startled cry of surprise, she quickly pushes herself back up, completely startled when someone suddenly materializes right behind her. Desperately trying to regain her composure, she fiercely vows that one day she will stand proudly by Alex's side as his equal. Meanwhile, Alex presses forward through the dense forest, with dark curse energy still visibly radiating and lingering around his body. As he walks further away from the scene, he lets out a tired sigh, thinking to himself that she was acting way too clingy back there. Alex notes that he wasted far too much time dealing with her and needs to hurry up and focus on grinding his levels. He carefully reviews the mechanics of his forbidden curse, realizing that while it possesses the insane ability to completely negate fatal damage, it normally demands a catastrophic toll that limits regular use. However, he concludes that because of his unique, self-healing condition, even high-tier forbidden curses that require a literal blood sacrifice can be spammed without consequence. A sharp close-up of his eye reveals his growing excitement, as the absolute, broken reality of this combination finally sinks in. Staring at the glowing, ominous curse swirling in his palm, Alex confidently declares that he can now power level through the ranks without a single restraint. Soon, Day 3 of the exam begins, and the grand arena fills to maximum capacity as the survival trial enters its final, decisive stage. The head examiner greets the massive crowd, loudly announcing that they have finally reached the last day of the rigorous test. Up in the VIP seats, several school principals discuss the current ranking records, openly questioning if any rookie student this year has what it takes to break them. Suddenly, an influential figure arrives at the lounge, remarking with a smirk that the esteemed principals certainly have refined taste and talent. It turns out to be Zora, Nini's father and the realm's top astrologer, who politely asks to join their conversation. He exchanges a few formal pleasantries with the administrators, before mentioning his subtle concern regarding a recent incident involving his daughter. Right then, a violent surge of blue magical energy erupts from a gateway, as an unexpected anomaly is detected directly from the active test field. The principals instantly turn their full attention toward the glowing disturbance, wondering if an elite student is being forced to evacuate due to a severe injury. MMMLover. Nini dramatically steps out from the portal, instantly drawing the stunned gaze of everyone in attendance. Nini rushes over to greet the panel of principals, confusedly questioning why her own father is standing there with them. But before Zora can casually respond, the arena's glowing leaderboard updates, revealing that she has already reached an astonishing level 12. The surrounding principals gasp in absolute shock, realizing the historical level record was shattered far sooner than anyone anticipated. Zora proudly praises his daughter's monumental progress, while the other administrators remark on how frighteningly fast her growth speed truly is. As she listens to the praise, Nini quietly admits to herself that she only exited the trial early, because she was desperately trying to track down Alex. Deep in the forest, Alex suddenly lets out a loud sneeze and rubs his nose in mild confusion. Walking through the completely ravaged terrain, he finds it strange that he feels a sudden chill despite the weather not being cold, wondering if some random person is actively cursing him behind his back. Looking around, he notices that even the high-level monsters in this level 10 zone are already completely wiped out, prompting him to wonder if he accidentally cleared the entire area too quickly. Deciding to speed up his efficiency even further, he prepares to unleash his newly learned forbidden curse. Alex activates instantaneous dance, willingly sacrificing a kidney to trigger the skill's absolute potential. Alex feels an intense surge of exhilaration as the raw speed of his movement propels him far beyond what even the highest-level assassins could ever dream of achieving. Laughing to himself, he zips through the dense forest, urging his body to push even faster. He shoots forward like a brilliant streak of lightning, tearing through the rugged terrain at an extreme, blinding speed. The surrounding forest blurs into abstract lines, as his sheer velocity carves a destructive path straight through the trees. Several high-level monsters notice the sudden spatial disturbance and turn their heads just as Alex violently closes the distance on them. Alex instantly locks his sights onto a massive three-headed storm mantis, claiming the formidable beast as his next target. Dashing forward at a speed that defies physics, he initiates another physical sacrifice to fuel his next devastating attack. A catastrophic, forbidden lightning spell crashes down from the heavens, completely obliterating the monster in a fraction of a second. Back at the trial's exit portal, the onlookers stare in absolute shock at the screen displaying the massive destruction left in his wake. Watching intently from a distance, Nini grows increasingly confused, wondering why Alex still hasn't emerged from the portal yet. Suddenly, a booming announcement echoes across the entire arena, stating that only a mere 5 minutes remain before the test officially concludes. Nini looks around the crowded area in pure bewilderment, wondering if she somehow managed to miss Alex when he exited the portal. Sensing a sudden shift in the air and heavy movement, she turns her gaze back toward the field and realizes that someone is finally approaching. Alex suddenly materializes right in front of her, prompting her to immediately demand why he took so long to come out. Puffing her cheeks, she angrily calls him a coward and tells him to stay away from her. Alex looks thoroughly irritated by her outburst, wondering why on earth Nini is suddenly acting so bizarrely toward him. Principal Gosh steps in to break the tension, eagerly asking Alex what level he managed to reach. The massive leaderboard glows to life, revealing that Alex reached an unprecedented level 16. The entire crowd erupts in absolute disbelief, as everyone collectively realizes that he has completely shattered the historical record. The surrounding principals explain that for Alex, to reach level 16 in just 3 days requires an astronomical, almost impossible amount of experience points, leaving the entire stadium stunned. Gosh bursts out laughing with immense pride and warmly congratulates Alex, loudly proclaiming him to be the absolute pride of Korra Academy. However, Nini quickly chimes in to point out that Forbidden Curse Masters are notoriously known to level up unusually fast in the early stages. The other administrators counter that abusing forbidden curses will undoubtedly cost Alex's life, long before he can ever climb any higher in the ranks. Principal Sue steps forward, questioning Alex with a dead serious expression, asking if he deliberately threw his own lifespan away, just for the sake of the Academy's honor. Alex looks him dead in the eye and firmly replies that no one forced his hand, coolly explaining that he chose this high-risk path entirely on his own accord. Praising his sheer ambition, one of the principals loudly announces that Alex has officially secured the highest level among all the students in the beginners Secret Realm test. Right then, Zora steps forward to introduce himself. Nini quickly chimes in to disagree, confidently commenting that the mysterious masked man will easily outrank Alex the moment he finally emerges. Principal Sue admits he has never even heard of this masked man before, openly questioning which academy the stranger could possibly hail from. Alex politely bids farewell to Gosh, and Zora agrees that it's best for the boy to head home and rest up for the upcoming grand exam. An automated announcement then echoes through the arena, declaring the trial officially over, even as the exit portal remains glowing and open. Nini stares back at the portal, deeply frustrated, wondering where on earth the masked man could have gone, bitterly blaming him for slipping away without leaving a single trace. Zora finds the whole situation rather strange, asking his daughter if there's a chance Alex himself might actually be the savior she's been searching for. Nini immediately argues with Zora, stubbornly insisting that a low-class user like Alex shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as her. Zora reflects deeply on her words, deciding to accept her stubborn reasoning for the time being. Meanwhile, back at his apartment, Alex is relaxing on his couch when his senses spike, detecting an intruder standing right behind him. He whirls around toward the sound, utterly shocked that someone managed to track and follow him all the way to his private home. A well-dressed man knocks on the doorframe and introduces himself as Wong, stating that he has come specifically looking for Alex. Wong asks Alex if there is anything he can do to earn his cooperation, hinting that the business they're discussing involves a very substantial fee. Alex dryly asks him exactly how much substantial means, as the man heavily implies that the total cost is astronomically high. The requested price is then revealed to be a whopping 3 million credits, leaving Alex visibly paralyzed with shock. As Alex repeats the absurd number in absolute disbelief, Wong presents a glowing vial, explaining that it contains an elite brain-boosting liquid, worth far more than several of Alex's kidneys combined, even claiming that the rare substance has the power to restore youth. Alex takes the vial, pops the cap, and downs the mysterious liquid, without a single moment of hesitation. He casually comments that it tastes surprisingly sweet and seems perfectly fine at first. But moments later, a violent dizziness sets in as the potent drug begins taking effect. Meanwhile, Wong contacts his superiors, reporting that the ambush succeeded perfectly and waits for further instructions. Later that night, Wong's henchman questions why the boss spent so much effort and resources tracking down a nobody like Alex. Jean notes that the capture is complete, coldly warning his subordinate not to ask stupid questions, before ordering him to clear out of the room. Thoroughly examining Alex's unconscious body, Jean confirms the unbelievable reality. Every single organ Alex had previously sold has fully regenerated. Covering his face in absolute shock, Jean realizes that tapping into this boy's biology could unlock the legendary secret of infinite organ rebirth. He greedily imagines the unmatched power and global influence his syndicate could command. Once that miraculous biological secret is thoroughly mastered. Suddenly, Jin's sinister daydream is cut short as he reacts to a violent disturbance in a room. Jean panics, desperately demanding to know how Alex woke up so fast after taking that knockout drug. Alex calmly responds, stating that he is much more curious about how Jean managed to track him down to his home. Dropping his fake polite demeanor, Jean threats him maliciously, revealing that he is actually a powerful level 20 job changer. Seeing no other choice, Alex prepares to make his move, noting to himself that using flashy fire magic right here would draw far too much unwanted attention. Instead, he activates Eternal Freezing Gaze, willingly sacrificing his own eyesight to unleash the devastating Forbidden Curse. Jean stares in absolute disbelief as the creeping frost spreads rapidly, trapping his entire body in solid ice. He frantically struggles to break free, convinced that there's no way a brat like Alex should be able to overpower his stats. The terrifying reality completely shatters his confidence when he remembers that Alex is only level 16, while he himself boasts a superior level 20 status. Alex then steps forward and calmly interrogates him, demanding to know exactly who else has found out about his unique organ regeneration ability. Deciding the terrified man's answer is sufficient, Alex tells him he will believe him for now and finish this quickly. Jean screams in absolute terror as the freezing curse tightens its icy grip around his chest. With a brutal, crushing strike, Alex slams him straight through the thick ice. Walking away, Alex mutters under his breath that the drug made him feel completely nauseous, concluding that he should probably sacrifice his stomach next to purge the poison. The massive frozen prison collapses into a million pieces. As the lethal curse fully settles, Jean pathetically begs for his life on the floor, while Alex calmly demands to know the identity of the true mastermind behind this ambush. Alex threatens Jean with a chilling glare, demanding the absolute truth, as the dark curse begins to tighten around his throat once more. Terrified out of his mind, Jean finally cracks and reveals that their big boss is Kenta, the notorious underground king of Korra. Hearing that infamous name, Alex instantly recognizes it, realizing this situation has just become far more dangerous and complicated than he thought. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of Kenta, the absolute ruler of the underground market, the boss interrogates his men after receiving troubling news. He learns that Alex has suddenly gone missing and that all contact with the capture team has been completely lost. A subordinate reports that their secret farmhouse hideout was entirely obliterated, most likely by a highly skilled job changer. Furious at the massive failure, Kenta fiercely orders his syndicate to track down the person responsible at once. Elsewhere, Luke smugly welcomes Alex to his family's massive estate. Luke brings up the 2 million credits, but Alex sharply cuts him off before he can say another word. Luke instantly obeys, nervously shutting his mouth and leading Alex deeper inside the mansion instead. As they walk through the halls, Luke smiles inwardly about Alex, arrogantly assuming his powerful father will easily crush a nobody like him. Meanwhile, Alex knows that a man of Kenta's influence would have no trouble hunting him down eventually. Finally, they arrive at a grand, luxurious residence. Leaving Alex completely stunned by how extravagant it actually is. Alex notices the lavish outfit laid out for him, and mutters that life in a place like this feels like a completely different world. Luke asks him which style he prefers, and offers to have the servants deliver it to his room immediately. Several attendants step forward to help Alex get dressed, while Luke jokes around and tells him there's no need to be shy. Luke then hints that something massive is about to happen, promising he will explain all the details once they finally arrive. They enter a massive, grand hall, where Luke proudly reveals that they are attending Korra's annual elite auction, leaving Alex thoroughly impressed by the sheer scale of the event. Luke tells Alex that every single important figure in Korra is present tonight, adding that he'll make sure to introduce him to the high society crowd later. As they walk through the luxurious venue, Luke looks down on the ordinary guests with disdain, remarking that poor people will always lack true class and experience. Alex completely ignores his snobbery and focuses entirely on stuffing his face with food, muttering that he's absolutely starving after being busy dealing with thugs all night. He suddenly freezes in mid-bite when a familiar voice calls out his name. Nini suddenly appears beside her friend Yanni, squinting as she asks who he's supposed to be. Alex groans inwardly with irritation, wondering why on earth he keeps running into Nini everywhere he goes. Nini recognizes his face as the guy who supposedly controls fire, openly questioning if this dressed-up boy is really the same person she met before. Alex watches her silently with a blank expression, wondering how she would react if she ever discovered the absolute truth about his identity. Heavy footsteps echo from behind as a group of wealthy students approaches them. Luke immediately steps in to control the room and introduces Alex to everyone, openly and proudly declaring that Alex is his new boss. The entire group stares in absolute disbelief when Luke refers to a nobody like Alex as his boss. But their collective shock deepens even further after. They check the records and learn that Alex is already level 16, and officially ranked first in the entire novice secret realm. Alex tells them to calm down, subtly hinting that he possesses exclusive insights on how to level up fast. They discuss the lucrative possibility of grinding for levels outside the city walls, but express deep worry about the strict safety restrictions enforced before the grand exam. Alex then agrees to power level them outside the city limits anyway, completely unbothered by the risks. When Alex inquires about getting proper gear, Luke confidently smirks and says that part is easy. Luke reassures him with a wave of his hand, promising that as long as Alex fulfills his end of the deal and helps him level up, he will personally take care of every single expense. Alex blinks in genuine surprise when Luke casually suggests buying whatever high-tier equipment he wants directly at the auction. Luke insists that securing a top rank in the upcoming grand exam is worth far more than mere cash, adding that his wealthy father will gladly bankroll the entire cost. The scene suddenly shifts to the main stage. As a charismatic auction host steps up to the microphone and welcomes all the esteemed guests. A beautiful woman named Queen steps onto the stage, welcoming everyone to tonight's event. On behalf of the prestigious Treasure Pavilion, the elite crowd immediately responds with a loud round of applause, as she warmly wishes everyone the best of luck in securing their desired items. With the crowd primed, she introduces the very first item of the night, an epic-grade fire-type skill scroll, perfectly tailored for mage-type classes. The bidding immediately heats up as the price climbs at a staggering pace. However, the entire room falls dead silent when Zora suddenly jumps the bid straight to 3 million. Watching this, Alex notes to himself that Nini relies entirely on expensive skill books to get strong, whereas he doesn't need to spend a single dime on them. Alex then reminds Luke to focus on acquiring gear that can actually keep him alive, rather than wasting money on flashy, superficial abilities. Right on cue, the auctioneer unveils an exceptionally rare ring that boosts spiritual attributes by a massive 30 points, while granting a powerful passive skill. Bidding ignites instantly as the price skyrockets within seconds. Recognizing its immense value, Luke insists that this ring would be a game-changer for their squad setup. Without hesitation, he turns to Mr. Jean and begs him to place a winning bid on the item. Suddenly, a massive bid of 8 million is called out, sending a wave of shock through the entire auction hall. As the auctioneer repeats the absurd amount, the crowd erupts into frantic murmurs. That's when Kenna steps forward, confidently raising the stakes to a whopping 10 million. An intense, suffocating tension spreads across the room, as the guests instantly recognize him as the ruthless underground king of Korra. Alex narrows his eyes, finally getting a clear look at Kenna's face from across the hall. Alex clicks his tongue in annoyance, but ultimately chooses to stay back and not interfere. Meanwhile, Kenna aggressively confronts Jean, demanding a direct explanation for daring to bid against him. Jean handles the pressure carefully, choosing to push the bid even higher rather than backing down like a coward. He asserts that they should settle this matter properly through standard auction rules, stating that the ultimate victor will be decided by who has the deeper pockets. Moments later, Kenta's right-hand man whispers a confirmation into his ear, revealing that the recent warehouse raid is directly linked to the Jean Group. Kenta grimly accepts the outcome for now, but inwardly warns that the Jean Group will pay dearly for crossing paths with Alex's business. With no higher bids, the auctioneer slams the gavel, declaring the ring sold at 12 million, before officially passing the prize over to the winner. Luke eagerly thanks Jean, then turns to Alex to proudly show it off and ask for his thoughts on the ring. Alex responds with a stern look, warning him to be on high alert from now on, pointing out that winning this auction has drawn way too many dangerous eyes onto them. The ring is shown in a spectacular close-up, displaying its refined craftsmanship and massive boost to spiritual attributes. Alex analyzes the piece, noting that it significantly enhances spiritual stats, and even permanently increases the user's luck factor, feeling physically drained from the atmosphere. He tells Luke to handle, selecting the rest of the equipment on his own. Next, a display of several powerful accessories is showcased, with each item offering distinct, high-level attribute bonuses. Alex instantly recognizes that these are no ordinary items, but rather a rare set engineered to drastically improve survival rates and recovery speeds. He then lifts a finely crafted sword from the display, remarking that its unique passive effect is potent enough to completely counter and disrupt high-tier spells. Alex tests the balance of the blade, commenting that it's a remarkably solid weapon. Meanwhile, across town, Nini can't help but wonder why the elite Jean family is going all out to back a nobody like Alex. As she relaxes in a steaming bath, she tries to wrap her head around the massive fortune the Jean group has already spent on him. Just then, her personal attendant enters to inform her that Yanni has just arrived, with the top-secret information she had previously requested. Nini calmly tells the attendant to have her guest wait in the lounge until she is finished. Shortly after, Nini meets with a high-ranking investigator named John, eagerly asking if his team found any dirt on Alex. John confirms that he managed to dig up some files, but grimly warns her that the findings are far from good news. Confused by his serious tone, Nini asks him to explain exactly what he means. John reveals that a hidden cultivation farm in Korra was recently burned to ash, and the residual elemental fire traces left at the scene point directly to Alex, meaning they need her full cooperation in this official investigation. Stunned by the accusation, Nini questions whether a student like Alex could truly be a cold-blooded killer, instinctively doubting that he has it in him. John raises his hands, asking Nini to calm down for a moment, before explaining that the mysterious culprit obliterated several high-level enemies with a single strike. He then lays out the hard evidence, stating that the current investigation suggests Alex is their absolute prime suspect. Nini shakes her head in total disbelief, insisting that Alex is far too much of a coward to ever commit such a horrific crime. John presses her further, asking if she is absolutely certain of his innocence, while secretly activating a high-tier lie detection spell. Nini firmly denies the accusation against the boy, adamantly declaring that she has personally met Alex and knows for a fact he isn't responsible. After reviewing the magical feedback, John determines that she is telling the absolute truth, ruling Alex out as a potential suspect for the time being. Later that same night, Luke escorts Alex to a private facility where he can finally test out his newly acquired equipment. They arrive at an elite training venue just as the staff finishes setting up the parameters. When the technicians ask about his current ranking for calibration, Alex casually states that he is level 16. He then steps inside a massive, reinforced training chamber labeled Room 40 and prepares to unleash his power. Alex double-checks to ensure there are no hidden cameras before deciding he can act completely without restraint. He activates a dark curse spell, announcing to himself that he will first test the cutting power of his new life sword. A colossal wave of destructive energy sweeps forward with his swing, slamming down and violently tearing through the reinforced training room. Satisfied with the sword's output, Alex decides it's time to test his other forbidden curse spells next. Waiting outside, Luke looks at the clock, noting that the grand exam is right around the corner, and admiring just how intensely Alex has been pushing himself. Finally, the heavy chamber doors slide open, and Alex steps out, making sure to clarify that he won't be held financially responsible for any internal damage. Once the staff confirms he's in the clear, Alex turns to Luke, telling him they need to leave the facility immediately. Meanwhile, the facility staff freezes in absolute terror the moment they step inside the ruined training room and witness the catastrophic, god-level devastation that Alex has left behind. Outside the Jean family estate, guards stand watch when sudden, violent chaos erupts without warning. Inside the mansion, a man stumbles forward in agony, clutching his head while the others frantically demand to know what's going on. Pure panic spreads through the halls as another guard recoils in absolute terror. Deep within the estate, Mr. Jean reacts with utter confusion upon hearing the distant screams. Moments later, a terrified servant rushes into the room, urgently begging him to flee, only to scream in agony as an unseen, brutal force rips straight through his body. Kenta then steps out from the shadows, calmly greeting a startled Mr. Jean. Panicking out his mind, Jean pulls a gun and desperately calls out Kenta's name. But in a literal blink of an eye, Kenta effortlessly knocks the weapon away and brutally smashes him down onto the floor. Looking down at his pathetic prey, Kenta coldly mocks him, stating that mortal weapons mean absolutely nothing against a true awakened. Just then, a subordinate informs Kenta that they have failed to locate their main target. Kenta reacts with dangerous impatience, fiercely ordering his men to expand the search. Meanwhile, just outside the Jean residence, suspicious figures linger under the cover of the dark night sky. Alex arrives on the scene and immediately senses that something is horribly wrong. The moment he notices that all the mansion's lights have been completely cut. Catching the distinct smell of fresh blood in the air, he sprints toward the building. Alex violently pushes the main doors open and steps inside, his instincts immediately screaming that a massacre has taken place. Luke cautions him from behind, nervously reminding him that this isn't their usual territory. Luke anxiously scans the dim hall, calling out for his father and Uncle Fu. Spotting a lone piece of paper discarded on the bloodstained floor, Alex picks it up and tensely tells Luke to take a look at what's written. As they read the ominous note, Luke erupts in a fit of pure rage, loudly declaring that Kenta is undeniably behind this. Alex sharply cuts him off, taking absolute responsibility for the situation, stating that he will go into hiding and rescue Mr. Jean on his own. When Luke tries to argue, Alex instantly knocks him unconscious with a swift, precise strike. Catching his falling body, Alex quietly promises that he will bring Jean back alive and well. Alex carefully lays the unconscious Luke down on the floor, noticing fresh blood staining his own hand as he steadies his friend. Rising back to his feet, Alex clenches his fist in fury, declaring that he will personally drag Kenta down to hell. Elsewhere, his shadowy silhouette moves swiftly through a narrow, dark alley. The heavily guarded entrance to the notorious Korra underground black market appears, shrouded in a tense, deathly silence. Alex lands nearby, advancing toward the restricted perimeter without a single moment of hesitation. Alex smoothly slips past the outer defenses, noting to himself that he moved fast enough to avoid triggering any immediate alarms. However, mere moments later, he realizes something is off, tracking the fact that his position was compromised far too quickly. Two elite guards step out of the darkness, demanding to know why he's lurking in their shadows. They smugly explain that the black market is equipped with advanced infrared vision technology, revealing that the big boss has actually been expecting his arrival. Realizing the stealth approach is a bust, Alex decides it's much simpler to just force his way in. As a horde of enemies blocks the corridor, he violently activates burning reincarnation, as a torrent of violent energy explodes all around him. An onlooker watches in horror, realizing Alex is about to make another sacrifice just to fuel his combat power. The inevitable backlash strikes hard, and Alex visibly ages right before their eyes from the dark curse. A hail of relentless gunfire rains down on him from above, but Alex twists his body gracefully through the air to evade every single bullet. A colossal wave of sinister curse energy ripples outward, rapidly twisting the atmosphere into a violent, swirling vortex. Even as gunfire continues to erupt from the ranks below, Alex activates Fleeting Dance, forcing his physical speed to push way past its limits. He blitzes straight forward into the fray, loudly announcing his deadly arrival. The guards immediately counter the assault by launching a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades at him. Alex effortlessly slips past the enemy lines, just as a massive explosion detonates directly behind him. Suddenly, a fierce gale of wind-type power surges through the corridor, as Alex senses that one of his opponents has actually awakened a wind attribute above level 32. More elite thugs step out from the shadows to mock him, arrogantly claiming that the big boss gave orders to capture him alive. Alex merely tightens his grip on his weapon and tells them it's their unlucky day, instantly activating the deadly combination of Life Sword and Starfall Trace. With his blade glowing with lethal intent, he charges forward to slaughter them all. An enemy combatant screams, launching a powerful wind magic spell at Alex at point-blank range. Alex swings his weapon with absolute precision, declaring the launch of his first sword form. As the violent clash erupts, another opponent jumps into the fray and unleashes a secondary wind blade, which Alex blocks seamlessly without even breaking his stride. Alex immediately counters the double team, releasing his second sword form with devastating power. The thugs laugh mockingly, taunting Alex and openly doubting that he has the strength to survive. Alex dashes forward like a predator, telling them that they still haven't truly grasped the terrifying nature of his sword skills. With a fluid motion, he swings and unleashes his third sword form, then immediately follows up by pivoting to strike with his fourth form from a completely different angle. The suffocating pressure in the room continues to skyrocket as he unleashes the fifth, sixth, and seventh sword forms in rapid, breathtaking succession, leaping high into the air to gain the ultimate vantage point. Alex finishes the unstoppable sequence by bringing down his 8th sword form. In one final, earth-shattering sweep. A panicked enemy screams out for the 7th brother as Alex lands firmly nearby. Alex presses a hand against his own chest, noting to himself that executing the 8th sword form took an immense toll on his body. He stands victoriously over his defeated opponent with his blade drawn, while the dying man desperately asks what kind of god-tier sword technique he just witnessed. Alex looks down on him coldly, dismissing his question and stating he has no right to know. Nearby, another heavily wounded guard slumps helplessly against the blood-stained wall, weakly calling out to the 5th brother for help, while Alex stands completely unfazed amidst the carnage. The surviving thug screams in pure terror, shouting that Alex isn't a human, but a literal devil. Alex's dark silhouette stands enveloped by a swirling aura of violent energy. As the desperate accusation echoes through the halls, he slowly raises his hand. Without a single shred of mercy, Alex declares a final judgment. Not a single soul in this place is leaving alive tonight. A catastrophic blast erupts from his palm, completely ripping through the entire corridor. The remaining thugs flee in absolute terror, crying out for backup. As the dark curse energy violently expands right behind them, Alex calmly stalks forward without a single hint of haste, while ominous sword shadows trail along the walls in his wake. One desperate survivor bolts down the stairs with Alex following closely behind him. Alex warns him that running is futile, muttering to himself that he needs to fix his body's internal balance. His crimson eye sharpens with lethal intent as he senses a powerful presence waiting just ahead. Suddenly, Zugo, the black market's #1 elite fighter, steps out from the shadows, coolly commenting that it has been a very long time since anyone had the balls to cause trouble on his turf. He eyes Alex intently, questioning what kind of twisted secret the brat is hiding. Watching the boy closely, he notes with mild surprise that Alex is somehow still standing despite the horrific toll on his body. Alex suddenly blitzes forward, prompting Zugo to warn him that he's going to suffer a slow, agonizing death. Their opening clash triggers a violent shockwave, completely tearing through the structure of the corridor. Alex instantly chains burning reincarnation and fleeting dance together, causing a torrent of volatile energy to erupt wildly around his entire body. Zugo bursts out laughing, immediately recognizing him as a forbidden curse master, foolish enough to sacrifice his own life expectancy just for a temporary boost in strength. Their weapons collide at extreme, point-blank range, sending violent shockwaves exploding outward between them. The raw impact sends Alex flying backward, slamming him hard into the reinforced corridor wall. Alex braces himself against the rubble, realizing he is dealing with a truly monstrous opponent. Zugo, a highly seasoned level 42 awakened warrior. Zugo mocks his desperate struggle, questioning why a pathetic curse master is trying so hard to play with the sword. Suddenly, a blinding crimson slashes tears through the air, directly between them. The blade rips deep into Alex's chest, sending a spray of blood everywhere. The exact moment the hit connects, Alex is sent flying through the air once more, slamming violently across the cold pavement. Zugo steps forward barefoot, pressing his tactical advantage without a single moment of hesitation. He looks down on his prey, telling Alex that the previous strike was merely a warning shot, and that he is already completely outmatched. Analyzing the flow of the battle, Zugo calmly points out that Alex's amateur sword skills are completely full of openings during close-quarters combat. Alex struggles back to his feet, admitting that his lack of options forced his hand, while his horrific flesh wounds rapidly stitch themselves back together. Preparing to escalate the fight, Alex begins selecting which vital organ to sacrifice next. Alex steadies his footing as crackling, chaotic lightning gathers around his blade. A colossal bolt of divine blue thunder crashes down from above, entirely engulfing the battlefield. Zugo's eyes widen in absolute shock as the apocalyptic attack strikes him dead on. The lightning violently detonates, hurling his broken body backward through the air. The entire corridor is left deeply scarred and scorched, as the residual electric force slowly dissipates into the smoke. Standing in the center of the ruined corridor, Alex catches his breath and quietly admits that his mechanical sword skills are definitely still lacking. He slowly makes his way down the stairs, noting that sacrificing multiple organs simultaneously has left his head spinning with severe dizziness. Meanwhile, deep within the facility, Kenna relaxes comfortably on a lavish bed with his girlfriend. When she nervously asks if there's some kind of trouble brewing downstairs, he casually feeds her fruit, acting as if absolutely nothing serious is happening. In the very next fraction of a second, Alex bursts straight through the concrete wall in a violent flash of lightning, roaring out Kenna's name. Kenna merely scoffs, mockingly asking the boy where Zugo is. The moment he sets eyes on him, without missing a beat, Alex lunges forward, fiercely declaring that Kenta is next on his death list. Completely unfazed, Kenna casually raises a single arm to block the incoming strike. The sheer impact snaps his head violently to the side, yet his body remains completely rooted to the spot. Then, in the blink of an eye, Kenna drives his hand forward, seizing Alex by the throat and halting his momentum. With absolute, monstrous physical strength, Kenta effortlessly tosses Alex aside like a rag doll, declaring that he has wasted enough of his precious time. But as he turns to walk away, he suddenly freezes in his tracks, looking back in sheer bewilderment. Alex slowly rises back to his feet as his horrific injuries rapidly stitch themselves together right before his eyes. Absolute shock spreads across Kenta's face as the impossible reality sinks in. Alex is still very much alive. Without a shred of hesitation, Alex willingly sacrifices his own left eye and coldly asks the Underground King if he's finally finished playing around. Alex activates Eyes of Eternal Freeze, instantly causing a pitch-black circular domain to expand across the room. A torrent of glacial blue energy surges forward, tightly locking onto Kenta's body and freezing him in place. Alex steps closer, glaring with his remaining eye, and demands to know where Uncle Gene is being held. Kenta grits his teeth, stubbornly insisting that he will never reveal a single thing. The freezing curse violently intensifies, completely sealing Kenta's arms in solid ice. As the ruthless boss cries out in pure agony, suddenly, a battered body tumbles out of a hidden closet, crashing heavily onto the hardwood floor. Kenta's girlfriend storms into the room, dragging Gene up by the collar and threatening to blow his brains out if Alex doesn't release her man. Kenta scoffs at the sight, mockingly telling her to drop the pathetic, righteous act. Alex warns the woman to step back and calmly proposes a clean hostage exchange. Completely ignoring his words, she screams for Alex to die and opens fire, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Alex grimaces in pain as a fresh trail of blood streams down his chest, but he forcefully steadies his posture. Nearby, Kenta's girlfriend frantically shouts Kenna's name while keeping her gun pressed against Gene. However, her face instantly turns pale when Alex suddenly materializes right behind her silhouette. With a fluid, casual motion, Alex effortlessly disarms her, sending the firearm flying across the room. Ominous blue curse energy tightly wraps around her wrists, causing her to shriek in pure terror. Desperate, Kenta shouts at Alex to take his life instead, frantically barking that his girlfriend knows absolutely nothing about their operations. In the next instant, Alex flashes forward, his blade leaving a clean arc that severs Kenta's head from his shoulders. Without even breaking his stride or slowing down, Alex walks past the falling corpse, dryly remarking that all this screaming is getting on his nerves. Alex stands over Kenta's lifeless body and sharply cuts her off, telling her to shut her mouth and stop making a scene. Kenta's girlfriend stares in paralyzed horror after witnessing her powerful lover get decapitated, weakly asking if she's going to be executed next. Alex looks at her calmly, stating that he doesn't slaughter women, before shattering her bindings. Ordering her to clear out, she is left entirely speechless, trembling and unable to comprehend her mercy. High above the city streets, billowing pillars of curse energy surge into the dark night sky as Alex burns the entire syndicate hideout to the ground. Later, back at the luxurious Gene family estate, Mr. Gene is shown resting safely in his quarters, a collective sigh of relief washing over the room. Lying comfortably in his bed, the old man stares at the ceiling, utterly stunned that he managed to survive the night, while Alex stands calmly by his bedside to reassure him. Weakly, Gene asks how Alex could possibly have saved him after he lost consciousness. Alex plays it cool, admitting he doesn't know all the minor details, falsely explaining that a powerful friend of his was the one who rescued Gene from Kenta's clutches, and completely obliterated the underground black market. When Gene inquires about the legendary Lingya, Alex acts clueless, claiming he doesn't know much about it, and instead encourages Gene to just focus on resting up for the upcoming final exam. Suddenly, John arrives with a squad of federal investigators, blocking Alex's path, and coldly declaring that the boy isn't going anywhere. He flashes his badge, identifying his rank, and explicitly explains that Alex is officially being detained under heavy suspicion of being directly connected to a high-profile mass murder case in the city. Alex is caught completely off guard, realizing that John moved much faster than he had anticipated. As the sudden arrest unfolds, Jean desperately calls out, reminding Alex to ensure his family bails him out immediately. The tense moment ends with the heavy, definitive sound of handcuffs clicking shut. Meanwhile, Zora rushes over to Nini, urgently telling her that there is monumental news regarding Alex. She immediately perks up, asking if the boy was finally found hiding downstairs. Zora hesitates quietly for a second, clearing his throat awkwardly, before revealing the absolute bombshell that Alex single-handedly slaughtered Kenta, admitting that even he never expected the kid to possess such monstrous power. The imposing facade of the Core Investigation Bureau building appears on screen. As the high-stakes interrogation moves forward, Alex sits quietly in handcuffs inside the dim room as Leon, a corrupt agent secretly working with the gangs, enters and walks menacingly toward him. Leon fiercely warns Alex to start talking before his defense lawyer arrives. But Alex remains tight-lipped, utterly refusing to give him an answer. Completely losing his patience, Leon grabs him by the collar, mocking his arrogant attitude. He aggressively demands to know the exact location of the stolen item. Yet Alex remains entirely unfazed by the intimidation. In a literal split second, Alex violently strikes back, using his shifting momentum to slam Leon face first onto the hard floor, demanding to know what kind of item Kenta took in the first place. Alex looks up with a look of pure irritation on his face, genuinely confused by all this aggressive talk about a mysterious key. Piecing it together, Alex openly admits that he does indeed possess the key, but smugly points out that it's obviously not on his person right now. He cryptically explains that the item is actually hidden safely within the Investigation Bureau itself, claiming he will gladly hand it over under one condition. Without giving any warning, Alex delivers a crushing blow that knocks Leon down, leaving him bleeding on the floor as the other guards shout in absolute shock. Standing victoriously over the corrupt agent, Alex casually asks if he can finally make his one phone call, while a groaning Leon mutters that all of this horrific physical pain could have easily been avoided. Alex lowers his head, his eyes darkening as he whispers to himself that he will make sure to repay today's brutal treatment many times over. 10 minutes later, heavy footsteps echo down the corridor as an influential figure arrives. Leon looks up from the floor, his eyes widening in total surprise as he recognizes Zora. Zora calmly tells Leon to clear out of the room, confidently stating that the key is already securely in his hands. As Alex watches this unexpected development unfold, he feels incredibly confused, narrowing his eyes as a chilling thought crosses his mind, realizing that he might be hopelessly caught in the middle of some sinister conspiracy. Zora explains that he has his own personal motives for stepping in, warning that if the world found out about Alex's undying body, he would become a prime target for every hunter alive. Alex remains completely silent as his mind races, briefly calculating whether he should just kill Zora right here to keep his ultimate secret safe. Instead, he casually scratches his head and plays dumb, asking what Zora even means by an undying body. Zora merely smiles and calmly explains that he noticed Alex's deadly killing intent was never actually directed at him, which only proves his theory that the boy possesses an undying body. Alex narrows his eyes, bluntly asking what he's really after, just as Zora catches him off guard by offering to take him on as his personal disciple. Alex freezes, completely stunned by the sudden proposal of becoming the legendary master's disciple. Zora coughs weakly, explaining that his own time in this world is rapidly running out, which is exactly why he needs someone as capable as Alex to carry this heavy responsibility. Alex then questions why the mysterious key is currently in his possession, asking why it wasn't just handed over to Leon earlier. Zora pulls out another object and hands it over, explaining that the previous one was a mere fake, while this item is the actual, authentic ancient apocalypse key. He goes on to detail the dark lore, explaining that according to ancient legends, this very key once unleashed catastrophic demonic beings alongside 7 mythical ancient artifacts. Zora explains that these forbidden ancient artifacts are currently scattered across the corners of the world, and each one holds an unimaginable, godlike level of power. He then drops a massive revelation, explaining that the ancient apocalypse key is the only thing capable of unlocking those terrifying sealed gates. Zora looks Alex dead in the eye, asking if he's truly ready to become his disciple and see this monumental task through to the absolute end, praising his limitless potential and bright future. Zora adds that there is one final, deeply personal matter he needs to entrust to him, With a serious expression, Zora asks Alex to look after Nini and protect her once he passes away. Alex hesitates, finding himself completely at a loss for words at first. Brushing off the grim tone, he assures Zora that a powerful man like him will definitely live a long life. Zora chuckles softly, noting that Nini still has a lot of growing up to do, so there's really no need to rush into things just yet. The scene fades out with a panoramic view of the estate as they prepare to depart. Later, Nini reacts in absolute, furious disbelief, demanding to know how on earth her father could ever accept a total nobody like Alex as his disciple. Alex calmly looks at her, telling her that if she has a problem, she should go ask her father directly. Infuriated, she storms straight towards Zora, angrily demanding to know why this random stranger is suddenly living in their house. Zora firmly shuts her down, explaining that Alex is now his official disciple and defending the boy's honor, stating that he is far stronger than he appears on the surface. Nini scoffingly laughs it off and mocks Alex right to his face, calling him nothing more than a pathetic coward and a total fraud. Nini declares that Alex has absolutely no right to be in her home and fiercely commands him to pack his things and leave. Completely unfazed, Alex turns to his new master and calmly asks if he's absolutely sure he wants him to protect a brat like her. Zora interrupts the bickering, reminding them that the grand final test is almost upon them, before handing Alex a beautifully crafted small box, explaining that the contents inside might prove incredibly useful during the trials. Alex pops the latch open, peering inside the box. With a puzzled expression, entirely unsure of what this mysterious item is supposed to be. Zora then explains that Alex's current appearance is merely a disguise, warning that his true, overwhelming presence will be completely exposed the moment it is removed. As Alex walks forward, Luke spots him and loudly calls out his arrival. He pulls Alex aside, mentioning he heard the rumors about Alex finally taking on a master, and breathes a sigh of relief that the entire legal mess has already been sorted out. Suddenly, Nini storms over, angrily pointing her finger at Alex and accusing him of shamelessly tricking her father. Before things can escalate further, the scene abruptly shifts to a violent flashback, as fresh blood splatters brutally against the side of a nearby transit bus. Shortly after, Principal Gosh stands tall before the gathered crowd of students, delivering an inspiring speech to encourage everyone to give their absolute all in the upcoming final test. The hyped-up students clench their fists in determination as roaring cheers erupt across the courtyard. 30 minutes later, the colossal Kora City Gate looms into view. As the caravan of buses pulls up below, Alex stares up at the massive, towering structure, remarking to himself that it's his very first time seeing it in person. He turns back, firmly reminding Luke to stick by his side and follow their strategy to the letter. Right on cue, the chief facilitator steps forward to take the microphone, loudly announcing to the crowd that the mythical gate is finally opening, commanding every single candidate to brace themselves for the brutal trial ahead. The earth violently cracks and trembles as thick clouds of dust billow around the frame of the gate. The moment the massive portals slide fully open, the entire vanguard of candidates surges forward, signaling that the high-stakes final test has officially commenced. Luke eagerly rushes ahead of the pack, confidently shouting back that he won't be losing to Alex today. Up on the observation deck, elite onlookers watch the screen, discussing just how many exceptional candidates might actually qualify for the prestigious Dasha Academy this year. Principal Gosh observes the monitors in intense silence, coldly reminding his colleagues not to get their hopes up or get too confident just yet. Suddenly, a foul, nauseating stench fills the entire atmosphere, and the advancing students quickly realize it's coming from a massive pile of rotting demon beast corpses. Without warning, a bloodthirsty, gargantuan demon lizard emerges from the shadows and lets out a deafening roar, instantly sending the front lines into a state of sheer panic. The monstrous creature charges blindly into the crowd, causing terrified students to scream at the top of their lungs and scatter in all directions. Watching from a safe distance, a few arrogant high-level students scoff, remarking that the demon lizard is only a petty level 5, and nowhere near dangerous enough to make them break a sweat. Completely ignoring their useless chatter, Alex suddenly dashes forward at blinding speed, fiercely shouting for everyone to get the hell out of his way. With one fluid motion, Alex cleanly cleaves the giant demon lizard in half with a single, devastating sword strike. The observing principals watching from the monitors stare in absolute, paralyzed disbelief, stammering about how terrifyingly sharp and overpowered his weapon truly is. Alex then casually turns around, calling a stunned Luke over to quickly secure the final blow. Luke steps forward, driving his weapon down to deliver the killing strike, successfully confirming the kill as a massive wave of shared experience points splits evenly among their team. Nini watches his performance with razor-sharp focus, narrowing her eyes as she fiercely declares that this time, she will undeniably surpass Alex and leave him in the dust. Alex systematically cuts down the remaining hordes of demon beasts like wheat, as a non-stop barrage of glowing system experience notifications floods their vision. In no time at all, Luke officially reaches level 8, stuttering in disbelief at the absurd, lightning-fast speed at which he is leveling up. Alex sharply cuts in, telling him to stop celebrating and keep his guard up, noting that this particular zone has merely been cleared for now. Luke then asks if they should push even deeper into the zone, now fully confident that even level 20 demon beasts will end up running away from him. Meanwhile, up in the towering Academy observation structure, the principals closely monitor the feeds and note that Alex has already comfortably secured his entry into the prestigious Dacia Academy, leaving them to question why he is still recklessly pushing deeper into the danger zone. Unaware of the eyes on them, Alex and Luke sprint through the dense forest without slowing down for a second. Suddenly, their path is completely cut off, as a horde of fierce demon beasts bursts out from the brush and roars right at them. Alex sharply warns Luke that these level 20 beasts are a whole different story, and commands him to stay on high alert. Right then, he suddenly clutches his chest as a fresh stain of blood spreads across his clothes, bitterly admitting to himself that his lifespan sword is reaching its absolute limit. But in the next instant, forbidden power violently erupts, and a catastrophic bolt of lightning slams down from above. Luke watches in absolute shock as the formidable level 20 demon beasts are completely wiped out in a single flash. Suddenly, Examiner Kyle materializes on the battlefield and strictly orders them a halt, sternly warning that intentionally interfering with the parameters of the test is strictly forbidden. Alex nods in agreement, stating that they really can't afford to venture any deeper anyway, realizing that they are right on the verge of stepping entirely outside the designated test zone. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens to a point as his instincts spike with a sense of pure danger. Alex barks at Luke to watch his back, sensing a monstrous presence rapidly closing in on their position. Luke completely dismisses the warning with a laugh, claiming he won't fall for such a cheap scare tactic. But in the very next fraction of a second, a monstrous level 33 goblin hero bursts out from the shadows, letting out a deafening roar as it launches a savage attack. Kyle instantly identifies the high-level monster and screams at the boys to turn around and run for their lives. The massive goblin hero slams its weapon violently into the ground, sending a massive shockwave and heavy debris flying in all directions. Alex instinctively steps right in front of Luke to shield him from the impact, fiercely telling him to escape immediately while he stays behind to hold the monster off. Luke reluctantly begins to back away, but as he tries to protest, Alex orders him to shut up and just get out of there. Now, facing the towering, high-level monster completely on his own, Alex realizes that actually killing this thing would force him to completely expose his true, god-level power to the proctors. Left with no choice, Alex activates a dark forbidden spell and initiates the mandatory physical sacrifice, causing an ominous, suffocating aura of power to surge wildly around his body. Suddenly, Luke unexpectedly steps forward to cover him, bravely holding the front line to buy him time. At the same time, Kyle is violently knocked off balance by the goblin hero's relentless counterattack. Alex reacts in a literal blink of an eye, lunging forward to grab a hold of Kyle, and dragging him out of harm's way just a split second before a fatal blow connects. A massive torrent of divine blue lightning then crashes down from the heavens, as Alex finalizes the chant, bringing the full, devastating weight of the spell straight down on top of the goblin hero. The blinding light generated from Alex's catastrophic lightning attack slowly begins to fade away, revealing that the incredibly resilient goblin hero is somehow still standing on its feet. In his thoughts, Alex bitterly wishes that Kyle had just been knocked unconscious by the blast, so that he could finally stop holding back and fight this monster with his absolute, unrestricted power. Moments later, a reinforcement squad consisting of 2 high-ranking examiners arrives on the scene. Scarlet sharply demands a status report on the situation, while Anton barks orders at the examinees to evacuate the immediate area at once. Alex quickly agrees, stating that he will personally carry the severely injured examiner back to safety. As he lifts the proctor, Alex is suddenly struck by a reckless urge to try out a new ability, deciding that this is the perfect opportunity to test the mysterious illusion skin skill on his unconscious body. He pulls out the mysterious mask and quickly puts it on, perfectly mimicking Kyle's face to completely conceal his identity. Meanwhile, Scarlet suggests they take down the goblin hero as fast as possible, right until something unexpected catches Anton's attention. Alex suddenly bursts back onto the battlefield to provide backup, still pretending to be Kyle. Blinding lightning crackles wildly around his body, as Alex arrogantly tells the two examiners to sit back and watch him slaughter the goblin. Without a single moment of hesitation, he unleashes the forbidden skill called Eternal Arrow, instantly wiping out the monstrous beast. Glowing system notifications then flood his vision, officially confirming the successful kill of the level 33 goblin hero. As the heavy dust settles, Alex notices a rare item dropped by the monster and smirks in pleasant surprise. Anton angrily confronts Alex, furiously accusing him of recklessly interfering in their fight. Alex casually shrugs it off, telling them there's no need to make such a massive fuss, even joking that they should be thanking him for being so incredibly kind. Scarlet scoffs at the arrogant remark and tells Anton to just forget about it for now. Slipping away into the brush, Alex removes the mask, muttering that they'll never be able to track him down after this. The scene then transitions to a digital map of the outskirts forest, specifically highlighting the coordinates of the final test teleportation gate. The real examiner Kyle is still lying completely unconscious on the grass, while Alex sits comfortably right beside him, casually commenting to himself that the illusion skin works like an absolute charm. Pulling out his new talisman, he realizes it possesses a unique property that allows experience points to be shared over long distances. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes from a nearby clearing. Only moments later, Luke comes sprinting through the thick forest in a state of pure panic, with a terrifying monster hot on his heels. The monstrous Anubis charges forward, bringing its weapon down with absolute, crushing force. Luke loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs as the lethal attack is about to split him in half. But in the very next instant, Alex materializes out of nowhere, grabbing Luke and pulling him to safety. Alex calmly tells him to relax and stop panicking, falsely explaining that the dangerous goblin hero from earlier had already been taken care of by the other high-ranking examiners. He then firmly tells Luke to sit still and not move an inch, as he gently checks over his friend's severely injured hand. Suddenly, another Anubis brings its massive weapon crashing down, causing Luke to yell out a frantic warning. In response, Alex instantly activates a forbidden sword skill, causing a torrent of malevolent dark energy to violently explode right from his blade. A mere fraction of a second later, the system notifications chime, confirming that the level 13 Anubis soldier has been completely obliterated, and a massive chunk of experience points has been gained. Luke stares blankly at the floating text in absolute shock, as he finally realizes that the symbiotic talisman has been triggered. Alex then looks at him with a straight face and tells him it's time to go kill a boss on his own, leaving Luke thoroughly confused. Alex commands Luke to stop clinging to his side, explaining that they urgently need to split up and farm monsters separately if they want to completely maximize the shared experience effect of the artifact. Luke hesitates for a moment, but ultimately nods in agreement, sheepishly admitting that there honestly aren't that many high-level monsters he can handle on his own. Right on cue, a ferocious werewolf lets out a blood-curdling roar and charges directly toward the group, instantly drawing everyone's undivided attention. In the very next fraction of a second, Alex vanishes into thin air, reappearing with unbelievable, blinding speed. A colossal bolt of blue lightning slams down from the heavens, as he instantly obliterates 3 werewolves simultaneously, leaving every single spectator staring in absolute shock. The stunned onlookers suddenly realize Alex is the legendary forbidden spellcaster, openly questioning how he can butcher high-level monsters so incredibly fast. They look closer, noticing his flesh rapidly regenerating, and point out that the unique equipment on his wrist must be what's restoring his health. Alex keeps his mouth shut, remaining completely silent, thinking to himself that he must protect the secret of his immortal body at all costs. Suddenly, a ferocious level 20 Minotaur emerges from the thicket and charges forward, as the terrified crowd cries out in pure fear. The entire group scatters in a frantic panic, screaming at the top of their lungs that this monster can kill any of them in a single blow. Alex merely scoffs and laughs as he stands fearlessly right before the towering level 20 Minotaur. In the next instant, He launches himself straight up into the air, with torrents of blue energy streaking wildly behind him. Suspended high airborne, Alex draws his glowing blade, calculating a decisive, fatal strike on the beast below. Watching from the sidelines, Luke looks on in sheer disbelief, as his own level violently surges from the massive influx of experience gained through Alex's kill. Meanwhile, in the observation deck, Principal Gosh closely monitors every single movement through a high-tech tracking screen. Gosh lets out a heavy, solemn sigh, commenting that if Alex hadn't awakened as a cursed forbidden spellcaster, he could have easily gone down in history for defeating such a powerful monster. A decorative fan snaps open during the examination, as Ben speaks up, pointing out that leaving the starting zone late was actually a blessing in disguise. With the majority of the lethal danger now completely cleared out, the group eagerly rushes through the dense forest toward the primary teleportation gate. As they sprint across the terrain, Alex quickly checks his system status sheet and realizes he has successfully hit level 18. Alex stands before the colossal, glowing portal and declares that it is finally time to cross over into the final examination zone. Taking a deep breath, he steps forward, placing his boot firmly onto the ancient stone path. As he strides ahead, confidently, a thick wave of dark, malevolent energy pulses wildly behind his silhouette. Looking up at the massive, imposing structure towering right in front of him, Alex quietly wonders to himself if this place truly is the legendary final examination zone. Alex officially crosses the threshold into the final examination zone, instantly realizing just how many elite candidates from other cities have already gathered here. Luke excitedly runs up to praise his prowess, loudly bragging to everyone around that he has already miraculously skyrocketed to level 15. Nearby, Nini pouts and bitterly complains that she only managed to gain a measly 2 levels, despite fighting her absolute heart out, though she quickly shakes off her frustration. Suddenly, a powerful examiner materializes on the platform, strictly commanding all test takers to remain completely silent. Chief Examiner Yuan steps forward, boisterously welcoming all the young candidates, before formally declaring that the final, ultimate test has officially begun. He explains that the dense forest outside the city walls was merely the entrance, stating that only the elites who survived that brutal journey are permitted to stand here. The colossal arena gate slowly grinds open, as he announces that this final exam is strictly divided into 2 distinct parts. He then introduces the comprehensive assessment and the arena ring battle as the definitive final stages of the trial. Securing a dominant victory in the ring can award a candidate up to 150 points, which will ultimately decide who walks away as the top scorer of the year. Yuan firmly declares that utilizing any special external items is strictly forbidden, sternly warning that anyone caught violating this rule will face immediate disqualification. The candidates quickly fall into line as the comprehensive assessment officially kicks off. Standing completely still, Alex finds himself enveloped by crackling, erratic lightning, whispering to himself that the defining moment has finally arrived. He tightens his fist in determination, resolving to rewrite his own destiny today. The massive gate stands wide open, signaling the start of the trial. Meanwhile, Yuan reviews the roster of the remaining test takers. Gina, the prestigious Supreme Academy Supervisor, arrives late to the booth and offers a brief apology for the delay, as residual magical energy trails gracefully around his body. Yuan dismissively waves his apology off, inquiring if there are any candidates who have yet to be accounted for. After thoroughly reviewing the magical records, Gina notes that only a few highly unusual anomaly cases remain on the list, specifically highlighting Alex, who is currently sitting at level 18. He then remarks that despite the boy being a cursed forbidden spellcaster, Alex will still be readily accepted into the ranks of the Supreme Academy. Yuan sighs, remarking that it is an absolute tragedy for Alex to be a forbidden spellcaster, as Korra would have otherwise gained a legendary, once-in-a-generation talent. Suddenly, Alex's official test results are projected on the main screen, as his comprehensive assessment score flashes for everyone to see. Up in the observation lounge, the elite examiners frantically discuss how incredibly bizarre it is for a mere forbidden spellcaster to possess such an absurdly high baseline of physical strength. The automated system announcement then introduces the 3rd stage of the evaluation, instructing all remaining candidates to unleash their single strongest offensive skill. Alex studies his palm, contemplating whether he should unleash his godly chaos thunder, but knowing that doing so would completely expose his forbidden identity. Instead, Alex decides to manifest only the smallest fraction of his thunder, subtly activating the internal sacrifice required to fuel the spell. His body slowly hovers into the air, as a torrent of blinding blue lightning engulfs his silhouette and slams violently into the target below. Watching the spectacle from the sidelines, the proctors are left utterly paralyzed with shock, realizing that an attack from a candidate below level 25 should never be capable of this much sheer destruction. The other students shout in disbelief, pointing out that Alex is only level 18, frantically questioning how the entire target area was wiped off the map in a single blow. The terrifying realization rapidly spreads through the crowd that Alex is actively casting forbidden spells. Right in the middle of the final exam, ominous, lightning-scorched shadows remain etched into the ground, as Alex calmly walks through the center of the completely devastated testing area. The catastrophic, destructive force finally settles as the residual electric energy slowly fades into the air. Suddenly, a series of glowing system notifications flashes before his eyes, officially confirming that Alex secured a perfect, flawless score across every single stage of the comprehensive assessment. Yuan shakes his head, commenting on how genuinely terrifying Alex's strength is for someone his age. Another instructor turns to Yuan, breaking the silence to ask if they should artificially crank up the difficulty of the final stage just for him. The board of instructors begins to argue back and forth over whether Alex should even be accepted, grimly pointing out that forbidden spellcasters only gain their monstrous power by burning through their own lifespan. Yuan stares down at the brilliant results, quietly agreeing that it truly is an absolute tragedy. Meanwhile, deep inside the final examination zone, the surviving candidates continue to push forward. Luke rushes over to Alex, proudly bragging at the top of his lungs that he just scored a whopping 96 points. Alex looks at him sideways, asking why it wasn't a perfect 100, prompting Luke to bitterly complain about getting points docked during the brutal combat evaluation. Suddenly, the official leaderboards flash on the screens, placing Alex dead first with a flawless maximum score. The automated system announcement echoes through the arena, stating that any student who scored 85 points or higher has the option to pack up and leave right now, though doing so means they completely forfeit their chance in the upcoming arena ring battle. Furious, Nini steps out of the crowd, fiercely questioning why she was ranked entirely below Alex, when she had also achieved a perfect maximum score. The entire arena instantly erupts into heated arguments, with students shouting complaints about unfair treatment and blatant discrimination. Yuan sharply cuts off the noise, commanding everyone to shut up and look at the main screen. The examinees look up, praising Nini's skill, but instantly admitting that Alex is just in a league of his own, after witnessing him obliterate a level 25 demonic flame wolf with a single ability. The crowd screams in absolute, utter disbelief, as the footage shows Alex wiping out a demonic flame wolf in less than a single second. As they watch the slowed-down replay over and over, the truth finally sinks in, and they understand exactly why Alex claimed the #1 spot, even though both of them technically had perfect scores. Yuan turns back to the crowd, asking with a stern glare if anyone still has a single objection to the final test rankings. Nini stands frozen, completely speechless, as the examiner announces that all candidates with 85 points or above can now take a break and prepare their minds for the upcoming tournament. Up in the VIP booth, the principals gossip about the final rankings, noting with pride that Alex effortlessly locked down the first-place position, meaning both of the top scorers originally hailed from Korra Academy. Principal Gosh bursts into a proud laugh, praising the Academy's unbelievable stroke of luck this year. However, the other principals quickly warn him not to celebrate his victory too early, reminding him that the live tournament is where the real, blood-soaked testing begins. Half an hour later, Nini and Alex cross paths in the corridor, walking past one another in a tense, deathly silence without uttering a single word. Nini fiercely clenches her fist, swearing to herself that she will absolutely crush Alex when they meet in the brackets. Alex catches her glaring, noticing that something is deeply off with her aura, and wonders what her problem is. Suddenly, the stadium loudspeakers announce the official rules of the tournament, explaining the random lottery matchmaking format and the brutal single-elimination advancement system. The massive holographic matchup board spins, revealing Alex as seed number 18, set to square off against number 86. As Luke loudly cheers him on, Alex casually mentions that he's heading out to the stage, The examiner commands both competitors to declare their class. In current level, the exact moment the match begins. A water mage steps up, arrogantly telling him to just give up and surrender, despite openly acknowledging that the boy is strong. Without giving any sort of emotional reaction, Alex simply raises his hand as destructive lightning begins to gather at his fingertips. In the very next fraction of a second, a massive bolt of blue lightning slams down, violently ripping through the entire arena. The entire battlefield is completely swallowed by a blinding flash of light, as the spectating crowd watches the display in utter disbelief. Stunned students gasp in horror and stumble backward, watching the lightning crash down and entirely overwhelm Bay. The cracked arena ground fractures even further as the residual electric energy finally fades away. The examiner immediately leaps into the ring, sternly warning Alex that killing his opponents is strictly forbidden in this tournament. Alex calmly explains that he never had any intention of killing the guy, stating that he merely wants Bay to throw in the towel. Completely shaken and terrified out of his mind, Bay collapses to the floor and quickly concedes the fight. In the stands, students begin to whisper in absolute shock, calling Alex a ruthless monster for literally making a water mage break down in tears. Alex calmly reiterates for Bay to just surrender, completely backing off without pressing his advantage any further. The examiner steps forward and formally announces Alex as the winner of the first round, officially awarding him 10 points. Alex turns away from the ring, thinking to himself that it was a total waste of time, watching intensely from the sidelines. Nini tightens her grip on her weapon, fiercely declaring that Alex will never defeat her. Meanwhile, on another stage, Rocky, a high-level spearman, lands a heavy blow without hesitation as Luke challenges him head-on. Laughing bitterly at his own helplessness, Luke admits that he has never experienced such a massive, overwhelming gap in levels before. The digital scoreboard scrolls by rapidly as winners are announced one after another. Soon enough, the second round of the tournament is officially declared open. Shane, a highly skilled cloud-stepping swordsman, mutes his arrogance, noting that facing someone like Alex might not be an easy task. Shane steels his resolve, insisting to himself that he will still find a way to win this fight. Alex calmly draws his blade from its sheath, instantly making Shane realize that he cannot afford to lower his guard even for a single second. Suddenly, overwhelming panic takes over, and Shane frantically shouts his surrender. He raises his hand high in the air, ending the match on the spot before a single blow is traded. Alex is left standing there, staring in absolute shock at how incredibly fast the match just ended. Shane grits his teeth as he walks away, trying to convince himself that he would have won anyway, while promising to get his revenge another day. The examiner then breaks the awkward silence, announcing that Alex wins the second round and gains another 10 points. All around the stadium, the examinees react in total disbelief, utterly shocked that Alex managed to advance in the brackets without even fighting. The third round is officially declared on the monitors, the moment he sees the new matchup format. Alex's next designated opponent instantly panics, loudly cursing his terrible luck. The examinees whisper in sheer disbelief that Alex breezed through 3 rounds, while unleashing only a single forbidden skill. The crowd's attention then shifts over to another ring, where weapons collide in a fierce, high-stakes exchange between Gerard, a skilled swordsman, and the formidable Rocky. Gerard boldly declares that his opponent is destined to taste defeat, but Rocky fires back, stating that it absolutely won't happen today. Watching the brutal clash unfold, spectators admit that watching two titans go at it is truly terrifying. Next, the crowd turns their focus to yet another intense matchup, as the sounds of clashing steel echo from the monitor. Up in the booth, Yuan turns to Gina and asks who she thinks will take the victory. And without a single moment of hesitation, she names Rocky. Right on cue, Rocky unleashes a devastating spear technique known as Shadow Cloud. Pierce, sending a torrent of dark energy crashing down that violently smashes Gerard into the stone floor. The brutal strike connects, ending the match with a dramatic splatter of blood. Moments later, the examiner announces that Alex has received a bye and will skip the 5th round, which once again catches Alex off guard as he reacts in utter surprise. But his jaw drops when he looks at the board and sees that Nini and Luke are matched against each other. Staring down Luke in the ring, Nini questions why someone of his status would choose to serve a nobody like Alex. Luke barks back loudly, proudly declaring Alex as his boss and fiercely warning everyone in the arena not to look down on him. Infuriated, Nini unleashes a relentless barrage of fiery projectiles, forcing Luke to immediately raise his guard and defend himself. The explosive flames detonate one after another, shaking the very foundation of the arena as Luke is launched into the air by a fiery eruption right beneath his feet. Struggling to close the distance, he quickly realizes he can't get anywhere near her, due to the suffocating long-range bombardment raining down from above. Nini calmly taunts him from a distance, daring him to see how much longer he can keep dodging. A massive pillar of infernal flame erupts, completely blocking Luke's path of advance. He is forced to jump directly onto the rising column of fire, barely evading a direct hit from the explosive blast beneath him. Knowing deep down that he can't keep playing defense forever, Luke resolves that it's time to launch a desperate counterattack. With a single, powerful sword slash, he attempts to cleave straight through the oncoming flames from above. Nini remains perfectly composed, coldly observing the desperate effort. Luke heavily struggles to catch his breath, yet he stubbornly insists on continuing the battle. Nini scolds him for his foolish stubbornness, instantly unleashing an even more massive surge of roaring flames, while commanding him to throw in the towel. The wall of fire completely engulfs Luke, as she fiercely warns that anyone who dares to underestimate her will pay a heavy price. Watching from the sidelines, Alex quietly remarks that Luke is clearly outmatched in this fight. The examiners lean forward as the sea of flames surges wildly, instantly sensing that Luke is right on the verge of total defeat. His silhouette is quickly swallowed up by the inferno, as the scorching fire closes in from all sides. Suddenly, Nini spots something in the smoke and shouts in absolute shock, realizing that Luke is pushing his battered body far beyond its absolute limits. Luke violently bursts right out of the flames and charges forward to ambush her. He lets out a roaring scream as his weapon strikes home, making it crystal clear to her that this opening hit was merely a warning shot. Staggering heavily on his feet, Luke breaths heavily and warns Nini not to push his hand any further. His legs finally give out, and he crashes heavily to the ground, prompting a panicked Alex to instantly rush over to the ring, calling out his name. The arena officials immediately shout for the medical squad to step in, as the situation on the arena floor turns incredibly critical. Alex kneels anxiously beside Luke, desperately telling him to hold on, while frantically checking the severity of his gruesome injuries. Standing nearby, Nini looks down in genuine remorse and softly apologizes, tearfully admitting that she never intended for their duel to escalate this horribly. The head examiner examines the boy and confirms that Luke is at least out of mortal danger, but warns that he has sustained horrific burns and must be rushed to the hospital immediately. With the medical emergency cleared, the stadium's attention shifts back to the quarter-final matchups, as the next round of high-stakes battles is blasted over the loudspeakers. Up in the booth, the VIP principals debate whether Rocky is guaranteed to take the win, and one of them proudly answers with absolute, unwavering confidence. However, the other academy principals sharply disagree with the sentiment, insisting that a mere level 18 forbidden spellcaster won't even survive a single high-tier spell from Rocky. Principal Gosh forcefully cuts off the bickering arguments, pointing toward the stadium floor and announcing that the highly anticipated round is finally starting. Rocky strides confidently onto the arena stage, loudly declaring that he finally gets to put Alex in his place. He arrogantly boasts that as long as he puts an end to Alex's lucky streak right here, the title of this year's ultimate top scorer will undeniably belong to him. Alex fires back, coolly questioning where Rocky gets off being so overconfident as he slowly raises his own weapon. The buzzer sounds to signal the start of the match, and Rocky charges across the ring without a single shred of hesitation. Alex casually positions his blade to block the initial devastating strike, making it completely clear to his opponent that he won't be relying on his signature forbidden spells today, openly choosing to test his raw lifespan sword skill instead. Rocky's eyes widen, completely unable to believe the absurd reality. The notorious forbidden spellcaster is actually trying to trade blows with a sword. Closing the distance up close, Rocky immediately follows up with a powerful, crushing downward strike, determined to completely overwhelm the boy's defenses. In response, Alex fiercely activates his lifespan sword skill, meeting the incoming catastrophic attack dead-on. Rocky strains under the sudden, colossal weight, crying out in shock as the sheer force of the clash drives him backward. All around the crowded arena, confused spectators loudly question why on earth Alex isn't unleashing any magic. Up in the observation lounge, the elite principals quickly deduce the terrifying truth. Alex isn't hiding a forbidden spell at all, but is instead utilizing a unique sword skill that directly drains his very own lifespan. They tensely debate just how many more times the boy can possibly keep swinging that blade, and whether sacrificing his youth is truly worth securing a fleeting victory on the battlefield. Alex relentlessly stalks forward, casually asking a sweating Rocky if he's ready to pack it in and surrender. Pushed into an absolute corner, Rocky completely snaps, furiously screaming that Alex has forced his hand. He suddenly shifts his weight, launching a desperate counteroffensive with a heavy shadow strike, bringing the full, oppressive force of his attack smashing downward. Alex's instincts suddenly spike as he senses something incredibly wrong, feeling a chilling wave of pure danger. His sharp eyes instantly lock onto a forbidden spell talisman tightly gripped in Rocky's hand, and the terrifying realization of what is about to happen hits him like a truck. Breaking the tournament rules, Rocky brings his weapon down, unleashing the catastrophic Shadow Dragon Meteor. With a clear, bloodthirsty intent to kill, the forbidden magic strikes Alex directly, drawing fresh blood on impact as a massive, violent shockwave instantly follows. The illegal spell detonates, completely tearing across the reinforced arena floor. Alex's shattered blade sinks heavily into the cracked stone ground as the smoky aftermath settles, revealing a strange black liquid dripping from his gruesome injury. He lets out a painful groan, forcefully gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain. Standing over him with an arrogant smirk, Rocky maliciously tells him that his time is up and that he should just roll over and die already. As Alex heavily lowers his head, the thousands of spectators in the stands start to question if this brutal match is finally over. The entire crowd whispers in absolute disbelief and horror, quickly realizing that Rocky had just ruthlessly utilized a forbidden spell. Talisman, an illegal item designed to inflict catastrophic damage on a target's body. The stadium examinees instantly erupt into heated, furious arguments, bitterly criticizing Yukai Academy for allowing Rocky to wield such a forbidden weapon, while others frantically shout for the medical team to rush onto the field. The stands continue to roar with controversy, loudly accusing Rocky of blatant cheating and refusing to accept Alex's clear superiority. Watching the chaotic scene unfold from the sidelines, Nini wide-eyed admits to herself that even she wouldn't have stood a single ghost of a chance at blocking that catastrophic attack. Anxiety takes over her expression as she nervously wonders if the boy has actually died, silently blaming Rocky for taking his desperate envy way too far. Rocky openly mocks his opponent, sneering that Alex is still a pathetic loser even after reaching level 18. Suddenly, Alex lifts his head and calmly asks who exactly decided that he had lost this fight, with thick blood dripping down his face, and even with his vital heart completely pierced through. He slowly hovers up into the air as his shredded flesh and bones rapidly regenerate right before their eyes. He then formally reveals the terrifying truth of his undying spell, proving to the world that true forbidden spellcasters can only ever be slain by the backfiring of their own magic. The entire stadium completely explodes in sheer shock. As the impossible reality sinks in, he is standing perfectly fine after receiving a definitive, fatal blow. Watching the spectacle with wide, analytical eyes, the elite examiners finally understand that Alex has successfully mastered a legendary forbidden spell, long thought to be lost to history, using a forbidden lifespan exchange to instantly knit together even the most lethal of wounds. Alex casually raises his hand toward the sky, calmly signaling to his trembling opponent that it's now his turn to strike. An apocalyptic, world-destroying thunder instantly crashes down from the heavens, forming a colossal, blinding pillar of pure plasma lightning. The entire arena structurally shatters as the very bedrock of the ground is torn wide open by the catastrophic strike. Watching the descending apocalypse in absolute horror, Rocky screams at the top of his lungs that this is impossible. He is instantly swallowed whole by the roaring thunder as the overwhelming attack completely vaporizes his defenses. The spectating crowd erupts into a frenzied panic, their minds thoroughly shaken by the godlike, terrifying power they had just witnessed firsthand. A panicked examiner quickly steps into the ruined ring to declare Alex the undisputed winner, frantically screaming for emergency medics to rush onto the scene. As the thick curtains of dust finally settle, Alex glances ahead, noticing the powerful academy principals watching his every move from the VIP stairs. Exchanging heavy, calculated looks, the masters quietly state that everything for their grand plan is now perfectly set. Alex suddenly coughs up a violent splatter of blood, visibly struggling to stay balanced on his feet, while all around him, the corrupt academy principals break into a heated, chaotic argument over his fate. claiming that the backlash of the forbidden spell has completely wrecked his internal organs, desperately forcing himself to remain conscious in the middle of the chaos. Alex decides to put on a show and play up his injuries to deceive everyone. Up in the stands, Principal Sue suddenly demands to file an official report, furiously accusing Yukai Academy of intentionally allowing forbidden spells to be used against a mere level 18 job changer. The other principals immediately push back against the accusation, coldly insisting that in this brutal world, only the ultimate winner matters, and that Yukai Academy has already gone way too far to back down now. Alex rests on the battered ground, reflecting to himself that this twisted final exam feels far more draining than his life-or-death struggle with Kenta. Suddenly, the sound of falling debris catches his attention, and he instinctively senses more trouble coming his way. Nini steps forward onto the arena floor, telling him to take a moment to rest and recover before they continue. Alex calmly refuses her pity, stating there's absolutely no need for her to hold back or take advantage of his state. 30 minutes later, the entire atmosphere in the stadium shifts. The automated system announcement rings out across the stadium, solemnly declaring that the final round of the tournament is about to begin, and that whoever walks away victorious will officially become this year's undisputed top scorer. Watching Alex closely from across the ring, Nini reflects on how terrifyingly dangerous his previous match truly was. Alex, in turn, narrowly stares back, thinking about the forbidden spell Rocky unleashed earlier, realizing that if that lethal strike had hit Nini instead, it could have severely injured or killed her. Without a single moment of hesitation, Nini launches herself forward, releasing a magnificent, explosive phoenix flame. The entire arena violently explodes into a sea of fire, as Alex raises his guard, bracing himself to block the blazing attack head-on. Alex twists gracefully through the air while massive waves of roaring flame crash right past him, narrowly avoiding the chain of explosions by a mere fraction of an inch. The spectating crowd grows deeply confused, loudly questioning why on earth he refuses to launch a counterattack. Nini presses forward relentlessly, confronting him face to face, and angrily demanding to know why he keeps doing nothing but dodging her strikes. Alex casually backs away once more, calmly wondering out loud if there is actually any rule in the tournament stopping him from playing defensively. With her patience running completely thin, Nini gathers an immense amount of magical power at her fingertips, fiercely declaring that she will see exactly how long he can last under her full power. A violent, towering spiral of flames erupts as Nini aggressively presses her attack once again, caught directly inside the swirling inferno. Alex analyzes the trajectory, judging the complex spell to be quite difficult to handle normally. Without hesitation, he forces his physical speed to its absolute peak and bursts into motion. A blinding, sharp streak cuts straight up through the roaring flames, completely tearing a path right through the center of the fiery vortex. Watching his blurred movement, Nini's eyes widen as she realizes just how impossibly fast Alex has become. Nini staggers backward, crying out in shock as her ultimate attack completely shatters. In a literal blink of an eye, Alex closes the distance between them, smoothly raising his blade to her throat as he calmly tells her that the match is already over. Feeling deeply humiliated, Nini completely explodes in anger, screaming at him for embarrassing her in front of the entire crowd, utterly refusing to accept her definitive defeat. Blinded by fury, she launches another desperate attack. Alex effortlessly slips past the incoming strike, silently shaking his head at just how incredibly arrogant and reckless her fighting style has become. Nini taunts him, maliciously daring him to see if he can keep dodging forever. Searing flames spiral inward as she channels a massive amount of power right at the center of the arena. The entire crowd stiffens as in suffocating, intense pressure floods the atmosphere. With a sudden, violent release, Nini unleashes Fire Tornado. Alex bursts into motion at blinding speed, slipping past the vanguard of the attack, and barely evading the raging inferno. However, Alex notices the flames unnaturally curving back toward him, instantly realizing that this attack is a homing skill locked directly onto his movements. Relentless streams of fire chase him across the floor, as he runs at absolute full speed from one end of the arena to the other. Nini screams at him to just accept his defeat, but Alex mocks her right back, dryly asking if she's just talking to herself at this point. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Alex blitzes straight through the smoke toward Nini's position. Nini grimly realizes that Relying on a homing skill against an opponent with this much speed was a fatal tactical mistake. Closing in for direct combat, Alex answers her calmly, stating that this is just basic combat knowledge that literally everyone should already know. The two rivals stand face to face, while the violent, burning vortexes continue to spin madly all around them. Her expression tightening with stubborn pride. Nini mutters that Alex is daydreaming if he thinks she's ever going to back down. She gathers the absolute last of her flames, fiercely declaring that she refuses to lose this match, even if she has to break her own body to win it. Seeing the situation rapidly spiral out of control, Nini's dad shouts in a complete panic, desperately warning his daughter not to do anything reckless. At the exact same time, high-ranking officials in the VIP stands rush forward, urgently preparing to intervene before the match ends in a double tragedy. Massive, towering columns of fire continue to tear through the arena floor. But as the pressure reaches its absolute peak, Alex suddenly closes the distance in a flash and bluntly remarks that Nini is being completely foolish. He violently grabs her wrist, forcibly disrupting her flow of mana to stop the catastrophic spell. In that exact same fluid motion, Alex throws her safely aside while triggering an internal sacrifice to shatter the remaining magic. The raging, unstable flames instantly collapse in on themselves, slamming into the ground and sending a violent earthquake shaking through the entire stadium. Suddenly, a colossal, ancient stone barrier erupts violently from the bedrock, as the forbidden spell Wailing Wall is officially activated. A terrifying, demonic stone face forms on its rugged surface, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely as an immense, crushing pressure spreads across the stadium. The ultimate defensive barrier completes its rapid rise, completely blocking the raging path of the inferno on the ground below. The spectators look up in absolute paralyzed shock, completely unable to believe that a mere examinee is capable of casting a high-level forbidden spell of this caliber. Watching the barrier hold firm against the blast, Alex tightly clenches his fist, realizing he was incredibly lucky to unlock this defensive spell when he did. Alex closes the distance and bluntly tells Nini to stop acting like a fool, mockingly pointing out how completely disheveled she looks right now. Suddenly, she lets out a painful groan as a strange, overwhelming weakness hits her entire body. Down on the sidelines, the confused spectators watch intently, openly wondering why her absolute onslaught came to a sudden, grinding halt. Instantly capitalizing on the massive opening, Alex sweeps in and effortlessly knocks her off balance. With no strength left to resist, she is sent crashing hard onto the arena floor. The entire crowd looks on in absolute bewilderment as Alex and Nini are finally separated. Watching the pathetic display from the VIP box, Zora looks clearly embarrassed by his daughter's behavior. Nini desperately calls out to Alex, stubbornly insisting that this fight isn't over yet. But before she can cause any more trouble, the head examiner loudly announces Alex as the undisputed winner of the final round, officially awarding him the last 10 points. Seeing the definitive results flash, Alex finally lets out a sigh of relief as the entire stadium erupts, celebrating him as the ultimate top scorer. As a newly crowned top scorer, Alex is formally asked which prestigious academy he wishes to join, and without a single moment of hesitation, he immediately chooses the Supreme Academy. The crowd cheers at the top of their lungs, completely oblivious to the dangerous tension brewing nearby. Deep within the shadows of the stadium, a mysterious figure radiating an incredibly unsettling presence watches his victory in dead silence. Moments later, a group of high-ranking officials steps forward, intercepting the boy, and coldly informs Alex that he is strictly barred from entering the Supreme Academy. Alex turns around in complete confusion as a massive crowd gathers, everyone thoroughly stunned by this sudden, unprecedented rejection. Gina steps up, officially stating that Alex is barred from entering the Supreme Academy, for the sole reason that he is a cursed forbidden spellcaster. Surprisingly, Alex accepts the unfair explanation without a single word of protest, quietly nodding as he says he completely understands their decision. All around them, the other examinees whisper in total confusion as to why the actual top scorer is being turned away like trash. But before the officials can finalize the ban, a booming voice suddenly echoes through the arena, stopping them dead in their tracks. Zora comes rushing over to stand right beside Alex, boldly revealing that the exact problem the Academy is so worried about has already been completely solved. A skeptical Gina looks at him, demanding to know what he means by that. Zora confidently explains that he has successfully discovered a method to drastically minimize the physical damage. incurred whenever someone casts a forbidden spell. Gina reacts in sheer disbelief, fiercely questioning if such an impossible medical miracle is even true. Zora remains perfectly composed, responding that his legendary expertise as a master astrologer gives him the unique power to heavily slow down the fatal lifespan drain, intrinsically tied to forbidden magic. Even if that's the case, Gina sharply warns him that the bylaws of the Supreme Academy strictly forbid the recruitment of any forbidden spellcasters. But Zora relentlessly refuses to back down. The spectating examinees quietly gossip among themselves, trying to guess what kind of secret past connection exists between Zora and Gina. Seeing his new master beg on his behalf, Alex tells Zora to just forget about the Supreme Academy, shrugging it off as if it's just another ordinary school anyway. Suddenly, a glowing blue figure blitzes into the arena at an extreme, blinding speed, instantly cutting off their conversation entirely. A frantic warning shout rings out for Alex to look out just as the ambush closes in on him. In the very next fraction of a second, Alex reacts instinctively, bracing himself as a volatile wave of blue energy explodes violently outward. Alex firmly catches the surprise attack head-on, glaring through the smoke to demand who dared strike him. The mysterious attacker scoffs, arrogantly claiming that a pathetic forbidden spellcaster is nothing more than temporary dust blown away by the wind. He then introduces himself as Lucas, proudly declaring he's a first year at the Supreme Academy and telling Alex he better remember his name. Gina immediately steps in to break them apart, sternly reprimanding Lucas for his reckless behavior and commanding him to apologize on the spot. Lucas merely laughs it off with a smug shrug, insisting he meant no real harm and was simply testing the caliber of Alex's supposed strength. The arena officials rush forward, anxiously asking Alex if he sustained any injuries from the blast, to which Alex coolly replies that he's perfectly fine. Alex demands an explanation for what just happened, as the rest of the group hastily regroups around him in the wake of the sudden clash. Lucas fires back with an incredibly arrogant laugh, mockingly telling Alex that he's welcome to challenge him whenever he feels like getting humiliated. Lucas adds a sinister warning, stating that if Alex actually manages to survive that long, he will definitely be waiting to exact absolute revenge. He bursts into a loud laugh, continuing to mock Alex's standing, claiming the boy won't stand a ghost of a chance at defeating him in this entire lifetime. Unfazed, Alex vows right then and there that one day, the two of them will settle this properly in a ruthless battle of life and death. Zora sharply warns him not to act so rashly, while the surrounding crowd mutters in absolute disbelief. Alex merely looks over at his new rival with a calm glare, openly questioning if Lucas truly has the spine to back up such a massive challenge. Refusing to back down in front of crowd, Lucas accepts the terms immediately, officially setting their death match for exactly 1 year from now. Alex then turns his back on him with a faint, amused smile, muttering that the Supreme Academy might actually turn out to be interesting after all. As he strides ahead, the entire stadium bursts into roaring cheers, chanting Alex's name, to honor him as Korra's absolute #1 top scorer. Later on, Alex checks on a defeated Nini, asking Zora if she's going to be all right. Zora calmly explains that his daughter's pride is simply shaken by the bitter loss, reassuring him that she'll recover soon enough. But when Alex brings up the proctor's earlier behavior, Zora hesitates before admitting that Gina was actually his very first love. At that exact moment, Nini comes walking down the stairs, completely overhearing the dramatic confession. The sudden, juicy revelation leaves Alex standing there completely and utterly stunned. Alex listens in silence as Zora lets out a heavy, nostalgic sigh, stating that the complicated story traces all the way back to his early days at the academy. Zora explains that he first met Gina when they were both young and idealistic, noting that the two of them were incredibly close for a long time, before eventually drifting apart due to their irreconcilable differences. Hearing the heartbreaking tale, Nini steps out and quietly asks if they ever managed to reconcile. Zora pauses for a long moment, staring blankly before softly admitting that they never did. Taking all of this information in, Alex quietly remarks that it really is a massive shame things had to end so tragically between them. Zora merely tells Alex to put the ancient history behind him, firmly stating that his past mistakes won't have any bearing on the boy's bright future. He then wisely advises Alex to set his sights on Daxiao Academy instead, reassuring him that the institution is a perfect match for his monstrous strength and latent potential. Alex calmly accepts the mentor's suggestion without any fuss, nodding as he states that the academy sounds perfectly fine to him. The very next day, a massive crowd of students rushes toward a towering, majestic building. Standing proudly at the main entrance, Principal Gosh boisterously announces the grand arrival of the absolute top scorers from Korra Academy. MMMLover, Gina, steps up to officially announce that Nini has been formally approved to join the prestigious Supreme Academy. Standing nearby in the spotlight, Nini quietly smirks to herself, thinking that she has finally achieved a victory over Alex. Gosh then steps in to explain that Alex will still be rightfully awarded a massive 5 million bounty as his official grand prize for being the city's top scorer. Suddenly, Wayne, the powerful Korra city lord, steps forward to personally greet Alex, openly praising his calm and exceptional temperament. As the two share a firm handshake, the surrounding crowd begins to whisper in awe, instantly sensing that City Lord Wayne already holds Alex in incredibly high regard. Alex looks at the leader and directly asks City Lord Wayne exactly when the promised 5 million reward will be officially transferred to him. Wayne lets out a smooth laugh, explaining that the massive sum is currently being processed and will be securely handed over to him in just a short moment. Right on cue, several assistants step forward from the shadows, carefully carrying the additional legendary prizes reserved exclusively for the top scorer. To everyone's absolute shock, it's revealed that Alex will also receive a rare, epic grade self-selection skill scroll. As the details of the upcoming trial are explained, stating that the top scorer realm grants total immunity from physical damage, Alex listens intently, his face tightening in pure disbelief. Alex is thoroughly stunned to learn that the mysterious top scorer realm actually provides a flawless buffer of absolute immunity to all outside damage. Wayne pats his shoulder, offering words of heavy encouragement, and stating that he has exceptionally high expectations for whatever the boy does next. Wayne then drops a bombshell, explaining that securing the absolute highest score within the realm will grant him the legendary, undisputed title of the nation's top scorer. Gripping his newly acquired reward tightly in his hand, Alex confidently declares that he will easily claim that title. Thoroughly satisfied with his drive, Wayne laughs boisterously and suggests they all gather around to take a commemorative group photo. Later, as they walk beneath the shade of the tall trees, Zora strictly warns Alex to absolutely never activate his lifespan-consuming skills while operating inside the simulated parameters of the top scorer realm. Alex answers him with a calm, analytical nod, noting that although the secret realm provides a baseline immunity to physical damage, it might not protect his soul. Zora then informs Alex that he has some urgent, private matters of his own to take care of, stating that Alex will have to continue navigating the city on his own for now. Alex calmly agrees to the arrangement, telling his master that it's absolutely no problem at all. Walking casually through the bustling, high-tech streets, Alex takes a deep breath, noting to himself that this is actually his very first time exploring Korra City. Before long, he arrives outside the grand gates of a luxurious marina building, pausing for a brief moment to take in the upscale surroundings. At the front doors, an elite receptionist quickly verifies his identity token and politely asks him to follow her inside to be escorted directly to his VIP accommodations. The receptionist politely informs Alex that the top scorer realm won't be opening just yet, reassuring him that he has more than enough time to get some well-deserved rest. Alex finally collapses onto the plush bed, letting his body relax after all the chaotic events of the day. As he holds up the legendary reward in his hand, he contemplates the upcoming challenges of the top scorer realm and considers heading back out to explore the rest of Korra City. Suddenly, an aggressive knocking echoes through the suite just as his front door begins to swing open. Alex stands up in complete confusion, wondering who on earth would be barging into a private single room like this. The heavy, demanding knocking continues to echo through the room, completely snapping Alex out of his deep thoughts. He turns toward the entryway in confusion, sharply demanding to know who's out there. As the door swings wide open, Lily, a completely unfamiliar student, stands in the hallway, intensely staring him down. Alex immediately questions her identity and demands to know why she's trespassing in his room. But before he can even process the situation, Lily suddenly lunges forward and throws a fierce punch straight at his face. Lily violently lashes out at Alex, furiously accusing him of being a liar and warning him not to play any cheap tricks on her. Seeing that words are useless, Alex decides he has no choice but to take action. In a single, seamless instant, massive, dark wooden roots violently explode from the floorboards as his realm of wood skill activates. The roots tightly bind Lily in place, causing her to panic and struggle frantically as the wooden coils constrict around her. leaving her to realize that she is completely trapped. Watching her flail around helplessly, Alex calmly explains that resisting his magic is entirely pointless, sternly ordering her to just freeze and listen. Alex then pulls out his electronic room key and holds it up, showing Lily that his designated room number is clearly 6099. Lily freezes in absolute shock when she looks down and sees that her own room card also reads 6099. Now that the bizarre misunderstanding has finally been brought to light, Alex deactivates the spell, causing the massive wooden roots to quickly reseed back into the floor. He coolly tells her to inspect the keycard with her own eyes if she still thinks he's trying to scam her. Lily stares blankly at her keycard in total confusion, suddenly noticing that her actual room number is printed quite differently. It's actually 6609. Lily looks down at the plastic keycard in sheer embarrassment, completely unable to comprehend how she could have misread the numbers so horribly. Realizing she was entirely in the wrong, she quickly bows her head, deeply apologizing for letting her temper get the best of her and acting without thinking. Alex casually waves his hand to brush the incident off, telling her to just forget about it, though he reminds her to contact the hotel staff to fix the door she just damaged. Desperate to make up for her terrible first impression, Lily falls in a step beside him as he heads out, offering to treat him to a nice dinner on her tab. As the two stroll together through the vibrant, neon-lit city streets at night, Lily introduces herself as a fellow student from Korra. Lily softly admits that she had once set her entire heart on entering the prestigious Supreme Academy, but the institution coldly refused to accept her application. Hearing this, Alex glances over at her in surprise, as she bitterly explains that the Academy will automatically reject any forbidden spellcaster, completely disregarding how exceptionally strong or talented they might actually be. Right then, Lily awkwardly stops mid-sentence as the realization hits her that Alex falls into that exact same tragic category, and trails off awkwardly, but Alex waves it off and tells her to forget about it, stating that there is absolutely no need to dwell on the past. Desperate to shift the tense mood, Lily instantly perks up and suggests heading over to a famous restaurant nearby to grab a bite. However, just as Alex and Lily arrive at the venue, an irritating voice suddenly calls out Lily's name from behind. She turns around in surprise, instantly recognizing exactly who it is. Rona, a popular entertainer, struts forward and immediately begins mocking Lily, before turning her attention to boldly flirt with Alex. Alex coldly declines her advances, calmly explaining that he is only here to enjoy a meal with his friend. Alex casually tells Rona to step back and keep her distance, bluntly insulting her by saying she has terrible bad breath. Deeply offended, Rona instantly snaps back in a fury, while Lily turns her head away, desperately struggling to hold in her laughter. Quickly regaining her composure, Rona steps forward with a mocking grin, maliciously claiming that Alex has just missed the greatest opportunity of his life. Alex ignores her dramatic tantrum completely, turning to Lily to suggest they just go eat somewhere else instead. Suddenly, a heavy figure steps directly into their path, blocking them from walking away. Xiao, an elite level 22 Angel Paladin, intervenes and aggressively commands Alex to drop to his knees and apologize to Rona, looking down on them with pure arrogance. Xiao loudly declares his utter hatred for peasants coming from insignificant backwater places. Rona then smirks at Alex, telling him he better treat this humiliating moment as a valuable lesson. Lily completely freezes in terror when she scans Xiao's high level, desperately whispering to Alex that they stand absolutely no chance against him. Hearing all of this ridiculous bravado, Alex simply scoffs, noting to himself that he absolutely despises entitled, rich punks like this guy. Xiao instantly unleashes his aura, and a radiant angel presence violently floods the entire street. Unfazed, Alex proudly declares that he's more than willing to slaughter a level 22 Angel Paladin right here. As Xiao's holy wings spread wide, radiating blinding light, the surrounding crowd gathers around the scene in absolute shock. But before things can escalate into a bloody brawl, a city investigator suddenly intervenes, sternly announcing that job changers are strictly forbidden from engaging in unauthorized street fights. Standing down, Lily turns to Alex and reminds him that the entrance to the highly anticipated top scorer realm is about to open anyway. Xiao glares back one last time, issuing a menacing warning, telling them that they better not cross paths or stir up trouble inside the top scorer realm. He then gestures for Rona to follow him, and the arrogant duo proudly walks away together. Left standing behind in the street, Lily heavily bows her head, deeply apologizing to Alex for dragging him into her family trouble yet again. Alex calmly asks who that pompous jerk was and why Rona seems to hold such a deep, toxic hostility toward her. With a quiet, defeated sigh, Lily finally reveals the truth. Rona is actually her half-sister, and their bitter, resentful conflict traces all the way back to their early childhood. To cheer her up, Alex smiles and suggests that he treat Lily to a meal this time, telling her to clear her mind and not dwell on the ugly scene from earlier. Lily looks around the lavish dining room, blinking in surprise as she realizes they are actually still going to eat here, noting that the establishment is incredibly famous and the food is top tier. The scene transitions to the third day, where the towering, majestic gates of the top scorer realm rise into view, right before the eyes of a massive, anxious crowd. Suddenly, a high-tech surveillance camera activates with a sharp, echoing beep. Zen, the head supervisor of the evaluation, addresses the gathered crowd, formally announcing that the highly anticipated top scorer realm is finally about to open its gates. Zen sternly commands everyone to steel themselves and get ready. Glancing at his massive pack of supplies, Lily turns to Alex and asks why on earth he prepared so much food. Alex explains with a perfectly calm expression that because they will be trapped inside this secret realm for several consecutive days. He simply wants to make absolutely sure they don't starve to death. But before anyone else can chime in, Zen raises a single finger to command silence, loudly announcing that there are crucial, life-saving rules everyone must follow. He then explains that once they cross the threshold into the secret realm, voluntary withdrawal is strictly forbidden, and any violation of the protocols will result in severe, irreversible consequences. Zen raises both hands, moving on to issue his second critical reminder, instantly drawing the undivided, tense attention of the entire crowd. He grimly explains that within the spatial boundaries of the secret realm, any loss of a limb is completely permanent, strongly urging every student to carry as many high-grade healing supplies as possible. Zen then drops an even more horrifying warning, stating that being swallowed alive by a demonic monster is infinitely worse, as the agonizing pain of being slowly digested is completely unbearable. Hearing these gruesome details, the testers visibly grow incredibly uneasy, suddenly realizing that the realm's protective immunity does not block physical sensation or extreme pain. Zen concludes a speech by wishing all the city top scorers the best of luck, and immediately gives the formal order to activate the massive teleportation portal. He leaves them with one final reminder. All official teams must be fully locked in before entering the vortex. Lily looks over at Alex, softly asking if the two of them should officially team up. Alex agrees to the proposal without a single moment of hesitation, dryly adding that her primary job will be carrying all of his heavy supplies. Their casual banter is suddenly cut short when an annoying contestant named Carlo chimes in, loudly pointing out that Alex is being incredibly ungentlemanly to a lady. Right at that moment, Carlo steps forward with a smug grin, offering to team up with Lily and protect her instead. In response, Lily steps forward and instantly unleashes a suffocating wave of her raw magical power, completely intimidating Carlo into backing down. Meanwhile, Rona loudly shouts across the plaza, asking which elites want to join her high-tier squad. Her arrogant words instantly attract the attention of several powerful testers. Turning his attention back to his rival, Xiao then calls out to Alex directly, looking down on him. He smugly reveals that he thoroughly investigated Alex's entire family background, harshly mocking him for being a pathetic country bumpkin from a small, irrelevant county town. Xiao stares Alex down with pure malice, declaring that this is officially his absolute last chance, demanding that Alex drop to his knees right now and beg for his forgiveness. Alex merely responds with a mocking laugh, completely brushing off the threat and openly calling the elite paladin an absolute idiot. Completely losing his control, a furious Xiao charges forward and swings his weapon wildly at his face. But before the devastating blow can land, Zen forcefully intercepts the attack, shouting at him to stand down immediately, in order to prevent things from escalating into a full-blown riot. Zen loudly bellows that the secret realm has officially opened its gates. Xiao glares at Alex, telling him to consider himself lucky for now, while sneering that they will settle their score very soon inside. From within the bustling crowd, Lily rushes over with a frantic warning, calling Xiao completely reckless and urging Alex to stay on high alert once they enter. Completely ignoring her anxiety, Alex confidently strides straight toward the glowing portal entrance. A few moments later, Alex and Lily materialize inside the realm, thoroughly surprised by how serene and peaceful the environment looks, despite the terrifying, hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive stone gargoyle crashes down from the sky, blocking their path, prompting Lily to immediately scream a warning that they're facing a dangerous level 20 monster. She instantly expands her physical size, telling Alex to stand back so he can conserve his precious strength. She fiercely mocks the gargoyle, sneering that she will crush it into absolute dust without breaking a sweat. Watching the beast prepare to strike, Alex notes that the creature fights with the pure ferocity of a demon, and decides that he isn't going to waste any of his time playing around. In the very next fraction of a second, he unleashes his catastrophic curse magic, causing the gargoyle's reinforced stone body to violently detonate. Lily stands completely frozen, staring at the empty space in utter shock, after witnessing a high-tier monster get completely obliterated in a single instant. Right on cue, a glowing system notification flashes, confirming the kill and awarding them the experience points. Alex quietly mutters to himself that it's an incredible stroke of luck, that this secret realm provides absolute immunity to external damage, confessing that his battered body otherwise wouldn't have survived the violent magical backlash. Hearing his casual admission, Lily looks at him in sheer, horrified disbelief, as he calmly explains just how brutally taxing forbidden spells fueled by physical sacrifices truly are, refusing to waste another second. Alex gestures for her to keep moving forward, sternly warning that the monsters will only grow more monstrously powerful the deeper they venture into the zone. As they walk through the eerie silence, Alex reflects on how his status as a forbidden spellcaster ultimately led to his unfair, political rejection from the prestigious Supreme Academy. Yet, he calmly smiles to himself, realizing that trading away fractions of his lifespan to gain the absolute power to forge his own path is actually a pretty fantastic deal. Suddenly, Alex's danger instincts fiercely spike, causing him to snap his head up toward the canopy. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, demonic silhouette descends from the sky and casts a massive shadow right over them. The giant, horrifying poison centipede is instantly identified by the system as a lethal level 25 boss-tier monster. Alex and Lily look up at the skittering abomination, her face turning pale with pure disbelief. Without a shred of hesitation, the monstrous centipede launches itself forward, bringing its massive, armored body crashing down to flatten them. Alex quickly scoops her up into his arms, narrowly dashing away to escape the monster's crushing weight. Alex lets out a sharp cough as toxic poison splashes violently all around them, but he firmly tells a panicked Lily to stand back and leave this entirely to him. Without a single moment of hesitation, he activates a blood sacrifice, and an apocalyptic pillar of blinding blue lightning crashes down from the heavens to vaporize the beast, as an apocalyptic, world-destroying thunder is unleashed upon the arena. The cataclysmic strike violently rips through the battlefield, wiping out absolute everything in its path. But just as the dust settles, a formidable level 22 poison scorpion suddenly crawls out ahead. Shortly after, a level 25 skeleton blade shield warrior drops out of nowhere from above. Yet, before it can even make a move, the skeleton is struck by lightning and killed instantly. Only moments later, another terrifying enemy bursts right out of the ground, trying to catch Alex off guard again. This time, a menacing level 28 Abyss Ratman reveals itself, lunging forward in a desperate attempt to ambush Alex. He reacts instantly, casually raising his hand toward the sky and calling down an eternal thunder strike to obliterate the creature. The lightning crashes down with a deafening roar, completely shattering the stone floor. As the thick dust clears, a glowing level-up notification pops up in front of them, and Lily cheers ecstatically that she has finally leveled up. Thrilled, she begins to piece the clues together in her mind, and finally realizes the truth. Alex is a legendary forbidden spellcaster who can effortlessly unleash astronomical amounts of damage. Exploiting the safety rules inside the realm, Alex calmly nods and confirms her theory, staring directly at his glowing status screen. Alex notes that now that he has officially hit level 20, it is finally time to unlock his highly anticipated second talent. Upon reaching the milestone of level 20, Alex looks at the description and realizes his second talent gives him the passive ability to permanently upgrade every single spell he uses. Lily eagerly hands him a basic fireball spell scroll she just looted from Monster, urging him to cast it right now. Activating the fireball, Alex wonders to himself if this will still register as a standard, low-tier spell. the exact moment his hidden talent triggers. The basic magic is instantly mutated and upgraded into the cataclysmic forbidden spell, Flame. God's breath. Becoming deeply curious about its destructive capacity, Alex decides to put it to the test. In the very next fraction of a second, a gargantuan wave of primordial flame surges violently forward, incinerating absolutely everything in its trajectory. The world-ending forbidden spell, known as Flame God's breath, rapidly swells into a colossal, blinding sphere of compressed fire. In the blink of an eye, it detonates with the force of a miniature sun. Watching the apocalyptic devastation unfold, Lily stands paralyzed in pure awe, while Alex merely smiles, looking thoroughly satisfied with the result. Without wasting any time lingering around, Alex reminds her that their hours inside are limited, and urges her to pick up the pace so they can continue power leveling. Far across the map, Xiao and Rona freeze in their tracks as they witness the massive shockwave of the explosion. Staring into the distance, a baffled Rona questions what kind of tier skill could possibly make a sound that loud, while Xiao nervously wonders if a high-ranking invigilator has secretly entered the secret realm. In the monitoring room, Zen stares blankly at the massive energy spike on his screen, demanding to know what is happening. Meanwhile, Alex casually looks around for a quiet spot to sit down and eat, leaving Lily to marvel in absolute disbelief at how impossibly fast their level bar is rising. But just as they pack up and prepare to move deeper into the zone, Alex suddenly freezes, pausing for a tense moment. He then suddenly grows highly alert as his instincts warn him of an immediate danger up ahead. Alex carefully peers through the thick trees and quietly gestures for Lily to take a look. A rare level 28 treasure toad is revealed to be hiding silently among the jagged rocks. Holding his breath, Alex whispers that these rare creatures swallow up priceless treasures, and the higher the monster's level, the more valuable the hidden loot inside it will be. Taking a close look at its high level, Lily eagerly adds that there's a massive chance it will drop something absolutely god tier. The two of them quietly creep behind the bushes, stealthily preparing to launch a coordinated ambush. Alex instructs Lily that he will use his magic to crowd control the target while she goes in to capture it, and she quickly nods in agreement. But right before they can make their move, Xiao and Rona suddenly burst out from the foliage, ambushing them blindly from behind, startled by the loud and sudden disturbance. The skittering treasure toad instantly bolts from its hiding spot, causing the entire situation to erupt into total chaos all at once. Alex barks an order for Lily to act immediately before the creature escapes. In the very next instant, Alex releases his control as a surge of raw energy ripples through his body. Alex angrily curses out loud, realizing that these uninvited guests have completely ruined their perfect plan. Xiao immediately steps forward with a smug grin, declaring that it's finally time to settle their score, vowing to make Alex experience a fate that is infinitely worse than death itself. Alex fires back, stating that Xiao showed his pathetic face at the worst possible moment, and ruined his hunt. When Carlo notices Alex beginning to conjure up a basic fireball, he loudly mocks him, calling him a pathetic idiot for thinking such a low-tier spell would ever work against them. But in the blink of an eye, the tiny flame suddenly expands, transforming into a blinding miniature sun. Leaving Xiao and Carlo completely stunned, Alex effortlessly hurls the colossal fireball forward, deliberately aiming it to graze right past Xiao and Rona. As the cataclysmic, blazing mass of heat rushes right past their faces, the two of them completely panic from the sheer, overwhelming power radiating from the spell. Alex then mockingly tells them to relax and calmly tears open another high-grade skill scroll, revealing an ice vortex spell. Freezing, ice blue energy instantly coils violently around his body, as a terrified Rona screams at Alex, warning him not to take another step closer. In the next split second, the swirling ice condenses into dozens of razor-sharp, blade-like projectiles that lock onto their targets and shoot forward. The deadly, sharp shards of ice hang suspended ominously in the air all around Xiao and Rona. The arrogant duo stares upward in paralyzed shock, desperately questioning how a standard ice vortex spell could possibly possess such an apocalyptic level of power. Alex slowly steps forward, coldly telling them that they are welcome to experience its full force firsthand. With a wave of his hand, the suspended ice projectiles suddenly rocket downward, converging on their positions as the frozen blades slam into them with relentless force. Desperate to survive, Xiao instantly activates his ultimate holy shield. The incoming ice projectiles violently collide with Zhao's shimmering holy shield, the two opposing magical forces crashing together with a deafening screech. As the heavy, frozen blades continue to relentlessly press down on his defenses, Xiao shouts in sheer disbelief, frantically questioning if Alex is actually trying to murder them. Forcing his body to its absolute limits, Xiao activates his legendary golden 10th fist sword, swinging his glowing, radiant blade with all his might. The massive, golden energy slash surges fiercely upward, shattering and slicing through the relentless barrage of falling ice projectiles. Regaining his footing, Xiao rallies his squad, furiously commanding everyone to launch a full-scale attack together. Yet, even as he speaks, more ice projectiles continue crashing down from the sky like an endless avalanche, pressing down hard against the rapidly cracking barrier. Watching the insane clash from the sidelines, the other students look on in absolute disbelief, loudly questioning how on earth Alex can simultaneously manipulate both fire and ice, and whispering about whether he could actually be a forbidden spellcaster. Alex lets out a mocking laugh, telling them that if they think this is impressive, he'll show them something truly exciting. Right then, he tears open yet another low-tier skill scroll labeled Falling Rock Spell. But in the blink of an eye, a colossal, mountain-sized boulder comes hurtling down from the heavens, slamming into the battlefield with an absolute, crushing force. Xiao completely freezes up, staring into the sky as he mutters in sheer disbelief, desperately questioning if Alex can really be this monstrously powerful. One of the onlookers suddenly recognizes the true nature of the magic, screaming that this is no ordinary falling rock spell, but the legendary, apocalyptic forbidden spell known as Starfall. The gargantuan celestial rock continues its terrifying descent, and the cataclysmic shockwave of the impact hits Xiao and Rona dead on, leaving them broken, battered, and barely able to drag themselves back up to their feet. Desperate to save his skin, Xiao stands his ground and fiercely declares that he is a proud descendant of the elite Du family, harshly questioning whether Alex actually has the guts to make an enemy out of his clan. Alex merely tells him to relax and stop whining, sarcastically suggesting that he'd better tap into a bit of his precious family power if he doesn't want to die right here, before the dust can even begin to settle. Yet another gargantuan, blazing meteor comes crashing down from the clouds above. As the terrified onlookers cry out in absolute horror, Xiao and Rona frantically try to reason with Alex, desperately reminding him that they are all supposed to be fellow students of the prestigious Supreme Academy. Alex floats calmly in midair, looking down at them with a cold, mocking gaze as he questions their words. He then bluntly reveals the reality that he was already rejected by the Supreme Academy, making it crystal clear to the trembling duo that they are absolutely not classmates. In the very next instant, the apocalyptic boulder finally slams into the bedrock of the arena. Watching the terrifying scene unfold, the remaining examinees are left completely paralyzed in pure terror at the godlike, overwhelming power being put on display right before their eyes. As the massive clouds of dust finally begin to clear, the completely shattered ground and a gargantuan, smoldering crater are revealed. Xiao and Rona are found broken and embedded deep within the ruined rubble, letting out agonizing groans as they helplessly struggle to move a single muscle. The remaining examinees nervously land near the edge of the crater, staring at the absolute, apocalyptic devastation in dead silence. Alex casually glances down, calmly telling them to hurry up and send the half-dead Xiao and Rona to get medical attention, stating that there is absolutely no reason to drag this pathetic situation out any further. Only moments later, an emergency spatial portal tears open, and the two broken elites are instantly sent away to receive urgent treatment. Alex stretches his arms, noting that the world is finally peaceful and quiet, now that he has successfully taken care of those annoying pests. He then turns around and tells Lily that they should hurry up and see if they can still track down the rare treasure toad that escaped earlier. Meanwhile, Zen arrives at the scene alongside the other top-ranking supervisors, quietly commenting on how absurdly strong the city's top scorers are turning out to be this year. Staring at the massive crater, Zen heavily adds, "That has been a very long time since a single examinee has managed to cause this much absolute chaos in a trial," as chaotic reports start flooding in about severely injured examinees. The high-ranking supervisors frantically rush toward the source of the chaos. Taking one look at the absolute devastation left behind, Zen immediately orders the medical clerics to cast their highest healing magic on the wounded. A bewildered Zen demands to know what kind of high-tier boss monster they encountered in the secret realm, only for a trembling scout to report that they didn't fight a beast, but had just crossed paths with a forbidden spellcaster. Zen reacts in utter shock, completely frozen as he repeats the words, "A forbidden spellcaster?" Meanwhile, deep within the forest under the moonlit sky, Alex bitterly complains that they've been chasing that damn toad for hours on end, sighing that they completely lost its trail, all because of those arrogant snobs ruining their momentum. Lily looks over, softly asking Alex if he's really not going to eat any more of his food, but Alex casually declines, stating that he's completely stuffed and needs to get some actual rest. Lily looks at him, quietly admitting to herself that she has never seen anyone in her entire life level up as insanely fast as Alex, which instantly fires up her determination to work 10 times harder from now on. Suddenly, the wind violently shifts, and Lily looks up in utter confusion, instinctively sensing a massive, oppressive presence rapidly approaching their location. Right then, a high-grade Level 36 Cerberus slowly reveals itself, its colossal form towering ominously over the entire area. The legendary three-headed monster lets out a thunderous, blood-curdling roar, instantly flooding every corner of the woods with a suffocating, murderous pressure. Reacting on pure survival instinct, Lily grabs Alex by the arm and pulls him back into the shadows. With a surge of genuine shock, Alex stares up at the monolithic beast, a rare hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Lily trembles, admitting she never could have expected this lower-tier secret realm to actually contain a legendary, high-level calamity this terrifying. Alex quickly snaps out of his daze, immediately commanding Lily to get behind him and stay there, sternly warning her that this monster is on a completely different level of danger. High above them, all three monstrous heads of the Cerberus rise in unison as the beast prepares to launch a lethal strike. In the very next instant, a massive, roaring fireball hurls forward through the trees. But to their horror, the Cerberus simply opens one of its massive jaws and casually devours the explosive strike hole. The two of them stare in absolute, paralyzed shock. After witnessing the Cerberus swallow a top-tier attack like a midnight snack without taking a single scratch, the apex predator lets out a low growl as a glowing green fluid begins to spiral violently around its massive body. With a sudden snap, the toxic green fluid lashes forward in thick, pressurized streams, acting like a sweeping, apocalyptic wave aimed directly at their coordinates. Alex maneuvers at lightning speed, loudly warning Lily that the mysterious fluid is extremely corrosive. Alex screams at the top of his lungs for Lily not to get hit by a single drop, as the melting toxic waste completely floods the forest floor all around them. Suddenly, Alex is caught completely off guard as a set of massive, razor-sharp claws drops right behind his back. Forcing his agility to its absolute peak, he barely avoids the slash, activating his flame of karma skill in midair. Now, standing completely face-to-face with the towering Cerberus, Alex locks eyes with the beast, letting out a wild, daring taunt, as he tells the monster he's going to let it try and digest the full, unrestricted extent of his power. With a roaring battle cry, Alex releases Eternal Thunder, summoning a barrage of apocalyptic lightning bolts down from the heavens straight toward the Cerberus. The colossal, divine strike slams directly into the center head of the helpless monster, unleashing millions of volts that violently rip through the Cerberus's massive, armored body. The legendary beast reels back in pure agony as geysers of dark blood spray from the impact zone, its reinforced, godlike physical form completely tearing apart from the inside out. Alex glares through the blinding plasma light, mockingly asking the beast if it can still swallow his magic now. A final, massive vertical column of blinding blue energy erupts, completely devouring what's left of the monster. Lily looks over in utter disbelief, and frantically asks if that monstrous Cerberus is still alive. A massive, volatile wave of black flame suddenly swells and spreads across the area, and Alex sharply warns her that the dying Cerberus is trying to detonate itself. Alex grabs Lily by the arm and shouts at her to run for her life, warning her that a single touch from that cursed black flame will burn her to ashes. Alex and Lily sprint away at absolute full speed, narrowly escaping the catastrophic blast zone before finally sitting down to catch their breath. They both breathe a sigh of relief, agreeing that they were incredibly lucky to make it out in time. Suddenly, a strange, distinct croaking sound catches Lily's attention, prompting her to spin around and scan the foliage, spotting a familiar silhouette just up ahead. She gasps and points in pure surprise as the elusive golden treasure, Toad, finally reveals itself. Deep in the forest, Alex inspects the glittering object the creature just vomited up, immediately identifying it as dragon scale gold, or an exceptionally legendary and rare crafting material. He glares down, demanding the Toad to spit out even more loot while Lily examines the prize, naively remarking that it honestly just looks like a common, ordinary rock. Alex aggressively scolds the terrified treasure Toad, ordering it to cough up every single piece of hidden treasure it has. Meanwhile, back at the base camp tent, Zen receives an official report confirming that the emergency mission is complete, and the high-tier healing surgery was a total success. Zen is informed that Xiao and the rest of his injured squad are already close to a full recovery, and the scout notes that they will be escalating a full report of this incident to the Academy's higher-ups. Zen quickly stops a restless Xiao, warning him that his internal organs haven't fully healed yet, and sternly commanding him to stay in bed. Leaning heavily on a crutch, Xiao grits his teeth and furiously growls Alex's name. Back in the woods, Alex stands over the trembling treasure Toad, angrily declaring that he is far from finished. The miserable creature lets out a desperate, nervous croak, as Alex coldly points out that it's still hoarding the majority of its swallowed artifacts. Panicking for its life, the beast croaks repeatedly in a pathetic plea for mercy. But Alex relentlessly presses down on its stomach, forcing it to empty its inventory. Alex then crouches down to its eye level, calmly stating that he has some good news and some bad news. He explains that the good news is its agonizing interrogation is finally over. But the bad news is that its actual life is over too. Alex channels a surge of violent, crackling lightning straight into the golden treasure Toad. In a final, desperate spasm, the creature unhinges its jaw and shoots a blinding, glowing spear-shaped artifact straight toward Alex. A cataclysmic shockwave violently erupts through the dense forest. The near-dead Toad trembles in pure terror, croaking weakly as it watches the devastating aftermath of the blast. Catching the heavy, spear-shaped weapon, Alex's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he analyzes its astronomical stat sheet. He smirks, noting that this weapon is actually incredible, and decides to claim it for himself since it looks highly useful. Without wasting another second, Alex tells Lily that they need to pick up the pace and hunt down more high-level monsters. However, Alex looks around the eerie, empty clearing, completely baffled as to why there are no beasts left nearby. Lily gives him a deadpan look, explaining that it's entirely his own fault for turning the entire zone into a graveyard and slaughtering way too many monsters, and basically forced the rest of them to stay hidden. Realizing this, Alex declares that his time in the secret realm isn't over yet, insisting that there must still be high-level monsters lurking around. Only moments later, a glowing red portal violently tears open in the forest just ahead of them. Out in the monitoring station, the observers note that with the outer monsters completely wiped out, anyone left inside the secret realm will be forced to venture into the deepest zones just to find an enemy. Back on the field, the remaining squads agree to wait for Xiao and his team to return, muttering that they should only focus on leveling up once their main heavy hitters have fully recovered. But the moment Alex casually strolls back to the camp, someone clicks their tongue in pure irritation. Zen looks up, completely bewildered, and asks Alex if he truly intends to exit the secret realm this early, even as a massive system notice blares that the top scorer realm won't officially close for another 48 hours. Alex responds with a perfectly calm expression, telling the proctor that he's absolutely sure about his decision. Zen sighs and tells Alex that he needs to officially record his final level, instructing the boy to open his status screen so the data can be logged into the system. Without making a fuss, Alex projects his status info directly to Zen, confirming that his current level has already skyrocketed to 25. The entire surrounding crowd of students and guards instantly erupts in pure shock, completely paralyzed as they repeat that Alex is already level 25. One of the examiners stares in total disbelief, stammering that Alex somehow managed to gain 7 massive levels in just a few short days, confessing that he has never witnessed such an impossible leveling speed in his entire career. They loudly point out that Alex was a mere level 18 the moment he first stepped foot into the top score secret realm, wildly wondering if he single-handedly slaughtered every single monster residing in the dangerous inner area. Ignoring their gossip, Alex simply asks Zen if he is officially clear to leave now. But Zen quickly refuses, explaining that Alex must wait right here. until the secret realm completely closes before he can claim his final rewards. Suddenly, someone viciously curses their terrible luck, revealing a battered Xiao bitterly complaining that his squad wasted an entire day chasing down that elusive golden treasure toad for absolutely nothing. Right on cue, one of his scouts steps up to deliver the grim report that literally every single monster within the entire secret realm had already been brutally wiped out by Alex. The moment Xiao realizes that Alex has already reached level 25, he furiously curses out loud in sheer, envious disbelief. Lily scoffs from the side, loudly remarking that some people are just naturally pathetic losers, while Alex simply stands there in dead silence, not even bothering to look at them. Completely humiliated, Xiao and Rona begin to throw an angry tantrum, bitterly criticizing the existence of forbidden spellcasters, and whining that broken classes cheat by killing high-tier monsters way too easily. Lily immediately snaps back at them with a smirk, bluntly stating that it's nothing more than a skill issue, and pointing out that the only reason Xiao can't kill any monsters is because he's simply too weak. But before the toxic argument can escalate any further, a sudden, massive burst of eerie pink energy explodes violently across the horizon. Alex instantly turns his head in surprise at the sudden, unnatural disturbance, while a terrified Lily looks around as a violent earthquake rattles the zone, shouting that the entire ground is breaking apart. The clouds above suddenly turn a sinister shade of deep pink, while the panicked examinees frantically ask each other what's going on as the tremors rapidly grow stronger. At that exact same moment, the magical exit portal of the secret realm begins to rapidly glitch and disappear, causing a wave of pure panic to break out as terrified voices scream, wondering if they are trapped forever. In the very next second, a towering, apocalyptic pillar of pink energy erupts straight into the heavens. And from the shadows surrounding the glowing vortex, legions of terrifying dark monsters begin to emerge, begin pouring out of the rift as a truly gargantuan silhouette looms over them all. Alex and Zen stare straight ahead in absolute horror as thousands of nightmarish shapes materialize before their eyes, instantly realizing that these abominations are actually high-level demonic entities. A wave of pure panic spreads across the group, with someone screaming that a demonic invasion right here is an absolute catastrophe, especially since they are trapped inside the restricted boundaries of the top score secret realm. Stepping to the front of the line, a furious Zen barks at the horde, demanding to know how they dare to illegally trespass into the human domain. Suddenly, a massive, dark purple portal tears open, pulsing with a deeply ominous, suffocating aura. From deep within the void, a demonic voice chuckles wickedly, arrogantly declaring that a mere human is not worthy to address it. Right then, the Demon King steps forward into the light, coldly mocking Zen for having the audacity to look them in the eye and speak to royalty. The monarch's gaze sharpens with absolute, suffocating killing intent, openly questioning the examiner's worth. With a booming voice, the Demon King passes ultimate judgment, stating that these insects are merely courting death. But before the threat can escalate, Zen steps ahead of the crowd, commanding all the students to stay back behind his perimeter. However, a massive vanguard beast suddenly materializes right in front of him out of thin air. The demon monster throws a devastating, heavy punch, but Zen's reflexes kick in, allowing him to dodge it instantly. Yet, even though the strike misses, the sheer shockwave and kinetic force of the punch send Zen sliding backward across the dirt from the violent impact. Watching the battle play out, the Demon King casually orders his elite monster, Luda, to completely tear the examiner apart. Zen desperately roars a warning, telling the Demon King not to lay a single finger on his students. The Demon King merely glances over at the trembling examinees, mockingly challenging them to come and face him in battle. Scanning the king's stats, several examinees scoff, noting that the demon is technically only level 20, boldly declaring that they can easily take him down in a head-on fight. Right then, Kai, a powerful level 21 God Knight examiner, proudly steps forward, drawing his weapon and declaring that he will personally execute the Demon King. From the backlands, the students shout words of heavy encouragement, convinced that their team clearly holds the numbers and tactical advantage. But in the very next fraction of a second, the Demon King blitzes forward and strikes with blinding speed, ruthlessly slashing Kai across the chest as a massive fountain of blood sprays into the air. Kai. lets out an agonizing scream as the sheer momentum of the single blow sends his broken body flying backward helplessly through the air. Before he can crash violently into the dirt, Alex flashes forward and catches Kai mid-air, cushioning the fall. The Demon King lets out a cruel scoff, deeply mocking the defeated God Knight, and calling the entire human resistance a pathetic, embarrassing joke. Turning its piercing gaze toward the rest of the humans, the monarch sneers, calling them nothing but a pack of worthless cowards. Back in the crowd, a desperate Shao calls out to Alex, begging him to use his broken magic to deal with the Demon King. Suddenly, other voices from the panicked crowd join in, frantically cheering for Alex, and urging him to step up and fight on their behalf. Hearing this, Lily shouts in pure anger, viciously calling out everyone for relentlessly mocking and insulting Alex just a few minutes prior, only to shamelessly beg him to save their pathetic lives the moment real danger arrives. Shao angrily fires back, shifting the blame by claiming that if Alex hadn't brutally injured his squad and single-handedly slaughtered all the realm's monsters for experience, they wouldn't be left completely defenseless in this nightmare scenario. Alex calmly chimes in, admitting that while he has no problem slaughtering demons, his current low-tier equipment isn't nearly strong enough to handle a boss of this caliber. As the true gravity of the situation sinks in, Alex grimly realizes that risking his life to fight actual demons without proper gear is pure suicide. He then instructs Lily to quickly equip all the high-grade gear they have, stepping forward, while sternly warning her to stay on high alert. Watching from a distance, the Demon King calmly notes that humans are fascinating creatures, always desperately struggling in vain whenever they face their inevitable doom. Alex sighs, remarking that every society is bound to have a few rotten apples, and complains that the pathetic whining around them is seriously disrupting his peace. Above them, the Demon King hovers majestically in mid-air as waves of pitch-black energy surge violently from his body. Alex looks straight up, meeting the Demon King's gaze head-on, as the tension between them becomes suffocatingly thick. Without a single moment of hesitation, Alex launches his assault, roaring the word fireball, and sending a torrent of blazing, apocalyptic flames hurtling forward. Watching in utter disbelief, the surrounding examinees frantically question why Alex is relying on basic spells, utterly baffled by how a standard fireball could possibly possess such catastrophic, overwhelming power. The Demon King effortlessly twists his body in mid-air, easily evading the incoming projectiles. Laughing boisterously, he mockingly sneers at Alex, taunting that being minorly entertaining is the only thing the boy is actually good at. But in the very next fraction of a second, Alex suddenly blitzes forward, closing the distance and landing a direct, heavy strike on the Demon King. A sharp close-up reveals Alex smirking confidently the exact moment his strike connects. An instant later, the Demon King is violently engulfed by a massive, sweeping arc of fire, his smug expression instantly twisting into pure confusion. The Demon King watches in stunned silence as a vortex of swirling, intense flames completely wraps around his body. Below, the examinees stare up at the sky in absolute, wide-eyed shock, desperately questioning why Alex's supposedly basic fireball looks so radically different and overwhelmingly destructive. A sudden surge of hope fills the crowd as some of them begin to cheer ecstatically, fully convinced that Alex has already won the battle and that they are finally safe from slaughter. However, that fragile hope instantly vanishes when they notice the raging inferno rapidly shrinking, causing someone to scream that the attack is actually being absorbed. As the last of the fire completely fades away, the Demon King stands there completely unscathed, revealing an intrigued smirk as he notes that this human is turning out to be very intriguing indeed. The Demon King locks his eyes onto Alex with deep fascination, openly declaring that he has taken quite a liking to him, and directly asks why Alex doesn't just abandon his humanity to become his loyal subordinate. Alex fires back with a sarcastic grin, counter-offering that when he eventually ascends to become the emperor, he'll gladly appoint the Demon King as his royal crown prince. The Demon King's expression turns ice-cold, hissing that he'd rather just rip him to shreds. Irritated by the attitude, Alex mutters that he's tired of being interrupted and instantly activates a blood sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, Alex executes a rapid dash to evade the Demon King's counterattack, unleashing a sudden, erratic dance of motion as violent shockwaves erupt across the shattered ground. The two powerhouses clash at a blinding, high-speed velocity. And as Alex feels the staggering kinetic force behind every single exchange, he quickly realizes that the Demon King's physical punches are absurdly heavy. Right in the dead center of their ferocious melee, Alex finds his rhythm repeatedly disrupted by the Demon King's relentless pressure, watching anxiously from the sidelines. The terrified examinees shout that Alex is being brutally driven back, frantically questioning why their only hope is focused entirely on dodging. Meanwhile, others begin to panic wildly, crying out that their bodies are suddenly growing weak and that their hands won't stop shaking. The Demon King calmly gloats, stating that as long as he continuously interrupts Alex's spellcasting, the boy has no choice but to desperately run and try to escape. Alex merely smirks in response, telling him to take a look at his surroundings. As the Demon King glances around, countless glowing, golden rings begin to materialize across the entire sky. Utterly confused, the monarch demands to know what those rings are, prompting Alex to scoff mockingly, claiming it's nothing more than a basic, ordinary illumination spell, before coldly ordering the configuration to detonate. The glowing golden rings instantly expand as the underlying magic fully activates, triggering a chain reaction that violently explodes outward. The Demon King quickly reacts by deploying his personal magic shield. He smirks through the smoke, telling Alex that a weak blast cannot harm him, but in the very next instant, Alex triggers another catastrophic forbidden spell known as Eternal Thunder. Alex charges forward at blinding speed, roaring for the incoming attack to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Colossal bolts of lightning crash down from the clouds, violently ripping through the bedrock below. The Demon King visibly staggers as the divine strike lands a direct hit, unwittingly letting out a heavily pained groan. Quickly recovering, he swings his massive weapon at Alex, viciously cursing him. Completely enraged, the Demon King snarls and vows to rip him limb from limb. Lunging forward with absolute ferocity, Alex manages to block the incoming strike. But the sheer kinetic force is so overwhelming that Alex is shown coughing up blood from the heavy impact. He is hurled violently back, slamming into the ground and tearing a deep trench through the dirt before hovering back up. Hovering high above, the Demon King arrogantly declares that he will crush Alex alongside every other pathetic human here. Refusing to back down, Alex activates his blood sacrifice skill from within the rising rubble. A massive wave of blue energy explodes outward as his burning karma skill fully ignites. Locking his fierce gaze forward, Alex directly challenges the Demon King, asking the monarch if he truly thinks he can withstand the full force of what's coming. An apocalyptic burst of blinding golden light detonates around him, completely swallowing the entire space. Only moments later, the Demon King stares in utter shock as the residual sparks suddenly vanish into thin air. The towering column of raw energy finishes crashing down with a deafening roar, completely scorching the earth below. Seeing the scale of the blast, the surrounding examinees look on in pure disbelief, frantically asking if the battle is finally over. The camera pans out to reveal a truly gargantuan crater torn deep into the battlefield. At the very center of the ruins, the Demon King lies broken, severely injured as he mutters in absolute disbelief over how a mere human could possibly possess such monstrous, godlike strength. Nearby, a high-ranking demon soldier turns toward Alex in a state of pure panic, furiously cursing him for having the audacity to harm their royal king. The ferocious monster snarls with rage, threatening to tear Alex into microscopic pieces, just as a frantic warning shout rings out across the plaza. Alex relies on his willpower to steady himself against the steep crater wall, clearly feeling overwhelmed by the sheer, exhausting difference in their overall power levels. But in the next split second, a colossal crimson tears downward from the heavens, cleanly splitting the entire battlefield in half. The surrounding examinees gasp in absolute shock, instantly recognizing the grand arrival of the powerful city lord. Stepping majestically into the clearing, Feng calmly declares that Alex's assistance is no longer required. Feng then turns a cold, piercing gaze toward the trembling Demon King, stating that the monarch should have stayed hidden inside his own dark realm. In response to his words, a massive pillar of brilliant golden light crashes down as Feng fully unleashes his astronomical power. Watching the awe-inspiring display in complete and utter disbelief, Gina blurts out in awe that Feng's power is completely unbelievable. Realizing the fatal danger they are in, the elite demon monster frantically tells the Demon King that they must retreat immediately, openly admitting that Feng is far too strong for them to handle. The Demon King fiercely vows that one day he will personally return to cut off all their heads, turning back toward the portal as he ominously declares that this is not their final meeting. Feng merely smirks, refusing to let them escape so easily. In the very next instant, a sudden, blinding attack flashes toward the portal just as a warning shout echoes through the area. The Demon King recoils in pure shock, spitting out Feng's name in rage as a devastating slash violently rips through the sky, cutting straight across his intended escape route. A violent, suffocating pressure crashes down upon the entire battlefield, leaving someone to mutter in sheer terror that the kinetic force is incredibly strong. By the time the thick smoke finally settles, the demons have completely vanished from sight. An echoing voice tells Feng to invade the demon realm if he truly dares, prompting him to fiercely vow that he will one day lead Daxia's greatest warriors to wipe them all out permanently. With the threat finally neutralized and the enemies gone, he descends from the sky to meet with the shaken top scores, sincerely apologizing for the unprecedented incident. For now, he urgently advises everyone to head straight back to their homes to recuperate and rest. The exhausted examinees do exactly as they are told, hurrying to evacuate the dangerous area right away. They could only exhale a massive sigh of relief now that the terrifyingly long day was finally over. Back inside his private quarters, Alex reflects on just how absurdly dangerous that secret realm truly turned out to be. Suddenly, a couple of sharp, quick knocks at his front door. To his absolute surprise, he opens it to find the city lord himself, who has personally come to check on the status of his injuries. Feng mentions how incredibly impressed he was by how Alex single-handedly held off a royal demon earlier, and directly asks the young man if he's open to using his monstrous power to officially serve the city. He explains that with the Demon Kingdom actively making their moves, the human race desperately needs a powerful existence that can act as a true deterrent against them. Alex realizes that this isn't a bad opportunity at all, so he tactfully replies that he will have to ask for his master's guidance first. Delighted by his maturity, the Lord smiles and says he'll go ahead and seek Zora's official permission himself. Just then, another unexpected guest arrives at his room's doorstep, revealing a strange woman, who politely claims she has come to deliver complimentary fruits provided by the luxury hotel. An incredibly odd, tense atmosphere enters the room with her, while Alex's sharp senses pick up a strange scent. Without warning, the woman spins around with striking, unnatural speed. Feng reacts instantly, turning with her and shouting for the young man to watch out. She was already swinging a lethal knife straight at Alex, but a powerful hand instantly grips her wrist in a vice-like hold before the blade can even touch him. The city lord furiously demands to know exactly who sent a high-level, level 50 assassin after them. Tightening his crushing grip on her bones, he tries to force a confession out of her, even mercilessly kicking her hard across the room to break her spirit. Battered and bleeding, she spots the dropped knife resting on the floor and quickly grabs hold of it. Without even a single hint of hesitation, she drives the blade deep into her own chest to impale herself. The mysterious assassin's hand immediately falls limp, ending her life. Seeing such extreme dedication and the high-grade quality of her weapon makes it crystal clear that their hidden enemy is no ordinary mastermind. With that dark reality out in the open, Alex decides it would be best for his long-term safety to decline the Lord's official military offer for the time being. His rejection instantly fuels Feng with a burning rage toward the powerful Wu family, who is highly likely to be the party at fault for organizing the hit. It finally seemed like the chaotic night was done, but yet another set of unexpected knocks hits the young man's door. This time it was Misha, running in to excitedly announce that he has officially been declared the nation's #1 top scorer. She even holds up her phone, eager to snap a picture so she can brag about being his trusted partner, but she suddenly screams in horror when she spots the dead, strangely dressed woman lying on the floor, clearly misunderstanding the gruesome scene. She's quickly calmed down and told that the corpse belongs to an assassin sent to execute him. Learning this terrifying news immediately gets her completely riled up and fiercely protective of him. Meanwhile, a furious Xiao is violently scolding his submissive servant for failing to hire a competent assassin capable of killing Alex. Just then, his father enters the room with a dark, menacing grunt, proving to be even more enraged than his arrogant son. He doesn't give a damn about Zhao's petty grudge against the boy, But the reckless way his son handled the assassination attempt was monumentally foolish. Now, Xiao is sternly ordered to pack his things, as they must immediately drag themselves to Feng, and personally beg for his forgiveness. Sometime later, Alex meets with the city lord to be officially recognized as the reigning national top scorer. As his rightful reward, he is presented with a legendary skill scroll, alongside a piece of legendary equipment as his grand prizes. The young man initially assumed he would just be receiving a cash payout, but this haul is infinitely better. The legendary item is the Sumero Ring, a broken artifact that can seamlessly absorb and convert external energy into pure psychic power. In addition, it provides a massive spatial storage pocket for all of his items. Armed with this ring, even if he finds himself relentlessly bombarded by a whole platoon of enemy mages, he can effortlessly absorb their elemental attacks and use that hijacked energy to make his own forbidden spells catastrophically stronger. It is a god-tier synergy that works flawlessly with his hidden class. With the formalities concluded, it was finally time to send him back home to Korra. The city's teleportation plaza is completely packed with a gargantuan crowd. The exact millisecond Alex materializes, deafening cheers and wild chants erupt across the plaza for the nation's top scorer. He stands completely stunned by the sheer scale of this unexpected hero's welcome. And even the academy principal and the city lord find themselves completely helpless against the surging ocean of fans. Everyone is desperately shoving forward, eager to snap photos and secure his signature. The fans are honestly being a bit too enthusiastic for his personal comfort, but fortunately, Gosh firmly grabs him by the arm and flies him straight up into the safety of the sky. He is escorted directly to Zora's private mansion, where the two sit down to discuss the heavy burdens that come with being the national top scorer. It certainly isn't an easy path, but the material rewards are undeniably generous. His curiosity is instantly piqued when he is told to rest up, as an even more monumental challenge is actively waiting for him. The legendary Gate of Apocalypse has finally manifested in the world. This is the mythical domain where the 7 ancient origin artifacts once originally appeared. The moment he is fully prepared, they will be venturing into that dangerous realm together. But before that, Alex needs to head over to the Job Changer Guild to take care of some personal business. The second the young man leaves and Zora is left entirely alone, the old master suddenly collapses heavily onto the floor as his frail body reaches its absolute breaking point. He grimly realizes that he doesn't have much time left to live, meaning this upcoming raid will be his absolute last chance to accomplish his ultimate mission. Alex heads straight to the guild, planning to trade off his extra scrolls and equipment, but because he's gotten too famous, he is forced to completely disguise his identity. As he walks in, he notices Nini strolling around nearby, but fortunately, she shouldn't be able to recognize his face while he's wearing the illusion mask. At least, that's what he thinks. But the distinct aura radiating from his back feels incredibly familiar to her. Her heart starts racing as she instantly thinks of one specific person, absolutely certain that this is the mysterious man who saved her life. The very hero she's been searching for all this time, prompting her to call out to him. She politely excuses herself for bothering him, making Alex panic slightly, thinking she somehow saw right through his disguise. However, Nini simply states that he looks exactly like the person who saved her. Realizing she's thinking of Lingai, Alex coldly brushes Nini off. But that exact, dismissive attitude only solidifies her growing suspicions. She quickly steps out to block his path and loudly screams his name, demanding to know why he refuses to admit the truth. Turning to the guild staff, Alex casually asks if such annoying commotions are a regular occurrence here. This prompts the employee to step in and restrain the emotional girl, which luckily works. Meanwhile, the onlookers whisper among themselves, wondering who this guy could possibly be. For a girl that beautiful to be completely pinning over him. Their jaw-dropping shock only intensifies as Alex steps up to the counter and summons a massive, towering pile of high-tier, valuable equipment, instantly proving to everyone just how formidable of a hunter he truly is. Instead of cashing them out for gold, he tells the clerk he wants to barter for other rare items, and is immediately handed the guild's exclusive catalog of available equipment. He selects a high-grade necklace that amplifies spirit power by a massive 50%, which will cost him an additional 3 million gold on top of his traded goods. Lastly, he mentions he has one more item to liquidate and reveals the legendary dragon scale gold, or the staff member literally screams in utter surprise, and the surrounding crowd gasps at the mere sight of such an invaluable, legendary item. Watching this unfold, Nini can't help but fall even deeper in awe of her mysterious idol. Suddenly, an authoritative figure steps onto the trading platform. The man sternly questions what could possibly make his staff scream and completely forget their professional training. It is none other than Kane, the guild's powerful vice president, who is close to level 60. He asks the high-profile customer what exactly he is looking to trade for, and Alex demands a supply of rare refining stones, which possess the unique power to upgrade the star level of standard equipment to rival epic-grade gear. The vice president offers a flat 800 refining stones for the raw ore, but Alex confidently counters the offer, demanding 1,000 stones, while promising to do all his future exclusive business with their guild. Their highly lucrative agreement is finalized with a friendly handshake. Kane instructs the employee to quickly prepare the requested items and reminds them to keep their composure when handling big deals. However, Alex is far from finished and reveals one final item he wants to put on the trading block. The entire room gasps in absolute horror as they lay eyes on a legendary skill scroll, which is highly likely the only one of its kind in the entire city. This time, even the prestigious vice president loses his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs to fetch the president immediately. An old man suddenly appears, loudly scolding the vice president for losing his professional composure. Lee calmly asks the young customer what exactly he would like in exchange for the scroll, armed with his hidden ability to mutate normal spells into forbidden ones. Alex demands all of the guild's standard scrolls, though they remain completely ignorant of his true motive. They fall completely silent at this utterly ridiculous demand, prompting Nini to call out in concern. She warns him that he'll be taking a massive loss on this unfair transaction, pointing out that ordinary scrolls can easily be bought with regular money, and she even offers to lend him the cash herself. Lee confirms the bizarre request one last time, still deeply doubting the logic behind it, but upon receiving a firm answer, he immediately orders his staff to clear out their entire vault of ordinary scrolls, while the clerks hurry away. Alex is provided with an elite VIP card, which grants him an exclusive 30% discount on all guild services. As their incredibly valuable customer waves them goodbye and leaves, Kane heavily considers sending a security detail to protect him from ambushes. But Lee points out that someone harboring such rare items wouldn't possibly need protection from them. On his way home, Nini calls out to him yet again, having deliberately waited for him to tattle about a supposed fraud who has been impersonating him. Alex sighs and once again insists that she has the completely wrong person, but she stubbornly refuses to back down and even threatens to involve June, realizing that involving the official investigators will make his life incredibly difficult. He finally gives up and agrees to go back home with her. Nini rushes straight to her father, proudly declaring that she has finally brought the real Ling Yi to expose the fraud Alec. Zora stares back, looking utterly perplexed. His disciple merely shrugs his shoulders helplessly while his daughter continues her hyperactive rant. The old master remains silent, caught in an incredibly awkward and difficult predicament. But she is far too busy trying to convince him to completely reconsider who he actually wants to take in as his personal mentee. The legendary astrologer realizes he has absolutely no choice but to play along for now and requests a private conversation with the young man. Satisfied, she gladly gives the two men some space and happily heads off to her bedroom. The two men exchange looks, considering whether they should just tell her the truth about this crazy coincidence. But Zora suddenly gets a brilliant new idea from this completely unexpected situation. Alex sees right through him, already knowing that his master wants him to infiltrate the Apocalypse Gate disguised as Lingai. As a heavy rain begins to pour outside, his master confirms his theory with a serious nod, explaining that the fake identity will allow him to go all out without exposing his real self. That being said, the clever disciple knows that this strategy also means that absolutely no one will care or investigate if he suddenly vanishes or dies inside the raid. He continues to warily wonder just what kind of dangerous scheme his master is plotting behind his back. Nevertheless, they both agree on the tactical plan and decide to set out very soon. Later that evening, Alex prepares himself for the upcoming storm by refining his high-tier equipment using the massive hoard of stones he traded for. His very first refinement attempt is a resounding success, granting the legendary Sumeru ring its official first star. This single upgrade instantly boosts his mental power bonus by a massive 20%. Encouraged, he burns through a few more precious refining stones. But unfortunately, every single subsequent attempt fails miserably, shaking his head in utter disbelief and shock at the terrible gacha RNG. He desperately clings to the hope that his luck will turn around on the next try, and uses everything he has on the ring. 100 tries fail, then a couple hundred more, until he's eventually left with one last stone, fortunately. This works, and he ends up with a 3-star ring, with 160% mental amplification. As several days have passed, Alex decides to see how Luke was doing. From below, Nini mistakes his silhouette for her savior. Her expression turns sour as soon as she sees who she was happily greeting, and she asks why he was still in their house, saying he's just packing up. He can't help but note her attitude. A while later, he arrives at the Jean family villa, where he finally reunites with Luke. They happily greet each other and ask how they've been doing actually. Alex came as he has something he needs his subordinate to do. He leans in and whispers a couple of rumors he needs the young man to spread. It's quite an odd but simple task, so he undertakes it without any issues. A while later, reports of Alex's unruly and immoral conduct are broadcast to the city. Everyone watching comes to their own conclusion about his attitude. Meanwhile, Nini watched, filled with even more disgust towards him after such an incident. No one cares about the nation's top scorer anymore. The day has come, and Zora asks if he's ready to move out. As they're about to leave, his daughter comes out and calls to Alex, still falling for his disguise. In a pretty dress and with a shy expression, she invites him to watch a movie when they return, saying he'll think about it later. The two men head out. Fortunately, the Gate of Apocalypse is in the wilderness of Korra, so they don't have to go too far. After a while, the two reach their destination. The Gate of Apocalypse is much larger and imposing than they expected. By the entrance, a group of men come to greet them. It's Tucker, deputy director of the Investigation Bureau. As it's time to open the gate, he hands the astrologer the key they acquired, unaware that it's a fake provided to get Alex out of their custody. There's no need to expose the real one now, just to close the gate later. For now, he puts his palm on the gate and commands it to open. The barriers parted and the legendary place was at their fingertips. Tucker, make sure to have the key returned to him before anything else. Just then, a familiar voice exclaimed from behind them. They turn around to see Lee and his men approaching, despite being completely uninvited to the gathering. The old man casually plays it off as a mere coincidence and suggests they let him tag along, arguing that leaving his guild out of this would be a bit unfair. He even offers to scout ahead and risk his own safety for the group. It honestly isn't a bad proposition considering the immense dangers inside, so they ultimately agree to let the guild president take the lead. After the old man and his mysterious VIP customer exchange a brief greeting, the entire group finally moves forward to enter the portal. Just as they are about to take their first steps inside, a blinding flash of light erupts. But they grit their teeth and push on through the portal nonetheless. Stepping out onto the other side, they're shocked to see the city of Korra, looking completely dilapidated, ruined, and totally abandoned. They warily scan the area to check if there are any signs of life or people living inside. But it quickly becomes painfully clear that there is not a single living creature left in sight. Zora suddenly notices a metallic glint resting on the fractured ground. It turns out to be a shattered fragment of a divine artifact, but it has long since lost all of its power and value. There was absolutely nothing left there, whether it be a fatal risk or a golden opportunity. Unwilling to give up just yet, they all agree to split up and search separately, instructing everyone to scream if they run into danger. The entire group disperses into the ruins without a single hint of hesitation. After all, the dangerous game of hidden agendas and betrayal was finally about to begin. Still, as he explores the ruins, there wasn't even the faint silhouette of a ghostly shadow in sight. Alex knew deep down that he couldn't trust a single soul in this place, and had to track down the treasure entirely on his own. Fortunately, he possesses the underground escape skill, which he instantly enhances into a high-tier spatial leap, allowing his body to seamlessly rematerialize at any destination of his choosing. Following the magical guidance of the key, he finds himself teleported right into his old home in Korra. There, an eerie, demonic voice suddenly echoes through the room, calling his name and whispering that he has finally arrived. The ancient guardian of the Origin ancient artifact reveals that it has been patiently waiting for his arrival for countless years. He comes face to face with a grotesque, brain-like entity who solemnly states that it is finally time to return the legendary Eternal Scale to its one true, rightful owner. The Guardian presents the glowing artifact, revealing that this divine object is the exact source of Alex's broken, infinite regeneration ability. But just as he reaches out his hand to claim the artifact for himself, a chillingly familiar voice echoes out as a surprise magic attack strikes from directly behind him. He spins around instantly, only to find his own master, Zora, standing there. raising his finger with a threatening, murderous aura, coldly commanding the young man to step away and put down the artifact. The young man narrows his eyes, realizing the old master merely used him as a tracking hound to find a treasure. But the master doesn't even bother to explain himself, stating that it's already far too late for talk. The terrifying guardian screams at Alex to take the treasure and run, warning him that the dying mage wants to harvest the scales to steal the infinite regeneration power for himself. The twisted motive made perfect sense, especially considering how the old man's body is actively dying, finding the ancient creature's warnings to be far too talkative. Zora instantly channels a high-tier, devastating spell and fires it straight ahead. A single, overwhelming strike from the master completely obliterates the guardian, blasting the entire apartment wide open. At this moment, Alex truly feels the terrifying, monstrous strength of his master, who approaches him coldly and asks if he is truly prepared to fight his own master. In a desperate bid for survival, Alex rapidly summons a standard fireball, massively enlarging its size before launching the blazing projectile straight ahead. However, no matter how monstrous his raw stats are, he is still just a level 25 hunter. With a single, casual movement of his hand, Zora completely dispels the massive fireball into thin air. The situation looks entirely hopeless, but the defiant disciple stubbornly refuses to believe that the power gap between them is an insurmountable wall. He unleashes a raging torrent of flames that completely consumes the master, yet it dies down almost instantly, a terrifying, true display of absolute, god-tier strength. Alex frantically tries again and again, unleashing every single high-tier spell and ability he possibly can. But his teacher effortlessly closes the distance, cornering him until he is caught with no escape. After performing countless forbidden divinations over his long life, Zora's fragile body was already giving up on him, on the verge of complete collapse. The young man finds himself completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle, meaning he can do absolutely nothing to resist. As the legendary astrologer begins to chant a mysterious, sacred ritual, an ominous thread of ancient energy enters his chest, and Alex gasps as it feels like his very soul is being violently drained from his body, making him feel as though his precious immortal status has vanished completely. But as the radiant power of the ancient scales behind them slowly begins to fade away, Zora suddenly notices something highly unusual happening to the real divine artifact. It turns out that half of the artifact's essence has always resided deep inside the young man's body. When the cosmic balance shifts, one side becomes infinitely amplified, meaning that as long as both parties willingly agree to the terms, they can legally perform a supreme equivalent exchange. Alex desperately questions why he is explaining all of this mechanical lore now, but the old man just continues. The young man screams in agony while the ancient mage violently coughs up blood, standing at the absolute edge of his life. Finally, the legendary artifact shoots forward like a rocket toward Alex, embedding a brand new, glowing mystical mark right onto his forehead. He stands there, completely failing to understand what just happened, while Zora collapses onto the floor, half dead but sporting a triumphant smile, genuinely glad that his plan succeeded. Suddenly, Alex burns with a torrential surge of newfound power granted by the completed ritual. His broken infinite regeneration is fully restored, returning even stronger than before. He faces his master, demanding to know why the old man didn't just steal his immortality when he had the perfect chance. Zora merely sighs, weakly asking when his disciple became so incredibly disrespectful and distrustful of him. Hearing this, the young man finally realizes that he had completely misunderstood the old man's intentions all along. That being said, his master was indeed plotting against him, but it was solely for the ultimate survival of humanity. It is an unimaginably heavy and tragic responsibility to bear. For countless years, all of Zora's cosmic divinations always projected the exact same future, Nini dying at the exact same point in time, which means that, one way or another, no matter what they change, the great empire of Daxia and the entirety of human civilization are destined to be completely destroyed. The only exception is Alex, whose future remains completely shrouded and impossible to see, meaning he is the sole anomaly in the timeline, the ultimate variable. He is the only human destined to survive the coming apocalypse, and the only one who can rewrite the tragic ending, handing the boy a spatial pouch filled with critical items for his journey. Zora mentions the grotesque entity that claimed to be a guardian earlier, revealing that the creature was actually a corrupted soul fragment of the apocalyptic demon emperor, who desperately wants to possess the eternal scale inside his own body. for his final words. He weakly begs the young man to protect and take care of his daughter. With that promise secured, the satisfied father's life finally fades away, and the light leaves his eyes. He had endured an unimaginable amount of suffering for both his disciple and the future of humanity. Yet Alex had still doubted his intentions until the very end. Now, with a heavy heart, the young man officially sends his master off to the other side. The exact moment he passes away, the rest of their exploration group finally arrives at the scene. The two leaders stare in absolute disbelief at the corpse, and Tucker immediately barks out, asking if Alex was the one who murdered Zora. Despite his profound grief, he is harshly ordered to explain what happened, while the other investigation officers are commanded to quickly retrieve the master's body along with every single treasure he carried. An overzealous officer aggressively lunges at the mourning disciple. Watching this, Alex questions what his master's true intention was in sacrificing his own life for such worthless, ungrateful people. With a flash of anger, Alex summons colossal roots that instantly entangle and viciously strangle the aggressor. While being completely pinned down and subdued, the man suddenly screams as he feels his very life force being violently sucked straight out of his body. Alex had zero intention of showing mercy to anyone dare disturbing Zora's eternal peace, and he stood completely ready to drain their energy and make it his own. The process was utterly terrifying. Through this first unfortunate victim, he receives his first ever harvest of stolen nutrients, absorbing both the man's lifespan and experience points. Tucker's eyes widen as he realizes that the boy must have successfully claimed the ancient artifact, and he frantically orders the rest of his elite forces to swarm the kid. However, it is pure foolishness for them to think they can pose even a slight threat against his current power. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes from their sight, utilizing the exact same broken spatial leap ability he used earlier. Before they can even react to his disappearance, he reappears directly above their heads, blasting the entire zone with a thick, suffocating cloud of dust. At this point, the panicked officers have absolutely no idea what kind of elemental class he actually holds. On the other hand, Lee watches from a safe distance, incredibly glad that he didn't act rashly, fully recognizing the monstrous danger the boy represents. As the forces of the Investigation Bureau continue to scramble blindly in the haze, Alex gets ready to finally repay them tenfold for everything they put him through. On the dark day of his wrongful arrest, he chants a forbidden spell, casting the wrath of the sea god to summon its cataclysmic, glowing trident. With a violent throw, Alex shoots the sea god's trident hurtling forward. The divine weapon effortlessly impales the target, cutting his physical body completely in half. But the remaining upper half is instantly vaporized by another surprise attack that heads straight for the young man. He dodges the lethal beam by a hair. Tucker, who is a powerful level 62 bow hunter, rapidly prepares to shoot another high-tier projectile. Deeply annoyed by the incompetence of his fallen subordinates, he commands every remaining officer to charge the boy together in a coordinated assault. They do exactly as they are told, launching a massive, simultaneous barrage of energy blasts. But to their absolute horror, all of their combined magical energy is effortlessly absorbed by the Sumeru ring. Just like that, the colossal mass of hostile magic is instantly converted into Alex's own raw power. Ready to unleash a total massacre, he activates his next forbidden spell, the world-devouring heavenly fire. Hopeless, agonizing cries echo through the ruins as the remaining officers are burned alive on the spot. The entire perimeter is completely scorched into a barren wasteland, save for a single, small patch of dirt where Tucker barely managed to deploy a protective barrier for himself. Looking around at the ashes, Tucker is left completely infuriated by the useless fodder surrounding him. He manifests his glowing bow to handle the situation personally, knocking the lethal demon god's mother and his son arrows. Locking onto his target, he looses the shot directly at Alex, who quickly leaps to the side, just in time to evade the initial projectile. However, this legendary tracking spell isn't something that can be evaded so easily. The arrow suddenly splits apart mid-air right beside him, launching a deadly barrage of secondary projectiles straight into his flank. The shards pierce deep into his flesh, though he doesn't feel any immediate pain. In fact, he can hear the smug deputy loudly gloating about his ultimate skill, right before Alex suddenly buckles under an unbearable agony, screaming out in pure torment. A second later, his physical form literally violently detonates into tiny pieces. Tucker sneers, convinced that even with the power of the eternal scales, Absolutely no one should be able to resurrect from a pulverized pile of mincemeat. Satisfied with the kill, Tucker casually turns his back to leave, completely unaware that Alex is capable of defying reality itself. Before his shattered body can even finish stitching itself back together, the forbidden spellcaster has already channeled a point-blank spell that blasts a gaping hole right through the deputy's chest. The young man rises back to his feet, his flesh seamlessly regenerating to perfection while the corrupt investigator collapses helplessly onto the blood-soaked dirt. Even as Tucker gasps for breath and pathetically threatens him with the full authority of the Bureau, Alex merely lets out a cold, mocking laugh, sarcastically feigning absolute terror. In a final, desperate act of survival, Tucker tries to knock one last arrow, but his monstrous target completely devours the projectile hole, draining every last drop of mana from his dying body and ending his miserable life for good. This entire brutal ordeal yields massive rewards, allowing Alex to instantly jump up 3 levels and heavily augment his core attributes. Called out from the shadows, Lee slowly steps forward into the clearing, nervously raising his hands and stating that the two of them have never truly been enemies. Fortunately, Alex calmly agrees, and the two masters look forward to a mutual partnership in the future. Lee suggests it's best for them to evacuate this collapsing pocket dimension immediately. But Alex notes there's one sacred task he must finish first. Channeling his absolute 0 mana, the forbidden spellcaster crafts a beautiful coffin of unmelting ice. With utmost reverence, he gently lays his master's broken body inside the crystal tomb, solemnly promising to bring him back home to his final resting place in peace. With their objective complete, the two men sprint toward the exit of the Apocalypse Gate. Lee mentions that some of his guild members are still stranded in danger, but acknowledges that attempting a rescue mission right now would be far too suicidal. Just as the duo finally reaches the threshold of the entrance portal, the dimension destabilizes and a colossal, mutated beast materializes out of the void. Letting out a deafening roar, it blocks their path and fires a catastrophic energy beam from its gaping jaws. But both hunters display insane reflexes, leaping clear of the blast zone just in time. Alex tells Lee he'll handle the roadblock and instantly invokes the Flame God Sai, incinerating the massive beast where it stands. The moment he devours the fallen monster's essence, the system alerts him that he has acquired a fraction of the legendary dragon bloodline on top of his standard stat gains. The bizarre notification leaves him completely bewildered, but there is 0 time to analyze the system log as the exit gateway is on the verge of collapsing entirely. Just as the spatial rift begins to violently suck them in, he remembers Zora's instructions and utilizes the authentic key to permanently seal the gateway behind them. With a flash of spatial displacement, they safely rematerialize right back in the human realm. Behind them, both the apocalyptic rift and the ancient key vanish into thin air, gone forever. And absolutely no one knows where or when they will materialize next. Alex plans to lay his master to rest before doing anything else, so he officially parts ways with the guild president, who reassuringly promises that their organization will always remain at his beck and call. Back at the Zora mansion, agonizing cries of pure grief ring out through the halls. Nini stares blankly at the frost-covered coffin, flat out refusing to believe that her powerful father is the one resting inside. Alex, once again hidden behind his disguise, softly apologizes for failing to protect him, but she desperately shakes her head and insists that the two of them must just be playing a cruel prank on her. When he gently tells her that Zora's final wish was to be buried right beside his late wife, his daughter collapses completely onto the floor, her bitter tears rolling down the freezing surface of the ice coffin holding her father. Her heart-wrenching wails fill the entire estate as she desperately calls out his name over and over. Once she calms down, she weakly asks how exactly he passed away, so he explains that his relentless, forbidden divinations, on behalf of humankind's survival, ultimately pushed his frail body to its absolute death. Exhausted, she politely requests for him to leave her alone, but her voice sharply escalates into a fierce command. The moment he hesitates and says there's something left he must do, understanding her grief, he decides to give her the personal space she so desperately needs, quietly telling her to call him immediately if anything goes wrong. Meanwhile, the shocking news of Zora and Tucker's sudden deaths, alongside Lee's mysterious disappearance, quickly reaches the general public. Whispers begin circulating through the streets about rumors of Ling carrying Zora's body away in a coffin of unmelting ice. John hears that familiar name and instantly sets his sights on hunting down Alex, just like he did before. The investigators track him down, but they find themselves in an incredibly bizarre location. The supposedly mourning disciple is spotted inside a scandalous adult establishment, seemingly living it up and enjoying his luxurious life to the absolute fullest. He even slurs out an offer to buy a drink for the lead investigator, who promptly refuses with a scowl, and instead sternly demands to know exactly where he has been hiding all week. The relaxed top scorer simply shrugs, claiming he doesn't even remember. Done playing his childish games, June unleashes his aura and aggressively asks if he followed Zora out of the city limits. Alex doesn't even flinch. Instead, he pulls out his phone to record the man, mockingly asking if June has a single shred of actual proof to back up such a heavy accusation. On the contrary, Alex has an airtight alibi, proving he spent the last several days lounging in high-end entertainment venues. June's grip tightens on his weapon out of pure, unadulterated frustration. But with his hands legally tied, he eventually lets go and turns to walk away, vowing that he will uncover concrete evidence of the boy's involvement. But before he can take another step, Alex casually offers him a free piece of highly sensitive information, claiming that he personally saw the legendary Lingai blown into a million microscopic pieces just a few days ago. June stands completely paralyzed as his lie-detecting abilities confirm that the young man isn't lying at all, left even more profoundly perplexed and disoriented by the truth. He has no choice but to let his prime suspect walk free. Heavy rain pours down on the grim, depressing day of Zora's official funeral. A massive crowd of high-ranking citizens forms to grieve over his abrupt and totally unexpected passing, leaving his heartbroken daughter to face the crushing weight of the ceremony all on her own. As the attendees begin to bitterly gossip about his conspicuously missing disciple, Alex finally arrives at the graveyard, and the crowd immediately begins whispering toxic rumors about his supposedly immoral playboy lifestyle. Drenched from head to toe by the downpour, he completely ignores them and bows, apologizing to his fallen master for arriving so late. Seeing him show his face, Nini frowns deeply. He apologizes to his master for arriving late. Nini frowned, and harshly demands that he leave, stating he isn't welcome, but he firmly insists that his only desire is to properly see his master off on his final journey. She refuses to ever consider him her father's disciple again, loudly announcing to the entire crowd that the two had already completely severed ties a long time ago. Her voice grows increasingly furious as she tries to push him away. But suddenly, a sinister group of masked men materializes out of nowhere amidst a violent crackle of lightning and thunder. They were obviously here with malicious intentions, even though they smugly claim that they don't mean any harm whatsoever, arguing that Zora's sudden passing is highly suspicious. They demand to pry open the coffin to thoroughly examine the corpse. Nini naturally refuses to let them desecrate her father's body like that. Seeing her resistance, the leader of the masked group gestures to his subordinates and coldly orders them to forcibly drag the young lady out of the way. Completely infuriated by their unmitigated gall, she begins to channel her magical power to fight back, while her loyal attendants similarly draw their weapons against the intruders. Unfortunately, a single lightning-fast swing of the intruder's blades easily cuts the bodyguards down. The grieving crowd panics and runs for their lives the moment the first blood is spilled. Left with no choice, Nini summons a raging, scarlet sea of flames and hurls it straight at them. But the killers just stand their ground, chuckling mockingly. With a mere casual wave of his hand, the leader effortlessly swats the grieving girl's ultimate flame spell completely away. She stares in utter disbelief, realizing that only an elite level 50 job changer could possess that kind of power. The leader steps forward, lifting her into the air by her neck, while muttering that he'll spare her life out of pity for the deceased old man. Meanwhile, the other assassins move in to desecrate the coffin, but a chilling, bloodthirsty voice suddenly commands them to freeze. Alex blitzes forward with such terrifying speed that the leader is forced to drop Nini instantly, just to prevent his own arm from being hacked off. The earth shatters violently as the leader crashes back onto the floor, putting some much-needed distance between the two opposing forces. Alex glares at them, fully prepared to slaughter every single intruder here as retribution. The masked men are similarly unwilling to retreat without eliminating him first. Working in perfect unison, they instantly manifest a massive array around the young man, trapping him inside towering walls of solid stone. However, Such a pathetic, low-tier barrier stands absolutely zero chance of containing his forbidden spells. Gigantic bolts of eternal thunder roar down from the heavens, striking the enemies, and vaporizing several of them on the spot. Alex declares that anyone who dares disturb the eternal rest of his beloved master will be executed without an ounce of mercy. With a violent thrust of Alex's hand, another cataclysmic burst of raw energy obliterates the next assassin in line, simultaneously blasting the stone prison wide open. Just like that, the fourth masked brother was completely wiped from existence. However, the forbidden spellcaster had to sacrifice his own arm to fuel that devastating counterattack. And Nini can't help but gasp in horror at his incredibly reckless and suicidal combat tactics. Seeing his mangled state gives the remaining intruders a sudden surge of hope, especially since he was visibly exhausted and draining his life force. Alex bitterly reflects on how Zora sacrificed everything just to save humanity. Yet worthless scoundrels like this still walk the earth to sully his sacred legacy. He bolts forward, determined to slaughter his next target. But the enemy leader instantly teleports right behind him, already charging a lethal energy beam. The young girl screams at the top of her lungs, warning him to watch his back. But it's already too late as the devastating blast pierces clean through his chest cavity. He collapses heavily onto the dirt, completely unable to breathe, speak, or even twitch a single muscle as the assassins casually stride toward the coffin. Nini had always despised him, but seeing this layout brought an overwhelming pang of grief to her heart. The masked men reach out to claim the master's corpse, but abruptly turn around when a chilling, abnormal pressure spikes behind them. It was Alex, literally rising from the dead as his body begins hovering majestically in midair. By invoking his broken, undying spell to completely nullify the fatal damage, he looks down at them like a god, vowing to drag their souls straight to hell. Meanwhile, the intruders are left sweating in pure panic, unable to comprehend how he's still breathing after a fatal blow. Even Nini watches in absolute awe, refusing to grant his enemies the luxury of an explanation. He immediately triggers his next forbidden spell, the Eyes of Eternal Ice. The terrified assassins desperately scramble to turn back and flee, but they can't even take a single step as a flash freeze locks their feet firmly to the solid ground. The catastrophic frost rapidly crawls from the floor up to the ceiling, completely encasing their entire bodies in massive glaciers and executing the remaining intruders in a heartbeat. The surviving attendants stand frozen in terror, having just witnessed this godlike display of power. With the battlefield finally cleared, Alex slowly descends back to Earth, stepping over to his master's resting place and hoisting the coffin onto his shoulders. He completely tunes out Nini's frantic, emotional protests. However, suddenly recognizing the familiar, comforting aura radiating from his silhouette, her voice drops to a calm whisper as she asks where exactly he is taking her father, replying that he will personally ensure the master is buried properly. The young disciple turns his back and walks away. Meanwhile, inside a towering skyscraper located somewhere in the city, a masked operative is giving a classified briefing about the gate of the apocalypse to his shadowy superior. Hong narrows his eyes, questioning what cosmic secrets Zora must have uncovered inside that dungeon, to the point where even a master of his caliber ended up losing his life. When his subordinate asks if they should launch a raid to retrieve the corpse, Hong commands his forces to keep a close eye on Alex and Nini instead. Furthermore, he emphasizes that they must locate the missing Lee as quickly as humanly possible. Eventually, Zora's body is safely buried, finally laid to rest peacefully right beside his late wife. Standing before the tombstones, Nini quietly thanks Alex for stepping up to protect her today. She holds out a thick stack of cash, telling him to use it to heal his severe injuries. Wanting absolutely no loose ends or lingering debts between them, he coldly turns his back on the money, stating that everything he did was solely out of respect for his fallen teacher. Finally, he drops all pleasantries and frankly tells her that she is far too arrogant and opinionated, harshly adding that she is completely useless without her father's protection. She falls to her knees in the mud, bitterly aware that his brutal words are 100% true. With her father gone, the harsh reality of her weakness sets in, and she bursts into tears once more, tragically wondering if she truly is nothing but a worthless burden. Later on, Alex reunites with Luke, who frantically rushes over to check on his friend's physical condition as they discuss the missing eye he lost in battle. Jean anxiously asks him about his ultimate plans for the future, even offering to take him into his own faction's care. However, Alex simply smiles, stating that he intends to live his remaining life to the absolute fullest, especially since he doesn't have much time left on this earth. Understanding his resolve, they promise to back him up no matter what path he chooses to walk. He later plops heavily onto his bed, yet despite his absolute exhaustion, he pulls out the storage pouch left behind for him by Zora. There isn't a written message inside, but rather two high-tier skill scrolls. The first one grants the ability to manifest a phantom shadow, while the second allows the user to enter a state of apparent death. He immediately upgrades the first scroll into complete invisibility, and mutates the second one into clone creation. It seems his old master possessed enough tactical foresight to help him completely shake off any unwanted surveillance. Testing his new powers out, he materializes an exact physical copy of himself. He plans to leave the clone behind with the Gene family, to act as a flawless decoy for whoever is currently tracking his movements. Reassured, he quietly slips out the window and sets off on his way, his perfect invisibility, allowing him to move completely undetected, right past the spy operatives staking out the perimeter near his room. His master truly did foresee every single variable, using his illusion mask to alter his physical appearance as well. He emerges onto the streets under a completely brand new identity. The guards stationed at the teleportation gates sternly warn him to be careful out in the wild, but he intends to travel as far as he pleases and slaughter as many monsters as humanly can. His brutal new leveling journey officially begins with a mutated canine monster. The beast fiercely barks and growls at him, so he decides to cool the little dog down using a basic ice-based skill. A colossal frozen sword materializes out of thin air and tears, straight through the monster's flesh, killing it instantly, and allowing Alex to devour its residual properties just like the others. He continues his relentless hunting mission, deliberately taking down enemies using only ice spells to solidify his fake persona. After 3 grueling days, he finally returns to the city after successfully breaking through to level 30. Yet despite clearing out the monster forest as fast as possible, his leveling speed still isn't enough. He decides to head over to the local job changer guild for now, and to his surprise, Lee's mysterious absence doesn't seem to have had any negative effect on their daily business at all. He approaches a staff member and announces that he would like to post a massive quest, specifically for monster corpse recycling. As for the payout price, he wisely requests to offer the standard market rate. Following up on this, he specifies that he will accept all monster corpses below level 20. The clerk assumes that he must be a rookie member, and patiently explains that they will need to handle a few prerequisites first. First and foremost, a strict verification of funds is mandatory, but fortunately, the young man casually presenting his lifetime VIP card for the guild instantly clears up all of the clerk's doubts. 3 days rapidly pass, and the guild hall is absolutely bustling as low-level job changers rush to turn in their massive shares of monster corpses for Alex's lucrative job posting. Meanwhile, the other local merchants and alchemists find themselves losing massive amounts of business because of this monopoly. They exchange dark looks, silently deciding to take drastic action to stop it. The latest massive batch of monsters is piled high in a private warehouse, ready for inspection. After a quick look at the horde, he decides to purchase them all, and politely asks the employee to step out for a few moments. The absolute second the door clicks shut, he unleashes his forbidden power and begins devouring the entire pile. Completely satisfied with this alternative method, which is infinitely more efficient than traveling into the wild and slaughtering monsters by hand, he watches as the pure essence floods his body, heavily raising his lifespan, stats, and experience points. The projection of the eternal scales manifests above him as Alex fills himself with raw, unadulterated power. When he eventually steps out of the guild's private warehouse, a group of cloaked figures lurking in the shadows lock their eyes intently onto him, silently confirming the physical descriptions of their intended target. Alex deliberately steers his path toward an isolated, abandoned lot, deeply annoyed that someone is still stubbornly tracking his movements, even after he completely altered his physical appearance. Calling out into the empty, desolate space, he mockingly notes that they must be exhausted from stalking him, prompting a couple of heavily armed men to step forward. They aggressively confirm that he's the merchant who posted the massive monster collection bounty, revealing that, apparently, a wealthy client is paying a premium to take his life. Alex effortlessly dodges their initial lightning-fast strike, casually offering to pay them double whatever bounty is currently on his head. But the assassins instantly launch another, furious assault, arrogantly pointing out that they plan to steal all of his money after butchering his corpse anyway. They attempt to rush the assassination, mentioning that they were strictly ordered to head to a secret realm gathering immediately after completing this hit. However, their mastercraft weapons flash freeze into solid blocks of ice before they can even graze their target. Alex's forbidden spell renders the two seasoned killers completely immobile, and only then does a wave of absolute horror hit them as they realize what kind of monster they are dealing with. Alex glares down at them, demanding to know the exact identity of the mastermind who sent them. Seeing that they choose to clamp their jaws shut and remain stubbornly silent, he decides to motivate them a little. With a casual flick of his finger, one assassin's ear is cleanly severed, causing them to instantly break under the pain and confess that a coalition of local business owners wants him dead, simply because his massive job posting completely ruined their market monopoly. With that mystery solved, he presses further, demanding information regarding the secret realm they had casually mentioned earlier. They reveal it's a hidden dungeon that manifested just recently, roughly 30 kilometers north of Korra. Alex casually walks away without even bothering to release them from the spell, entirely indifferent to whether they freeze to death in the glacier. Shortly after, a massive crowd of eager hunters has already gathered at the threshold of this newly opened secret realm. A few scouts had ventured inside a couple of days prior, but the onlookers note that not a single soul has managed to return alive since then. Fortunately, the surrounding mercenaries seem smart enough to hold their ground outside, unwilling to risk their lives at least until someone successfully exits the portal. Regrettably, this collective wisdom doesn't last very long. The exact millisecond a glowing, artifact-like treasure materializes right near the portal's center. The crowd's greed completely overrides their caution, and they blindly scramble to rush into the dungeon, desperate to claim whatever priceless treasure awaits inside, regardless of the fatal risks. Alex watches the chaotic stampede from a safe distance, his mind filled with deep suspicion. He reasons that if a genuine, high-tier artifact were truly just sitting there in the open, an elite, high-level powerhouse would have claimed it long before anyone else arrived. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes from right behind him, noting that he must have deduced the trap as well. A person introducing themselves as Sheena steps forward, confidently insisting that something feels incredibly wrong and unnatural about this entire setup, completely indifferent to her warnings. Alex turns and bluntly asks why she is so terribly disguised as a man. He ruthlessly calls out her clumsy attempt at a disguise, mocking her excessive lip balm and her total lack of masculine body language. Dismissing her entirely, Alex turns his back and walks away, wanting absolutely no part in a situation that smells so heavily of setup. However, she desperately calls out for him to wait just a moment, revealing a chilling theory that the demons themselves might have fabricated this entire realm purely to lure humans into a trap. And now she wants to team up and enter. Devouring demons is a tempting thought, but he declines the proposition, even turning down the additional payment she offers, just to get him on board. However, he quickly backtracks and changes his attitude as soon as she mentions an epic-grade equipment. They exchange introductions, and she asks about his profession, told that he's an ice mage. She provides him with a small box. He's stunned by what he finds. Inside, it's an item with a domain skill that increases the power of ice-type skills by 100%. Sheena tells Alex to answer already, as her parents will be looking for her, curious about who she is and why she's so rich. He asks if she snuck out of home. Brushing it off, she asks about his level since he's obviously powerful. She flatters him at first, considering how he reached level 45 at such a young age. But she then insists that he isn't special compared to her, who's level 37 and 3 years younger. He feints admiration despite not even wanting to be compared to her. That said, she didn't take the final exam, as her dad considers it a waste of time. When he accepts her generous offer, she hands him the epic equipment, and they finalize their partnership. The inside of the secret realm is bleak and dark, and the stench alone could confirm that the place was crawling with demons. She's dealt with them before, but her parents were always by her side. While they wonder where the people who rushed and were sent to, an enormous enemy appears and smashes the ground. The two move and run away just in time when he has enough distance. Alex counters with Ice Blade and freezes the enemy's entire body instantly. It's a magnificent display of power, but he just brushes it off in front of Sheena when she sees and asks him why he's absorbing the corpse. He makes a big deal out of growing up poor and selling monsters. For money, she offers him all the corpses he wants. as long as he records her fighting a demon later. Their conversations make him think that she isn't too bright. She's been leading him in one direction all along, but it's also possible that she can see traces of demonkin in the realm. They reach a human camp, and the people there aren't keen on having more people stealing their targets. While they seem unfriendly, there's no need to stay there anyway. The night grows noticeably colder than usual as they make their way up a steep ravine. Suddenly, Sheena senses an enemy waiting right up ahead. Her tracking senses are incredibly sharp, and they spot a high-ranking demon the exact moment they crest the ridge. Both sides are completely taken aback by each other's sudden presence, especially since the system reveals this demon is well over level 40. The reckless young lady instantly charges into the fray, loudly reminding Alex to start recording the video. Bursting with confidence, she manipulates thin, razor-sharp blue threads from her fingertips and shoots them directly past the roaring enemy. With a sharp tug, the lines tighten instantly, completely entangling the demon's massive body and rendering him entirely immobile. Her high-tier skill and tactical execution are actually impressive enough to surprise Alex, who is currently busy filming the fight. Meanwhile, Ragnar struggles violently and curses, finding himself completely unable to break his limbs free from the binding. The young caster smugly declares that anyone caught in her signature threads stands absolutely zero chance of breaking free. While her boast is technically true, the demon's head remains completely free to charge a devastating counterattack. Alex screams at Sheena to get out of the way, but it's already too late, as the enemy unleashes a catastrophic energy beam aimed dead at her. She barely manages to deploy a magical shield a split second before the impact, but the kinetic force of the blast still hits her with terrifying power. The resulting explosion is massive and incredibly destructive, but Sheena's barrier holds up just well enough to keep her breathing. Glaring at the demon, she admits that she severely underestimated his threat level, but vows that she won't make the same mistake twice, as she fully unleashes her hidden strength, manifesting a majestic pair of puppet thread wings on her back. She takes to the sky and pursues the retreating monster with countless glowing lines. Determined to see exactly where he is trying to escape to, Alex loudly warns her that this chase is clearly a trap, but she blindly flies right into it like an arrogant, overconfident fool. Ragnar eventually stops running, the moment he reaches a specific clearing, turning back to mockingly tell her that it's now her turn to run for her life. Scanning the darkness, the duo realizes that several other powerful demons have completely surrounded the area. Sheena bitterly blames herself for falling into such a reckless predicament, urgently telling Alex to run away while she lays down her life to hold them off. Hearing this, he does exactly what he's told and bolts without a single shred of hesitation. Ragnar barks orders to his subordinates to hunt the runner down, declaring that today, not a single human intruder will leave this pocket dimension alive. Of course, escaping at this sluggish pace is absolute child's play for the young man. Even when the demon scouts launch a coordinated attack together, all he needs to do is casually boost his movement speed to dodge their projectiles. He manages to slip away first and secures a perfect hidden vantage point. Perching there, he pulls out his device and resumes recording, genuinely eager to see how this eccentric rich girl plans to escape her doom. Though slightly stunned by just how fast her partner abandoned her, Sheena activates her movement skills to break through the blockade and leave the demons behind. The monsters frantically cut off her escape routes and do everything they can to suppress her, but the young warrior's razor-sharp threads effortlessly tear apart anything and everything in her path. It looked as though she was going to make a clean getaway without any issues, but Ragnar had no intention of letting her escape that easily. He unleashed a concentrated orb of dark energy that streaked through the air, hot on her heels. Realizing she couldn't outrun it, she desperately lashed out with her threads to intercept the projectile, but instead, her lines completely disintegrated the moment they made contact. With absolutely no way left to evade, she let out a piercing shriek as the shadowy blast slammed directly into her. And even Alex, watching from afar, knew there was no escaping the brunt of that impact. As the blinding cloud of smoke and dust slowly clears, they see Sheena trapped inside the terrifying heavenly demon cage, a specialized sealing tool forged by Imperial demons specifically to capture high-tier humans. Realizing she is wielding a divine artifact, Ragnar is deeply impressed, fully confident that she will fetch an incredible price as a slave in the demon realm. He immediately moves in to harvest his spoils of war, reaching out his hand to seize her legendary star puppet string. However, the moment he touches the perimeter, his fingertips begin to rapidly freeze. And before he can even react, his entire arm is completely encased in solid ice. Sheena looks back in pure panic, frantically asking him why on earth he didn't run when he had the chance. Alex casually tosses her phone back to her, nonchalantly replying that he was simply busy recording her battle footage. After all, he reminds her that this was their exact agreement before entering. He then fearlessly turns his back to face the elite demon commander and his vicious underlings, not even blinking when an infuriated Ragnar orders his horde to butcher him on the spot. Alex immediately invokes his absolute zero magic, instantly flash freezing all the surrounding demons who dare to close in on him, following it up with a devastating ice vortex spell. He conjures massive, razor-sharp spires of ice from the earth, impaling the trapped monsters one by one in a brutal display. A couple of agile demon scouts attempt to ambush him from both flanks, but they are completely frozen solid before their weapons can even graze his cloak. Suddenly, an assassin materializes directly behind him, successfully landing a heavy blow. Watching him completely tank the agonizing pain to continue fighting, a desperate Sheena screams at him to stop worrying about her safety and just run for his life. He simply cracks a grim smile, telling her to just bury his body outside the secret realm, if he actually manages to die here. A split second later, a lethal strike pierces clean through his chest cavity, and he barely manages to manifest a hasty barrier to deflect the follow-up execution blow. Even so, the sheer kinetic force of the impact sends his body flying violently across the cavern. Ragnar watches in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this puny human is still breathing. What's more, the kid still looks completely confident, standing tall against the massive horde of demons looming right before him. The monsters openly mock the young hunter, convinced he is standing on the absolute brink of death as they all charge in for the final kill. Alex calmly snaps his hands together and invokes a devastating forbidden spell. Colossal, towering slabs of ice come crashing down from above, shattering the cavern floor, but seemingly failing to hit a single advancing target. The demons let out a mocking laugh at his terrible aim and leap forward, completely unaware that they have jumped straight into a lethal trap. With a single command from Alex, the fallen ice shards violently detonate all at once, utterly vaporizing the entire demon strike force within a matter of seconds. Even a magical prison caging Sheena completely dissipates into thin air, and she struggles to believe that he actually annihilated 20 high-level demons. In a single split second, his power was absolutely terrifying, but even as his entire body shook violently from exhaustion, he walked toward her with a reassuring smile. However, the immense physical backlash from casting a rapid string of forbidden spells was simply too much for his body to handle, and he eventually collapsed right into the young lady's arms. Suddenly, his eyes shoot wide open as he senses an impending danger. Ragnar has materialized right beside them, but Alex's body refuses to move the way he wants it to. Instead of defending himself, he uses his remaining strength to push his partner away from danger. A heavy, vicious swipe of the demon's hand sends him crashing violently into a hard boulder. Sheena is forced to watch in absolute horror as he is brutally beaten up, cursing herself and weeping bitterly for failing to protect him. Suddenly, the divine threads erupt from her body once more, now glowing much stronger and fuller than ever before. They wrap around the demon commander in an instant, and, with one fierce, hateful tug of her fingers, she completely slices his massive body into a million bloody pieces. The grueling battle is finally over, and she is free to rush over to Alex's side with a bottle of premium medicine, crafted by a top-tier alchemy master. He weakly tells her to just forget about him and evacuate the place already. But she stubbornly refuses to let him die, and frantically forces the medicine into his mouth. The incredibly high-grade pills are scattered all over the dirty floor, as Sheena desperately tries to jam as many of them as possible down Alex's throat. Staring into his blank, empty eyes, she vows to become stronger and carry his body out of this hellish realm no matter what. The poor girl weeps uncontrollably while hugging his supposedly lifeless body when suddenly, he lets out a violent cough and rasps for her to let go, pointing out that she's actually going to choke the remaining life right out of him. She couldn't be more relieved to find out that he is still alive, determined to keep him safe and bring him straight to the absolute best cleric in all of Daxia. She completely wraps his entire body with her threads, sealing him up like a thick cocoon, hoisting the heavy bundle onto her back. The brave young lady rushes as fast as she can back toward the realm's main portal. However, Waiting there is a ruthless ambush group of demons, standing triumphantly around a gruesome pile of mutilated human corpses. It was a horrid and utterly appalling sight, to say the least, but it finally confirms that this pocket realm really is a calculated trap meant to lure in unsuspecting humans. Just like before, Alex instructs her to drop him and save herself, but she flatly refuses. The demons finally spot the intruders and quickly surround them on all sides. They boast that this will be an incredibly easy execution, especially given the humans' terrible physical condition. Sheena braces herself and gets ready to fight, and when Alex demands to be led out of the cocoon, she finally unravels the threads, freeing him. She leaps gracefully into the air, telling him to just sit back and watch her obliterate every single enemy. While she wreaks absolute havoc and completely destroys the surrounding area, Alex is left entirely alone right next to the massive pile of dead humans. For him, this was the absolute perfect golden opportunity to harvest power and get stronger. He immediately activates his forbidden trait, devouring each and every corpse in the pile, watching his stats gradually skyrocket by the second. And he eventually ends up leveling up a few more times. Meanwhile, Sheena was in a truly terrible state, and was probably only a few seconds away from being brutally killed. Just then, the monsters notice a gentle snow beginning to descend from the dark sky. Standing right above them is Alex, completely recovered and back in absolute top condition. With a casual wave of his hand, he summons a massive wall of ice that violently tears through the battlefield. Utterly unable to believe that such a terrifying powerhouse exists in this place, a panicked demon rushes off to inform his Lord Norris, and shoots a signal flare high up into the air, with the demons heavily blocking the portal. Alex reasons there must be more human hunters trapped deeper inside. In fact, he is now highly hesitant to leave this dungeon anytime soon, since it is turning out to be a spectacular place for him to level up. A while later, the two set up a camp and roast some meat over a warm campfire. Sheena loudly expresses her pure admiration for his insane recovery ability, knowing full well how catastrophically injured he was just moments earlier. While they lighten the mood and joke around about her terrible cooking, their heads suddenly snap to the side as they hear a strange rustling in the woods. She recalls seeing faint traces of human activity back when she was hunting earlier. Deeper inside the thick forest, a large group of severely injured human hunters are gathered around a dim fire. Having lost all hope of finding anything worthwhile in this hellish realm, they realize they need to evacuate as soon as possible. But the main problem is the countless demons guarding the exit. Suddenly, a man stands up. Wu Hao, the undisputed strongest hunter in the group, coldly declares that there is only one viable way to break through the blockade, and that is to cruelly sacrifice the injured survivors, using them as live bait to lure the demons away while the healthy ones escape. Wu Hao glares around the fire, asking if there is anyone who dares to disagree with his cruel plan. A handful of hunters instantly object, knowing this is basically telling the wounded to go die just so the strong can have a slightly higher chance of survival. After coldly asking if anyone else has a problem with his logic, he moves with blinding speed and unleashes a vicious attack in the blink of an eye. He brutally slices the legs of the men who spoke out, crippling them further, before they can even register what is happening. The mutilated men and their horrified partners scream at this inhumane betrayal, but the sadistic swordsman just asks the crowd if anyone else wants to volunteer as bait. Since the terrified onlookers clamp their mouths shut, they proceed to execute the plan just as he ordered. Suddenly, a totally unfamiliar voice loudly objects to the madness. Sheena steps forward into the firelight, furiously questioning how he could act like such a monster, finding her standard heroic speech a bit too soft. Alex steps in to show her how it's done, unleashing an absolute, endless barrage of savage insults and curses at the man, while the surrounding hunters stand frozen, completely stunned by his legendary trash talk cadence. Wu Hao growls in pure rage at the humiliation, and furiously charges forward to execute these arrogant newcomers. However, he suddenly realizes that his body can't move a single inch. His limbs have already been tightly bound by Sheena's invisible divine threads, and he collapses heavily onto the ground the exact moment she tugs them just a little bit tighter. Now, he is left just as broken and helpless as the victims he crippled, meaning he can happily serve as the perfect demon bait instead. The people then ask the pair to help them leave the realm that said. Alex has no idea how they're going to do that. The young lady already has something in mind, and draws up a plan for what they're going to do by the portal. She wants one strong group to distract the demons, and give the wounded a chance to leave. Needing speed specialists in the first group, she asked for volunteers. In addition to Alex, a few more raised their hands. Determined to get out of there alive, Sheena was satisfied and had no intention to force others to join, still oblivious to the sinister nature of humans. While they helped each other get ready, Wu Hao had an evil smirk and planned to betray them the moment he got a chance. The exit was still crawling with demons, now even more so than earlier despite the plan. Alex heads out on his own, saying they don't need more people. He says he's enough and tells them to find a chance to rush out. Sheena tries to stop him, but it's too late. The demons soon notice the lone man running right towards them. He can feel his partner's worried gaze, but there's no need. Simply passing through the group is enough to freeze and shatter the enemies apart. The others have apparently heard of the ice user's terrifying strength while they talk about refusing to let him escape this time. Alex scoffs at them and says they should be the one running away. A single attack from him blasts through their bodies. With a taste of Alex's power, the enemies are now a lot more cautious. Meanwhile, Sheena notices something wrong while watching. When he states that they're simply too weak, something crashes down to the ground behind him. A huge and powerful-looking demon appeared, and even Alex could tell that he wasn't like the others he feels. The pressure and jumps away just in time to dodge the heavy axe's blow. It's a chance to bait them away from the exit. But Gary only takes a few with him to the chase. With a few enemies left, the humans have no choice but to fight. They charge in to eliminate the guards, and Sheena leads the charge by decimating the front lines with her threads in an instant. Wu Hao chuckled from afar, surprised that they actually LED all the demons away. He tells the uninjured to leave the wounded behind and run with him. One protests, wanting to stick to the plan. But the selfish humans are focused on saving their own lives. The swordsman leads the way forward. Seeing them, Sheena thinks that they're sending back up, but soon realizes that they're heading straight for the portal and heartlessly leaving the helpless, wounded survivors behind to die on their own. But just as Wu Hao maliciously mocks the naive fools who had actually placed their faith in them, colossal stone slabs suddenly erupt from the earth, completely sealing off the exit portal. Utterly bewildered by this catastrophic turn of events, the cowards frantically try to force their way through, fully unleashing their magical powers. Their strongest spells slam into the stone barrier, but fail to leave even a single microscopic crack. The situation turns frustratingly hopeless as the impenetrable walls stand tall against their assault. The vanguard squad quickly realizes that the backstabbing traitors have walked straight into a deadly trap, watching in horror as the remaining demon forces come rushing back from their chase. Led by the monstrous Gary, the demon horde completely surrounds the pathetic humans, ruthlessly cutting off any lingering hope of survival or escape. The cornered cowards have absolutely no choice but to desperately fight back. But their resistance is completely futile against the overwhelming might of the tribe leaders. Colossal axe, which tears clean through their ranks with horrifying ease. Capitalizing on the chaotic slaughter, Sheena's loyal group takes the opportunity to fall back and regroup for the time being. Meanwhile, Alex is casually waiting back at the very spot where their journey first began. They are completely taken aback to find each other still breathing in this hellhole. When he questions whether the clever demons had some kind of tactical backup plan, the survivors bitterly share how Wu Hao's group was effortlessly wiped out, after blindly triggering a hidden trap right by the portal's entrance. With a dark, ominous expression clouding his face, Alex mutters that this was entirely his mistake, stepping forward with absolute resolve to confront the demon army completely on his own. At the gateway, the bloodthirsty demon horde is still waiting, reveling in their victory. Alex had originally planned to quietly stay behind in this pocket dimension, to go on a stealthy, lucrative killing spree, but now his heart demands pure vengeance. Gary, who is more than happy to grant this suicidal human's apparent death wish, leaps high into the air to clash with the defiant hunter. His colossal battle axe collides violently with Alex's conjured ice shields, and the sheer kinetic energy of the impact sends massive shockwaves rippling throughout the entire realm. The demon commander cannot comprehend how this puny young man has fully recovered so quickly, vowing to show him a level of despair he can't even begin to imagine. The legendary forbidden spellcaster unleashes his dark trait and begins to devour every single corpse scattered across the battlefield. Gary can only stare, in absolute shock and utter confusion as Alex's physical attributes grow exponentially stronger by the second. This brutal dungeon battle is officially about to reach its absolute climax. Gary watches in pure horror, unable to believe that this human is casually devouring his own kind for power. But Alex coldly reminds him that it will be his turn very soon. After all, a hungry hunter doesn't get the luxury of finding this many high-level demons to farm back in the human world, completely altering his physical form and heavily empowering his mana veins. He triggers a catastrophic spell, the world-devouring thunder. The terrified demons instantly cluster together, pooling their remaining life force, in a desperate bid to manifest a collective shield, strong enough to somehow deflect the impending apocalyptic blast, barely surviving the initial shockwave. Gary frantically clings to the desperate hope that the forbidden caster's fragile body won't be able to handle the spell's backlash. Alex merely smirks, deciding to play along and treat the monsters to an even more horrific experience, flawlessly manipulating both cataclysmic fire and absolute zero ice simultaneously. He stacks 4 separate forbidden spells right on top of one another, unleashing a devastating, god-tier fusion attack that the remaining enemies stand absolutely zero chance of blocking. The entire dimension is utterly ravaged and torn to shreds. Gary is left completely paralyzed with shock, physically unable to comprehend the monstrous, godlike strength of the human standing before him. Meanwhile, the other demons who managed to dodge ran away in fear. But Alex wasn't going to let any of them leave with their lives. He summons the power of the eternal scales and, like a black hole, sucks the life out of all the enemies in the area, doing his best to resist. Gary could only question who the mighty human was. Alex emerges, gaining nearly 17,000 points after devouring 22 high-level demons. The tribe leader appears again, still foolishly thinking that he could do anything. But his target catches his heavy axe with a single hand. His entire body shook as he struggled to swing. Just then Sheena and the others arrive at the scene, and she asks if he actually killed all the demons on his own. If he doesn't pretend a bit, his identity will surely be exposed. As such, he throws himself down and crashes to the ground. She rushes to his aid while the others charge at the enemy. Wally put herself between her partner and the demon. Alex feigned injury, even saying that he can't deal with his power, as the demon absorbs the power of his kin to strengthen himself. When she assures him that there's no need to worry anymore, Jerry screams at the despicable lie and accusation. However, Sheena didn't believe him and was intent on making him pay. A quick dash up allows her to entangle him with her divine threads. They pulled and cut his skin as he struggled, but he was determined to drag the forbidden caster down to death with him. Unfortunately, Alex completely outmatches him now before Jerry could react. Half of his body was blown apart by Alex's attack, helplessly falling to the ground. He goes on about getting so wronged in battle. But if the forbidden caster didn't do this, his identity would be revealed to everyone. He regroups with Sheena, saying he wants to get out of there fast. While they talk about something important, he secretly devours the tribe leader's body, saying her father is outside the portal. Sheena tells him to pretend that they're strangers. While he agrees for now, he calls her his best friend and vows to find her again, even swearing to the heavens that he'll do so. She reveals that her father is the head of one of the 5 great families. He doesn't know what she means. They're the most ancient clans, and Zora was the head of one of the 5, in fact. The rest of the families are investigating the cause of his death. Despite this, Alex is still intent on finding her back in the human realm. They smile and part ways with the promise of meeting again. On the other side of the portal, Hong was waiting with his attendants, and standing right beside him is Wong, wearing a dead serious expression. The rest of the guards let out a sigh of relief when they see the young lady step out safe and sound. But her father coldly notes that she has clearly grown bold enough to start running away from home. Hoping to appease him, she happily hands over the phone containing the video of her slinging magic at demons. But the stern patriarch doesn't even watch it. He just effortlessly crushes the device into pieces, declaring that surviving was the bare minimum expected of her after everything they've invested in her. He then harshly orders her to enter the grueling dragon pool realm immediately to reflect on her reckless actions. Just as they finish speaking, the dungeon portal violently collapses behind them. Hong shifts his piercing gaze toward the background, asking about the mysterious young man, who is currently standing right behind his daughter. She casually shrugs it off, claiming he's just a random ice mage who happened to kill a decent number of demons inside, firmly adding that the 2 of them aren't the least bit close. Wearing completely blank, unreadable expressions, the powerful family turns around and leaves the clearing. Watching them depart, Alex can't help but wonder if this terrifying patriarch is the true mastermind operating behind the scenes. Realizing he has been away from his post for far too long, decides it's time to head back to the Jean family mansion as fast as possible. But a chilling sensation grips his spine the exact millisecond he steps away from the crowd. Out of nowhere, a high-velocity arrow pierces straight through his shoulder. A masked assassin steps out of the shadows, openly surprised that the boy actually managed to survive the initial ambush, calmly knocking a second lethal shot. The killer mutters that the kid's biggest mistake was getting way too close to Lady Sheena. Alex knows he absolutely cannot blow his fake identity right now, but taking another direct hit to the head would literally end his life. For now, he manifests a basic ice sword and swiftly shears the lethal tip of the incoming arrow off, intentionally allowing the blunt wooden shaft to slam square into his chest. He collapses heavily onto the dirt, completely locking his muscles to play dead. But this attacker is a seasoned professional who intends to mutilate the corpse just to guarantee the kill. Alex is forced to roll out of the way, deeply annoyed by how thorough the assassin is trying to be. Meanwhile, the cloaked shooter is utterly stunned to see that the boy can still move at all. Before the killer can even chamber another arrow, the forbidden spellcaster unleashes a devastating world-destroying thunder strike that completely detonates his entire body. Alex sighs, noting that he was prepared to offer the guy mercy, but the fool just had to force his hand. Within seconds, the assassin's shattered remains are devoured by Alex's trait, transforming into pure, stat-boosting nourishment, until absolutely nothing is left on the blood-stained ground. A short while later, another masked operative arrives at the scene to thoroughly inspect the clearing where the elite archer was just vaporized. Analyzing the lingering elemental signatures left in the air, he mistakenly deduces that more than one high-level powerhouse must have coordinated the counterattack. He immediately reports his findings back to his shadowy boss, vowing that he will investigate the matter further. Meanwhile, outside a prominent, heavily guarded residence located elsewhere in the city, Alex stands boldly before the grand entrance, loudly demanding to see Ian. When his aggressive shouting is met with absolute, disrespectful silence from the guards inside, he steps forward and violently tears the massive iron gate right off its hinges. The chaotic commotion immediately causes the master blacksmith to run out of his workshop in a panic, furiously screaming at the arrogant trespasser to put his expensive gate back where it belongs. The young man simply confirms the blacksmith's identity with a cold stare and hurls the massive metal bar straight at him. Several elite guards instantly draw their weapons and rush forward to intercept the threat, but their defenses stand absolutely zero chance against the crushing weight of his forbidden ice magic. Completely frozen in place and unable to twitch a muscle, the terrified guards demand to know his identity and why he's attacking them. Alex ignores their cries, coldly commanding Ian to immediately call outing Fa and Hepping, and finally realizes who the boy is. The two old men arrive at his home sometime later, completely oblivious as to why they were called there. Shock spreads across their faces when they see Alex, introducing himself as the one they hired an assassin to kill. The three men get into an argument about who's at fault. So the young one says he isn't there for revenge, but serious business. He wants them to reforge an epic grade rainbow piercing bow. While they're stunned, they all insist that they aren't good enough to handle such equipment. Alex walks away and tells them to figure something out together. But they continue to reason and say, but they aren't even all blacksmiths. A threatening bolt of lightning strikes the pond, and he asks. Again, if his request can be done, they all give a thumbs up, understanding that it isn't really a question. The three are told to call him when they're done. Terrified of the consequences of failure, the old men get to work, sweating and doing all they can to deliver what was being asked. Relief and pride washes over when they successfully forge the bow. Aside from the additional stats, the bow has a skill that doubles power and ignore defense for close-range shots. The men cautiously ask if he'll let them go fortunately. Alex is a man of his word and leaves peacefully. He later arrives at the Jean family mansion. The owners are confused, thinking that was just in his room all this time, remembering his clone. He makes a vague excuse and says he'd like to hire a bodyguard. Given the city's atmosphere, he leaves it to Luke. We'll have it arranged by the next day. Alex plans to use a new identity to be the bodyguard and appear with his clone. Luke gathers a bunch of fighters for hire, saying he's in need of a top-tier bodyguard. The final candidates are called after several screenings, and their job is to protect a figure who's been stirring up a storm in the city. Alex was among the roster, making full use of his disguise to blend in. The last stage is a combat test against each other, saying he's in a hurry. The forbidden spellcaster stepped forward and asked everyone to come at once. They're shocked by the arrogant statement, but Luke can't help but see his master's boldness in him, angrily called out by the insulted fighters. Alex says it's the perfect chance to test out his new bow. They close the distance, thinking it's the best way to fight an archer. Tired of all the talk, he shoots a fiery arrow at the group. The speed is terrifying, but one tanker moves fast enough to raise a shield and block. But he's still sent flying meters back by the sheer kinetic impact of the attack. Realizing just how insanely dangerous this mysterious archer actually is, the remaining mercenaries all band together, mutually agreeing to fight each other only after dealing with him. The tank's heavy shield is raised once more as they orchestrate a unified charge forward. However, this reckless rush puts them directly into the bow's optimal range for its defense-piercing skill. A devastating arrow flies forward and effortlessly bores a massive hole clean through the reinforced shield, as well as the unfortunate man's torso. Utterly unable to comprehend that such an impossible piercing power is even possible, the crippled tank is sent crashing violently into the dirt. The rest of the fighters attempt to use this chaotic split-second chance to strike together at close range, completely oblivious to the fact that this specific bow can also be used as a lethal melee weapon. They suffer horrific deep wounds to their bodies in the blink of an eye. Unwilling to literally throw their lives away for a mere bodyguard job, the terrified contestants all forfeit the position. As expected, Alex is left as the absolute last man standing in the arena. Luke is incredibly impressed by the display, confidently promising to provide a highly generous salary, stating he is entirely certain that his young master will be thoroughly satisfied with this choice. Still completely unaware that this newly hired top-tier bodyguard is actually his own master in disguise. Meanwhile, a deep, ominous war horn echoes through the dense forest just outside Korra, as countless monstrous silhouettes begin to emerge along the border of the city. Watching the impending doom unfold, Hong and his elite men wait and observe from a high vantage point. He calmly confirms with his subordinates that his daughter is currently locked away safe at home. One of his advisors cautiously asks if unleashing this horde is truly okay, noting that the local defense forces can't possibly withstand the apocalyptic amount of monsters they have summoned. Hong coldly retorts that this is the absolute only way to force Ling out of hiding, arrogantly declaring that a single frontier city is a small sacrifice to make for the Apocalypse Gate. After all, that supreme ancient artifact must fall into their family's hands, no matter what the collateral damage. At the exact same time, agents from the Investigation Bureau are tossing Yin's home, discovering that the master blacksmith and his entire family have seemingly vanished into thin air. Since evidence shows Yin was actively forging a high-grade bow right before his sudden disappearance, the Bureau immediately begins looking into all prominent longbow users currently residing in the city. Upon hearing rumors about the newly hired, bow-wielding bodyguard protecting Alex, the agents head straight over to the G Mansion, deeply wondering why every single major criminal case lately is somehow connected to this one kid. Arriving at the estate, they lay eyes on the young master, standing right alongside his brand-new bodyguard. When calmly asked what business the authorities have here, the lead investigator points directly at the archer, declaring him a prime suspect in Yin's kidnapping and murder. Jun is ordered to present concrete evidence, so he dramatically points toward the glowing red bow, claiming that the weapon itself is the absolute best proof there is. Just then, the body of water in the courtyard garden violently rises up and begins to speak. As the startled agents urgently call out a warning, a mysterious masked man suddenly materializes from the mist, sternly warning the Bureau of the impending, massive monster invasion, and ordering them to immediately stop harassing civilians and evacuate the city population. The senior investigator can instantly tell from the stranger's aura that he isn't lying, so he demands an immediate explanation as to what exactly is happening outside the walls. Instead of answering, an ominous, blood-curdling howl rings across the entire land, and the masked messenger vanishes into thin air without giving another word of explanation. Since the terrifying warning is without a doubt true, the panicked Bureau officers quickly move out, shouting back that they will definitely return to deal with the suspicious archer later. Left behind in the quiet courtyard, Alex silently ponders the looming destruction of the city and its dark connection to the Apocalypse Gate, which might actually be triggered by this impending siege. Suddenly, blaring sirens and emergency alerts echo across the entire city, ordering all civilians to evacuate to the designated portal shelters immediately. Meanwhile, all eligible job changers are commanded to immediately assemble by the main city walls. Terrified citizens run as fast as their legs can carry them, And in the midst of the chaos, some can't help but desperately long for the late Zora's powerful and inspiring presence. Meanwhile, Alex contemplates his next move. He pulls out the secret pouch left behind by his master, remembering that there is still one remaining item sealed inside. It turns out to be a letter, solemnly telling him to simply follow whatever his heart dictates. He is deeply moved by how profound and forward-thinking his master truly was. Since the invading masterminds are orchestrating all this destruction just to find Ling Yi, Alex puts on his signature mask, resolved to give those bastards exactly what they're looking for. Outside, the drums of war beat relentlessly, signaling all available fighters to rally at the front lines. High-ranking commanders lead columns of troops onto their defensive stations, telling them to brace themselves for an all-out war. Right on cue, the monstrous demonic horde comes rushing like a tidal wave toward the city walls, making it terrifyingly clear why human society is forced to live behind fortifications. The desperate city officials have already begged the upper echelons for emergency backup, but absolutely no one has responded to their distress call. Even the local city lord stands on the ramparts, bitterly grumbling over how the powerful elite treat ordinary human lives as mere disposable numbers. Flying up into the sky, he looks down at his compatriots and delivers a rousing speech, imploring every single person to stand together as one and protect their home from being slaughtered by these demonic beasts. He declares that their lives are tied to the fate of this city and promises to lead the vanguard charge himself. The massive army of job changers lets out a deafening, unified war cry, fully prepared to fight to their absolute last breath without a single thought of retreat. Following a massive, spectacular explosion in the distance, Ling Yi finally reveals his legendary presence to the desperate public. The defenders are completely stunned by how extraordinarily strong and terrifying his aura is. So much so that the hopeless soldiers actually regain a spark of hope that they can win this battle. Incinerating a dense cluster of demonic beasts with his flames, he calls on every able-bodied fighter to help him drive out the invading swarm and defend their homeland. Meanwhile, Hong receives an urgent report that their primary target has finally taken the bait and arrived on the scene. Thoroughly satisfied with how perfectly his sinister plan is progressing, he orders his elite strike squad to move out. They charge into the fray, effortlessly tearing through waves of monsters, and causing the distracted citizens to believe that a powerful new wave of reinforcements has arrived. However, they aren't actually attacking the monstrous invaders. They are merely forcing a direct path through them to reach their true target. Alex spots the enemy squad closing in on his decoy clone and decides it's the perfect time to have some fun. Now, completely surrounded, the masked assassins mockingly ask him why he has stopped running, prompting the fake Ling Yi to break into a maniacal, unsettling laugh, loudly shouting that he has ultimately failed his beloved master. The attackers instantly realize with horror that the clone is about to self-destruct, but it is already far too late to stop the volatile reaction. A cataclysmic explosion violently blasts them all backward. However, the strategic attack doesn't actually kill anyone, merely leaving a massive, smoking crater in the middle of the ground. While the disoriented masked men stand there completely confused about what to do next, Alex is genuinely surprised that the blast failed to injure even a single one of them. Still, he figures this staged self-destruction should be enough to officially close the book on his secret identity. However, his escape plan is abruptly interrupted when a familiar voice calls out. It's Nini. Vowing to bury these bastards alive alongside her father's late disciple, she leaps straight down into the fray, having completely refused to head toward the evacuation portal to escape with the rest of the civilians. She holds up a brilliant, glowing artifact tightly in her hand, determined to inherit her father's final wishes. She declares that Zora's legacy will either live on or perish entirely with this city. Suddenly, the cosmic power of the heavenly stars descends violently from above, and the soldiers look up in absolute awe as a massive astral array manifests in the sky. Countless devastating beams of light rain down from the heavens, slamming into the battlefield below. Every single target struck is instantly encased in solid stone, rendered completely unable to move by Zora's signature heritage attack. Watching from the other side, the job changers immediately seize this golden opportunity to fiercely fight back. They ruthlessly hack and shatter the immobilized bodies of the monsters, doing everything in their power to deal as much structural damage as possible. However, Nini's own physical body is actively fracturing under the crushing weight of activating the ancient artifact. The feedback is simply far more power than her fragile mana veins can handle. while the nearby defenders worry frantically about Zora's daughter, the masked. Assassins urgently pool their efforts to break free from the spatial suppression. Synchronizing their thoughts and gathering their massive reserve power, they miraculously manage to shatter the astral casing holding them down. With their restraints completely gone, they are now entirely free to launch a lethal attack on Nini, who is left completely vulnerable as she desperately struggles to hold the massive spell together. Accepting her fate, she closes her eyes, fully ready to be reunited with her father in the afterlife. Suddenly, Alex seamlessly redirects the incoming arrow and catches Nini as she falls, while still trapped in a daze. She hallucinates that she is finally meeting her father once again. Alex grumbles that despite their past mutual dislike for each other, he simply can't sit back and watch her get murdered in cold blood. He is thoroughly sick and tired of these persistent enemies and is fully determined to end them right here and now. He completely imbues his arrow with a terrifying power designed to deliver divine heavenly punishment, sacrificing a portion of his lineage to temporarily grasp a strength capable of slaying actual gods. The lead masked man rapidly summons his own dark power to counteract the impending shot. Surprisingly enough, his defense is actually strong enough to deflect the trajectory of the divine arrow, though he is deeply shocked to discover that there is yet another hidden powerhouse in this city, capable of blocking his lethal sniper shot from earlier. One of the masked killers recklessly charges forward, eager to handle the situation and eliminate the new threat personally. Meanwhile, Alex stands protectively over the unconscious Nini, marveling in awe at the fact that his old master had such a powerful divine artifact hidden away all this time. He immediately attempts to trigger its power, but a flashing system prompt informs him that a strict bloodline restriction has been placed on it. Apologizing under his breath, he gently takes a small droplet of blood from Zora's daughter and smears it across the surface to successfully force-activate the item. Now wielding absolute control over the artifact, he rises high into the sky and casts an endless storm of starlight, calling down the supreme, unbridled power of the heavens. His overconfident pursuer is instantly struck by a celestial beam and completely incinerated right where he stands. Seeing their comrade turn to ash in a millisecond, the remaining assassins realize they stand zero chance at victory, and frantically attempt to beat a hasty retreat. But the entire battlefield was already being violently consumed by the apocalyptic astral flare, utterly disintegrating every single thing it came into contact with. With this final, catastrophic burst of cosmic energy, all the remaining monsters and hidden enemies are wiped out in an instant. The human soldiers look around the silent battlefield, completely doubting the reality that they have actually won. Finally, the city lord lets out a roaring scream, officially announcing their miraculous victory to the heavens. The entire population breaks into wild rejoicing, unanimously attributing their survival to the late Zora, who had somehow protected them even from beyond the grave. Meanwhile, Alex gently returns the divine artifact to Nini's side, wanting absolutely nothing to do with it. Suddenly, his sharp ears catch the sound of someone coughing weakly nearby, and he turns to see the crippled leader of the masked enemies, who has somehow miraculously survived the blast, despite the man's horrific actions. The battered commander actually thanks Alex for stepping in to save the city, bitterly claiming that he was merely a pawn who had no choice but to follow orders. Alex offers him a single chance to live, but only in exchange for a massive personal favor. While this secret negotiation takes place, the surviving masked operatives return to report the mission's failure to Hong. Just then, Chun-Lu emerges from the dense bushes, holding a blood-soaked tied-up piece of cloth, before dramatically delivering the severed head of their supposed target. He confidently explains that the mysterious man who was operating beneath the city walls actually had absolutely zero connection to the main incident. After pondering the report in absolute silence for a moment, the ruthless boss swiftly reaches out and violently grabs Chun-Lu by the throat. Deeply indignant that the very orphan child he raised now has the sheer gall to look him in the eye and lie to him. As the young man chokes and desperately vows that he isn't trying to deceive him, the other high-ranking subordinates drop to their knees in unison, begging Hong to spare his life since their organization is currently desperate for high-level manpower. He finally lets him go, coldly warning the boy to expect absolutely no mercy if there is ever a next time. He notes that with the mysterious god organization now actively involved, they must proceed with extreme caution. As such, the elite men are formally dismissed and told to wait silently for his next command. They fall back exactly as ordered, and Shenlu attempts to speak privately with his master, but is forced to quickly move forward to catch him as he notices the old man's body suddenly collapsing. The two of them quietly retreat deep into the privacy of the mansion, as Hong strictly doesn't want anyone in the faction to know that he has been compromised and injured. It turns out he was severely hurt by that catastrophic astral attack that none of them could have possibly anticipated. Although he fiercely refuses to just take this massive loss without extracting a bloody revenge, his body's current physical condition is far from ready for another high-level clash. Outside Korra City, the military cleanup crew is busy lugging massive monster corpses on heavy trucks for transport. While the workers seem to have an endless supply of bodies to move, Alex casually strolls around the perimeter, silently activating his trait to devour the discarded corpses unnoticed, and finally reaches the milestone of level 50, a crucial threshold that allows him to create entirely new forbidden spells every 10 levels. Eager to test out his new tier of power, he attempts to sacrifice a menial object in order to bring a dead person back to life. However, the system deems the exchange far from sufficient to make a true resurrection work, and instead suggests an alternative, similar skill that allows him to sacrifice half of his maximum HP to temporarily summon a deceased creature as a minion. He immediately gets the brilliant idea of using this to call the mighty Zora back to life, but ultimately decides to hold off on it for now, since the system notes the undead summon will be far weaker than the original powerhouse was in life. With the long, chaotic day finally behind him, he heads back home to get some well-deserved rest. Sometime later, crowds of proud parents gather at the local academy, as it is finally time to officially kick off the new academic semester. Both versions of Alex stand confidently among the crowd, with the clone seamlessly acting as the incoming student, while the original Alex keeps up his hidden disguise as the elite bodyguard, allowing him to attend the prestigious school right alongside his identical double. Suddenly, they notice Nini walking directly toward them from across the courtyard, but her intense gaze is completely focused on the bodyguard rather than the student. His unique life signature instantly confirms her deepest suspicions, assuring her that this mysterious warrior is without a doubt the exact same man who saved her life. Alex calmly tells her not to overthink things or read too much into his actions, but she firmly retorts that she absolutely despises being indebted to anyone. Because of this, she slides him a piece of paper containing her personal contact details, insisting he use it if he ever needs help securing an exclusive invite to the Supreme Academy. He casually accepts, promising that he will eventually go there, but clarifies it won't be for her sake. They part ways just like that, and soon enough Master Wang loudly instructs all the gathered students to take their first official step toward their respective universities. A select handful of elite prodigies are given priority departure privileges as the highly anticipated new freshmen of the Supreme Academy. Once they depart, the rest of the student body is called forward to enter the massive portal array. And within seconds, they are all completely consumed by a brilliant, blinding flash of light. Upon arriving, they find that Daxiao Academy is a stunningly magnificent and sprawling institution. Since they are finally inside the safe zone, Alex decides to seamlessly swap consciousness with his clone, officially taking on the active role of the student for the time being. Not long after stepping onto the grounds, he runs directly into Luke, who complains that he has been anxiously waiting for him for what feels like absolute ages. But just as the two begin talking about taking a casual tour around the massive campus, a stunningly beautiful young woman confidently approaches their group. Introducing herself as a sophomore, Hannah kindly offers to guide them directly to the registration desk. After exchanging brief introductions and moving along the crowded pathways, she gives them a thorough, informative tour of the general campus area, even volunteering to personally help them sign in at the freshman help desk. She hands his official enrollment documents over to the receptionist, who immediately takes note of Alex's name and curiously asks why the entire nation's #1 top scorer isn't currently enrolled in the prestigious Supreme Academy. Alex frankly responds that those snobs simply didn't want a controversial forbidden sorcerer in their ranks. Fortunately, the faculty at Daxia doesn't care about that at all, and they quickly move on to the mandatory level checking station. The surrounding crowd gasps in absolute shock when the scanner displays his current public level as 28, a tier that is already almost on par with the Academy's actual sophomores. To put into perspective, Hannah admits she was only level 18 when she first entered the school. Though little do any of them know, his real hidden level is already sitting at a monstrous level 50. Still, This highly unusual case makes it incredibly difficult for the admissions teacher to figure out which appropriate class to place such an outlier in. Seeing the commotion, a senior faculty peer notices the delay and steps over to ask what's wrong. Unlike the others, he isn't overly surprised by the boy's high level, and instead deeply contemplates where they can possibly assign him. Finally, a brilliant idea hits him, and he suggests placing Alex under the infamous Professor Shun, an eccentric academic who shockingly hasn't taken on a single new student in over 5 years. He explains that the professor spends all his time researching the mysterious longevity art, which is actually the perfect match for a forbidden sorcerer plagued by life-draining spells. That being said, he warns that every single one of his past students has ended up either completely mentally unstable or permanently disabled. Alex skeptically asks if this notorious professor is simply weak, but the instructor clarifies that while he possesses immense strength, the real terrifying issue lies within his utterly bizarre logic and experimental research methods. He notes that the professor once took in a legendary Black Knight student, to whom he gifted a custom skill that completely doubled his overall combat power. But the poor guy literally lost his head as a side effect. Over the subsequent years, several similarly horrific incidents occurred with every single one of his pupils. To their absolute shock, however, Alex specifically requests to be enrolled in this eccentric man's class anyway. The administrators are highly skeptical, but they decide to humor him since he can always transfer out later. He even reassures them by mentioning that he is a complete orphan, meaning there are no angry parents who will come back to sue the school. With the paperwork finalized, he bids farewell to Luke for the time being and heads toward Professor Shin's laboratory alongside Hannah. She stops and points toward a bizarre-looking building just ahead, nervously admitting that she refuses to take another step closer or go inside with him. Alex mentally commands his bodyguard clone to go out and level up on his own in the wild, leaving the student persona completely free to approach the laboratory doors alone. Before he can even set a foot inside, the muffled sound of frantic, unhinged screaming echoes from within. Stepping into the cluttered lab, Alex calmly introduces himself as the professor's newest designated student. Shin looks up in absolute astonishment, straight up asking the kid if he's completely insane for voluntarily walking into this place. Alex casually retorts that on the contrary, he came specifically because of the professor's notorious reputation. He explains that as a forbidden mage, his natural lifespan is drastically cut short, meaning the professor's cutting-edge research on the longevity art might be his absolute best shot at survival. The young man pours on the charm to convince the stubborn professor to formally take him under his wing. Alex looks up as Shun suddenly lunges forward and forcefully grabs him by the shoulders, emotional as he vents about how he lost everything he ever cared about and has been ridiculed by the entire academic community for decades. Now, he is completely overjoyed to have finally found a student who truly understands his genius. The absolute second the boy is officially registered as his apprentice. The hyperactive professor shoves a unique skill scroll of his latest invention right into his hands, which supposedly grants absolute immunity to all incoming physical and magical attacks. The catch is that nobody in their right mind wants to use it, considering that triggering the skill instantly causes the user's physical body to decompose into subatomic particles. It doesn't actually harm anyone else and functions as a purely defensive maneuver, which sounds completely absurd. But Alex genuinely praises the bizarre logic behind the invention anyway. Thrilled by the compliments, the ecstatic professor immediately runs over to show him yet another experimental scroll. This one turns out to be a unique reverse engineering skill that is practically priceless for someone with Alex's build. It's as if they have instantly found a kindred spirit in one another. Intrigued by the endless possibilities, Alex asks if they can dig deeper to unlock the hidden, true potential of his other forbidden skills. Shin excitedly begins rummaging through decades' worth of dusty storage boxes, tossing old experiments aside. One forgotten skill scroll accidentally rolls right to the young student's feet, and he is completely blown away by the theoretical framework written on it. When he looks up and offers a brilliant structural suggestion to fix the design flaw, the old innovator is utterly amazed by the kid's sheer genius, and dramatically declares that they are no longer just master and disciple, but rather best friends bound by science. Alex spends hours brainstorming in the lab, and even as he finally leaves, he is already eagerly planning to dissect more advanced skills with Shun in the near future. A week later, the day finally arrives for the freshmen to enter the perilous Crying Soul's secret realm. The legendary dean of Daxia Academy makes a grand appearance, and everyone stands in absolute awe of Bing. a mythical powerhouse who holds 16 different Grandmaster titles. He begins outlining the grand prize of this assessment, revealing that the top performers will be awarded a staggering 10,000 Academy credits. A massive fortune like that is enough to directly purchase a piece of legendary grade equipment from the vault. He adds that after forming their squads, they will each be accompanied by an experienced sophomore guide for maximum safety. Alex quietly wonders if anyone would even be willing to team up with him. After all, no sane player would ever want a life-draining forbidden mage dragging down their party. That is, of course, except for the fiercely loyal Luke. He instantly pulls his master over to his pre-made squad, entirely certain they will welcome him with open arms. But Tion immediately starts arguing the moment he spots Alex, flat out refusing to carry such a liability. He states that even if they are close friends, they can't just gamble their entire academic future for the sake of personal connections. The toxic teammates even go as far as comparing a forbidden mage to a piece of useless trash. Seeing his friend get worked up, Alex steps in and stops Luke from persisting, completely understanding their logical qualms about his class. However, as the argument dies down, the cunning sorcerer subtly swipes a stray strand of hair from each of them, fully intending to use the DNA to fuel a nasty curse spell later on. Luke remains loyal to the end, turning his back on his elite squad to join his master's side, though he has to be forcefully dragged away before he can start a physical brawl with his old team. Considering the sheer size of Daxia Academy, the duo hopes they can easily find 3 more outcast players to invite to their party. Meanwhile, Tion proudly walks away to scout for replacement members. But he doesn't get very far before he suddenly collapses violently to the ground, while agonizingly clutching his stomach in sheer pain. Sometime later, Luke walks back to his master with a proud, beaming smile on his face. He confidently introduces their brand new party members, Wenyu, Shuyu, and Duan. They certainly don't look like the strongest bunch of fighters, but to Alex, it doesn't matter at all. Now that their 5-man squad is officially filled, it is finally time to head out to the trial. At the glowing entrance of the trial portal, they run directly into Hannah, who is deeply surprised to see that Alex is completely unscathed after spending a whole month with the crazy Professor Shen. Deciding not to pry into his secrets, she formally introduces herself as their assigned safety officer, explaining she will only step in to rescue them in case of absolute, life-threatening danger. After confirming her instructions, the group steps through the gate together, only to find that the interior of the realm is bleak and desolate. At this rate, just tracking down their target monsters seems like it's going to be a massive challenge. Shuyu bravely volunteers to lead the vanguard, confident since his build boasts an incredibly high defense stat. An hour later, Luke lets out a frustrated groan, complaining that it feels like they have been walking in circles this entire time. Alex suddenly halts the group, sharing his hypothesis that they might actually be trapped inside a massive illusion. While there are no explicit visual clues, it perfectly explains why they have been hopelessly lost for so long. Hannah is pleasantly surprised by the freshman student's incredibly sharp perception skills. Duan steps forward, confidently stating she will figure out if they are truly trapped, and releases a cloud of glowing, spore-like particles into the stagnant air. She explains that the spores, not showing any immediate signs of poisoning, is definitive evidence that their physical senses are currently trapped in a fake reality. Apparently, to test her theory, she had secretly forced them all to inhale a paralytic toxin that should freeze a person's body for several dozen seconds. This shocking revelation absolutely infuriates Luke, who has to be physically dragged away from her before he loses his temper. As Hannah wonders how long it will take the rookies to break free from the maze, Alex suddenly takes charge. He announces that he will lead the way, explicitly instructing everyone to close their eyes tightly. He tells them to blindly trail behind him in a single file line while he walks ahead on his own. However, the guide points out that advancing completely blind leaves them highly vulnerable to sudden beast attacks. Right on cue, a massive, predatory snake-like monster emerges from a nearby cave crevice and hisses venomously at them. The safety officer tenses up, worried that this elite beast might instantly take the blind students out of commission. Yet, even with his eyes completely closed, Alex perfectly senses the beast's trajectory through his mana perception, leaping high into the air to dodge the strike, having successfully located the culprit. And now it was time to lay down a brutal punishment. He delivers a heavy punch straight to the beast's cheek, sending the massive creature flying backward. Hannah can't believe her eyes, utterly shocked that he managed this without even casting a spell. Meanwhile, in the Academy's conference room, the dean is urgently summoned. It isn't because of an accident, but because his staff needs him to look closely at the monitoring screen. Displayed on the screen is the remarkable freshman, who just single-handedly one-shot a formidable soul-devouring beast. The dean demands to see the boy's file to find out who his mentor is, and upon being told that it is the one and only Professor Shun, his face instantly drops in absolute shock, suddenly losing all of his usual calm composure. The dean screams out, desperately trying to confirm if he heard the name correctly. Back in the realm, the other students look on in absolute awe of what Alex just accomplished. Sifting through the beast's remains, they successfully harvest their very first soul crystal. Now that the mind-bending illusion has been completely dispelled, Shuyu is asked to step up and take the lead once again. They advance further into the cavern and soon cross paths with a volatile slime monster. The creature immediately launches an attack and lunges directly at them, prompting their vanguard tanker to raise his heavy shield to absorb the impact. The slime splatters over the top toward the rear, where the others stand ready to engage. But they realize it would be best not to waste their precious energy on minor trash mobs. A while later, Alex's sharp perception senses something moving toward them at an incredible speed. He loudly warns the group to watch out and stay on high alert, as another dangerous soul-devouring beast has just manifested before them. It slithers erratically around the cavern walls, and there even seems to be a mysterious figure hiding right near its head. Hannah grows deeply worried, knowing that this beast is at least level 45, which is far too overwhelming for a group of freshmen. Stepping up to handle the threat herself, she prepares to take it down alone. Aiming straight at the target, she fires a barrage of glowing green tendrils forward. But she is horrified when Luke suddenly appears right where the monster was supposed to be. She is even more startled when he urgently yells at her to cancel the strike. Stopping her attack just inches away from his face, her mind completely spins. As she struggles to comprehend what just happened, she realizes that she must have fallen under the influence of a powerful illusion herself. Looking around, it's clear the other party members are suffering from the exact same sensory distortions, and they won't make any real progress unless they can shatter this mental trap. To break the spell, the sophomore deliberately inflicts pain by attacking her own leg. The illusion instantly shatters, revealing the terrifying beast standing right in front of her. Clasping her hands together, she summons a massive wood dragon that completely dwarfs their monstrous opponent in size. The summon lets out a mighty roar and opens its maw to bite, but it crashes heavily into the dirt, failing to make contact as the agile demon manages to scurry away just in time. Unfortunately, a level 45 monster is simply too fast to pin down. Knowing that physical pain breaks the illusion's hold, the team decides to intentionally wound themselves so they can safely flee the area at the same time. However, while they are occupied with their escape, Alex completely vanishes from their sight, and Luke only notices his master's absence after they finally stop running. Hannah panics, considering his safety her direct responsibility as their officer. Worse yet, no outside reinforcements can come to help them, as the realm's entry gate is currently impossible to reopen until the scheduled examination time is completely up. She begins to question why such a ridiculously high-level beast was even placed in this zone, especially with absolutely no rescue reinforcements available. Seeing her distress, the freshman students offer to work together to ensure they all survive, since it's clear no one from the outside world can come to their aid. While Hannah is deeply touched by their brave gesture, a sudden rain unexpectedly begins to pour down on them. What's worse, they suddenly find themselves completely unable to move. It turns out to be Duan's temporary paralytic poison, which she secretly used to prevent the others from stopping her from acting. There, desperate screams telling her that her plan is far too dangerous fall on completely deaf ears. Meanwhile, Alex is practically breezing through the treacherous cave, casually spending his time being chased by the massive soul devourer. He purposefully lured it to this isolated spot, but the creature still aggressively wants to fight him. Unfortunately for the beast, now that it has served its purpose as a guide, all that's left for it to do is die. He wonders out loud just how many more fun things are hidden away in this secret realm. While walking around the dark tunnels, he suddenly hears soft sobbing and spots a beautiful woman nearby. When she tearfully mentions that her boyfriend just broke up with her, he smoothly and kindly offers to take that empty spot in her heart himself. She seems absolutely delighted by his sudden generosity, and sweetly asks if he is really okay with making that kind of commitment. Instantly, his tone goes freezing cold as he violently lifts her body off the ground by the neck. It was actually just another soul devourer disguised as a human to fool and seduce him. He violently slams it against the cavern wall and ruthlessly takes it out, but complains that its small body isn't nearly enough to satisfy his passive devour skill. Before he can even absorb its residual energy, A stern, authoritative voice commands him to freeze. Another elite group of students suddenly emerges from the shadows, claiming that they were the ones who discovered the beast first and demanding that he hand it over. Alex points out that their childish logic of owning things simply because they saw them first is entirely flawed. Despite Alex's blatant provocation, a woman in their group tries to reason with him calmly, explaining that they have been relentlessly hunting this specific enemy this entire time. He counter-argues that they ultimately failed to catch it, which is the exact reason why it has ended up dead in his hands now, casually extracting the valuable soul crystal from the carcass. He bluntly tells them to go map out and find another target instead. Tensions instantly skyrocket as the rival party gets deeply irked by his sheer arrogance. One cautious member warns the team to be careful not to accidentally kill anyone, but they quickly spread out and completely surround the young man regardless of the risks. Summoning their respective elemental powers, they aggressively threaten him, trying to force him to surrender the hard-earned crystal. Alex is just surprised that this doesn't go against any rules. Losing his patience, one of the rival students finally strikes, ordering his massive energy projection to swing its giant blade down. It's an incredibly powerful attack. But the devastating blade is effortlessly stopped midair by just a couple of Alex's fingers. The attackers look on, completely unable to believe their eyes. Still, another group member swiftly launches a blindside ambush from the flank, coordinating to attack him simultaneously. While his incoming arm is instantly caught and neutralized by Alex's other hand, the attacker doesn't mind, as his main goal was simply to create a perfect opening for his remaining comrades to strike. Taking the cue, the rear casters immediately unleash a barrage of powerful spells from a safe distance, hurl their payloads directly at the lone mage, who is already locked in combat, defending against two of their vanguard fighters.